This is a big swing, miss, stumps out of the ground. India win the series. Charlie Dean and Lauren Bell have put up a valiant stand at the back end of this game, but India, thanks to their inspirational captain, have won this game by 88 runs. Harmanpreet Kaur's innings was astonishing. India have won this game and won this series, a first series win in England for India this millennium. Well, that all means that all England have to play for today is pride, but what an occasion it is here at the home of cricket where the sun is shining. England playing at Lord's for the first time since 2017. Against today's opponents, we'll never forget that day, England winning the World Cup under gloomy skies that July afternoon. But today, very different scene. It's a fresh autumn day with some high clouds around. The floodlights already elevated to their maximum extension. I think we can expect a little bit of cloud to come in the afternoon, but it is set fair and we are due to have what should be a really entertaining day's cricket. And there is no such thing as a dead rubber when it comes to international cricket, particularly when it is Lord's and such a special occasion. Alongside me, two members of that World Cup winning squad from 5 years ago, Georgia Elwys and Alex Hartley. Alex, how are you doing? Lovely to see you.
It's nice to be back, isn't it? I'm very well, thank you. I'm very, very excited for today. We can just see the crowd are building. Apparently, they have sold 20,000 tickets, so fingers crossed everybody turns up.
This is what I'm hearing, Georgia, and already we can see around the ground. It's filling up nicely.
It is, and there's a real buzz around. I was walking in through the North Gate this morning and I saw loads of people congregating, watching the teams train on that nursery ground as they do, and there's a big band with some drums out there as well, so I'm hoping that they get themselves in and make some noise and really make it an occasion for the players, because it's been a long summer for the England girls, and for India they came over for the Com Games, they flew back and then they've come back over for this series, so it's fantastic that the summer is culminating here and such a fantastic and special place. Yeah, indeed, and it's never a small occasion when a side comes to play at Lord's. That's certainly the case, Alex, and we'll, as we go through the day, no doubt have lots of memories of 5 years ago. But first of all, the context of this game. England have lost this series. They played two, they've lost two. We know they're missing key players, Brunt, Siver, Knight the captain, so it's quite a young England team. But how do they come into this game? What are they looking to get, other than the obvious, which would be a win?
I think just really prove to everybody watching that they are good enough to beat this India side. When we look at the two teams on paper, yes, England have got a fairly inexperienced team. I saw a team photo yesterday and Charlie Dean was sat on the front, so that shows how inexperienced they are without the likes of Heather Knight, Catherine Brunt and Nat Siver, because those younger players are now two of the most capped players are now sat on the front row on the team photo. But I think Charlie Dean's been fantastic throughout the series. They just need to build more partnerships, and when it comes to the bat, can they try and get those big partnerships? Can somebody try and get a big score like we saw in that previous game between the two sides when Harmanpreet Kaur, she did something incredibly special.
It is a big day for a number of players. Tammy Beaumont's playing her 100th one-day international, but we cannot look beyond the legendary figure of Jhulan Goswami, who plays for the final time today. She made her debut, Georgia, in 2002, and she bows out today at Lord's. It's going to be a special occasion. It
really is, and you can see the Indian side have done some special touches for her this morning. She went out and did the coin toss. I think she called it, albeit she lost it, but it's a nice touch, isn't it, from them to recognise that. I've just seen her standing with her arms wide, having some photos taken in front of the Lord's Pavilion, and I saw a bit of an interview she did where she said that she wasn't going to get too emotional and or she was going to try not to, but how can you not? I think what a fantastic career she's had, and to go out on her own terms at such a special place, I think it's a fairy tale really for her.
It really is, and she's been through the highs and lows of women's cricket. We talk about the pioneers, and she has definitely been one of those. She for India cricket in particular, she's an absolute legend. She's having a film made after her. That's how much of a big deal she is. And it's going to be an incredibly sad day, because as soon as that final wicket is taken or the final runs are scored, that's her international career over, and everything she's done for India cricket, and not just India cricket but world cricket as well. It's going to be the India team will never be the same.
She said before the game, thanks to the BCCI and the Cricket Association of Bengal, my family, coaches, captains, thanks for this opportunity, a special moment. I started in 2002 against England, and I will finish in 2022 against England. But most importantly, we're 2-0 up in the series. Get that one in there, Julian. Well played, you. England need to fight back today. They need to offer something, because there's been moments in this series, and we know it's a young team. Debutants have come in and they're missing some key players, but it feels quite important, this game.
It is. It's, we're going through this transitional period where youngsters are coming in, and England they are missing those three key players, and that makes such a massive difference. But for the younger girls, it's time to really step up, and we've shown Emma Lamb score 100 this year, Sophia Dunkley score hundreds this year, so we know that they've got it in them. And I think at this level, it's about having that consistency of performance, and they'll be absolutely desperate to go out there and show that they can stand up and they can fill the boots of the missing Nat Siver, missing Heather Knight and Catherine Brunt. So, for England, they're looking forward. They've got to be planning for the next World Cup, which is in 3 years' time now. So, they have got a little bit of time, but it's working out how they, how the girls fit into this ODI side, and really, for some of them, putting their hand up so that when the likes of Nat Siver and Heather Knight do come back into the side, they can say, oh, hang on, I want to fit into this top 6 as well.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Because whenever players are missing, it does give opportunity. And we've seen some performances from the likes of Alice Capsey in this series. She's only played 2 ODIs and looks undroppable, Alex. I mean, the other night she was absolutely outstanding.
Oh, she was. She just looks so comfortable at the crease, doesn't she? She goes out there and she just plays with freedom, plays with so much confidence. And she is the next generation of England cricketer that we're going to see come in, and we're going to see younger girls make their debuts in the next few years who are going to play in the same way that Alice Capsey does. But when people think of England women's cricket, they think, oh, Alice Capsey, how good is she to watch? And I think that is so exciting.
I think that I actually spoke to Alice Capsey the other day, and she said to me that the game at Hove was only her second 50-over match she'd played all season. So she was injured at the early part of the season, so she didn't even play any 50-over cricket domestically for the South East Stars. So all that she'd been playing this year was T20 cricket and 100 cricket, and I think that allows her then, because you've got to play a certain way in T20 and 100 cricket, you've got to go out there and you've got to be positive. So that has led her to come out into ODI cricket, 50-over cricket, and play the same way. And I think it's just that fearless mindset that these youngsters have. And she's loving being out there. She thrives. She's a big game player, isn't she? You can see she's built for this sort of thing, and she thrives off the big occasion. And England need to hold on to her and look after her.
One criticism of that World Cup final 5 years ago, Alex, was the pavilion wasn't quite as full as it might have been.
No, it was empty.
Today, it's pretty packed.
Yeah, it is, and it's good to see, isn't it? I know throughout the last couple of years during the 100 games, you don't have to be a member to sit in there. You can just go and sit in there. You don't have to be dressed smartly. You can just wear your casual clothes. But actually, the pavilion looks pretty full today, which is good to see. It's good to see. I've seen a few members all suited and booted, and I said, where are you off to? They said, oh, we're going around to sit in the pavilion. So it's good to see.
Lovely to see. Right then, here come the umpires, followed by the two teams. We are going to have a minute's silence in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, which will take place shortly, and we'll see the signs lining up in front of the pavilion, which is always a special moment for teams playing at the home of cricket. England have made one change. Out goes Laura Bell. In comes Freya Davis. So they line up with Tammy Beaumont playing her 100th one-day international. She's played the last 77 in a row, which is quite some going since her return to the side in 2016. Then it's Emma Lamb, Sophia Dunkley, Alice Capsey, who plays for the third time in ODIs, Danny Wyatt, Amy Jones keeps wicket in captains, Freya Kemp, who plays her second ODI, Sophie Eccleston, Charlie Dean, Kate Cross and Freya Davis. India are unchanged with Smriti Mandana, Shefali Verma, Yastika Bhatia, Harleen Dul, Harmanpreet Kaur the captain, Deepti Sharma, Pooja Vastrika, Julon Goswami for the final time, Deolan Hemlatha, Rajaswari Gaikwad and Renuka Singh Thakur, who had a really good time of it the other day, picking up 4 wickets. So certainly a side you can understand why they've elected to keep with the same team, because for them a 3-0 series win would be an unbelievable statement and would make some real waves back in India. We know that from conversations we had with Deep Dasgupta the other day on commentary. He said that this would be a really significant occasion if it was possible for India to win a series 3-0.
Yeah, it would. It'd be amazing, wouldn't it? It'd be amazing for India cricket and world cricket. We've been talking about the fact we want India to win a World Cup. We want India to get better, be more consistent, and they've shown that in the ODI series, not necessarily the T20 series in this competition that we've had.
Indeed, the sides are lining out in front of me. I can see the brightness of The sunglasses of one of the players that's behind their feet, beaming back out of us as the sun shines over the media centre. We hear the bell in the distance, a 5-minute bell rung by Sarah Fain. And we're going to have that minute's silence in just a moment. It's something that we've seen around sporting venues and around the country a lot in the last fortnight, but never is it not a powerful image and a moment to reflect and remember. And as the two sides line up arm in arm, we are almost ready for that minute's silence at the home of cricket. Supporters filtering in all the time. The top deck of the grandstand I don't think's open unless they've just decided that nobody can be quite bothered to climb up those steps quite as yet. It's the bottom deck that looks much fuller, and certainly the Compton and Edgewood stands at this end of the ground will be, I'm sure, pretty much full. We expect a crowd around about 20,000, which is pretty good going, and obviously in comparison to that World Cup final in 2017, we all remember the sold-out day at Lord's, but 20,000 is the feeling today. Right then, time for that minute silence in memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Thank you.
Immaculately observed. Now time for the national anthem. There we go, God Save the King booms around this famous old ground for the first time. And we'll just have that national anthem. It won't be the Indian national anthem as well, so just the national anthem of the United Kingdom. Georgia Elvis is still alongside me, and I think he's going to make way for Phil Long after one. Final thought from you, Georgia. We had the little chat after the toss, England winning it and electing to bowl first. A little bit of a surprise?
It's a bit of a surprise. I mean, the pitch from here looks good. I haven't been down there, but looks like an absolutely belting batting wicket. But I suppose with that, you know, it being late into September now, and with the 11 o'clock start, maybe they think if there is anything in that pitch, it'll be in this first hour this morning. So I suppose that might be the only reason I can think of, and to get back out there after that heavy defeat on Wednesday as well, to get back out there as a team and put a marker down. But yeah, I think it'll be a cracking game.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Georgia. We'll hear plenty more from Georgia Elvis as we go through the day. Alex Hartley has covered one of her thumbs with a big one of those fluffy things you put on top of a microphone. Any reason, Al?
Yes, to stop myself throwing it out the window. Because the window is wide open here at Lord's. We've got a lovely, you know, it opens up into the commentary box. And I just had it in my hand and I was so tempted to lob it out the window, but I thought I'd best not.
Well,
so now I've put it on my thumb.
Well, that's good. Just to remove. Why don't we just put it at the back of the room?
No, I like to play with things.
Okay, right. So, England make one change. Lauren Bell out of the side. In comes Freya Davis. I'm going to ask you to talk through that decision, and then for the first time today, we'll have Melissa Story opening the commentary.
It's quite an interesting decision from my point of view. You know, Lauren Bell, I don't think she's necessarily done enough to warrant a place in the side, and you know, she's been quite expensive, not looked as threatening as she has in T20 cricket and domestic cricket. But Freya Davis hasn't played all that much ODI cricket, but she's been given an opportunity for the last game of the season, of the series, so no doubt she'll have a point to prove. She'll want to prove she's good enough to play this game. She's played a lot of cricket here at Lords. She plays for the London Spirit in the 100. They play the home games here, so she'll know the conditions, and it looks like she's going to open the bowling as well.
Well, she had a very good game the other day, playing in that knockout game between the South East Stars and the Southern Vipers. 8 overs, just 18 runs conceded off her bowling, 1 wicket picked up, and that was a bit of a rollover for the South East Stars in that game. So at least her performance shone out, and England have recognised that by giving her the new ball. Well, the scene is set with the players out there in the middle, the crowd filling up nicely as well. It's glorious weather. It's good to have the window open, but I see what you mean. There is a very big temptation just to throw something out of it. Now, you've got the foam ball. I've got nothing in front of me apart from our commentary kit, so I'm not going to throw that. It's a bit like a fidget toy in a way. So looking at the field, Freya Davis has set. She'll be bowling to the duo of Shafali Verma and Smriti Mandana, who have been absolutely electric this summer. It's that big wicket to get. The first breakthrough feels so important because they've been such a fantastic opening partnership. So it will be Smriti Mandana on strike for the first ball. Left-hander, it's a deep square leg, deep third, and a slip in play. Sophie Eccleston there in that first slip position. Here we go then. Davis to Mandana, bowls a full swinging delivery, which is thick-edged past point, and going down the hill towards the boundary. India come back for 2. As the fielder there at deep third comes round and serves captain Amy Jones behind the stumps. A nice half volley to begin the proceedings.
Yeah, just wide outside the off stump. A nice full delivery. It's what you want early on as a batter. You want to be able to just have the freedom to hit the ball through the covers. It was past, I think, was it Danny Wyatt at backward point?
You can often tell from the spiky bun poking out the back of her hat, patrolling that point region. Davis in again, bowls a straighter delivery, which is drilled to mid-off. She contemplated a single there. Mandana just took a few steps down the pitch with a good rolling dive there at mid-off. Kept that down to none. 2 for none the score. And it does look like a glorious batting surface. I know we've said so far in this build-up, but it's a golden wicket. Stands out amongst the glorious green outfield here at Lords. Such a different picture to August when we had that drought across the country and all those cricket pitches were brown. Davis in again, slightly more back of a length, and Mandana just drops her hands on it, rolls into the covers for no run.
It's a good length from Freya Davis, that, just angling the ball across the left-hander, and at the last minute just swings back down the slope ever so slightly and just hits the splice of the bat. You don't want to be giving Mandana her arms. It was a good delivery from Freya.
Now, the slope's always a big topic of discussion when you come to Lords, and you're often told to look at the pavilion right in front of us. You just notice from the seating in front that there's steps at one side and none at the other, which
never noticed that.
Makes it look quite pronounced. Davis bowls and left alone by Mandana. It bounces once through to Amy Jones. So you can walk in straight on the right-hand side, no steps or anything. And then suddenly you've got to drop down there. It's the first time I properly noticed the slope.
Yeah, I never noticed the steps at the pavilion before. And it's one of those where there's always a lot of discussion on which side of the pitch you want to bowl, you know, which end you want to bowl from and why. And as a bowler, I've played here a couple of times, I still don't really know.
Well, I did see you play here for Welsh Fire in the 100. As Davis in again, past the umpire, and that beats the edge of Mandana's bat. An ambitious drive from her. Minimal foot movement. Good carry, that delivery from Freya Davis. Score remains 2 for none. So I think I saw you bowl from the pavilion end for the Welsh Fire, and that seemed to go okay.
I think I bowled from both, and I remember Tammy Bowman saying, what end do you want to bowl from? I said, well, I bowled from the media end, or the nursery end, when we played in the World Cup final, but I did go for 50 odd runs, so therefore I wasn't very economical.
So maybe not that end. Davis in, final ball of this first over, outside the off stump, and just drops her bat on it. As Mandana goes to Danny Wyatt at point, and there we go, first over done of this third ODI. Of course, it's a bit of a dead rubber game. India have already taken the series, but they'll be relieved at least that they've got through that first over a bit quicker than the ODI at Canterbury field, which, if I'm right in thinking, lasted a very long time and maybe conceded around 12-13 runs.
Yeah, that's right. Start today, slightly better for England. Freya Davies back into the mix. She's played in 4 of the T20s this summer, but this is her first ODI appearance. These Indian openers, Smriti Mandana has spoken about, haven't we? Scores of 91 and 40 in this series so far. But Shafali Verma, scores of just 1 and 8. She could do with a score.
Yeah, she could. She's one of those batters where we all know her talent. We saw her in 2020 and she came on the scene and just took bowling attacks apart.
Here we go then. Kate Cross from the pavilion end, also with the new ball. Bowls a 4th stump delivery, which is pushed back past her. First up for no run.
And when Verma came onto the scene, everyone was like, wow, this young girl, she's so talented. And because she was so aggressive and came after bowlers, everyone was almost shocked and didn't know how to bowl at her. But the more and more you play against her, the more you figure it out. And actually, she's not a very patient batter. She's worked on it. She's got a lot more patient than she has been. But you know, if you bowl a few dots, she's going to swipe at, a delivery.
Cross over the wicket, bowls and beats the edge of Shafali Verma's bat. She just hangs it out there like a target for Cross, who's been excellent with the ball this summer. So, I mean, it's almost like she hasn't quite translated that impatience of T20 into this longer format. I think we forget sometimes how young she is still, which would probably owe to the impatience. But once she finds her rhythm, you feel, in this format, then she could be just as destructive as Mandana at the other end. Harmanpreet Kaur the other day. Cross bowls, advancing down the pitch as Verma has a drive and misses through to Jones behind the stump.
Well, we were talking at the back of the box, weren't we, Melissa, saying how young she is. She was born after Julan Goswami made her debut.
And we were discussing, so Julan Goswami made her debut in 2002, so I was 2 at the age, so I was probably gawking at an episode of Bob the Builder at the time she was making her debut. The likes of Kemp, Capsey, Shafali Verma, they weren't even alive as that one's dropped into the onside by Verma for no run. Good line so far from Kate Cross. 2 for none, the score still. Do you know what you were doing in 2002?
I would have been 9. Ow, just whack money. I'd have been 9, so playing football in the garden?
Maybe. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
9-year-old. What year's that? Just maybe year 6.
I've got no idea. You're asking the wrong person.
I haven't been to school for a while, so not sure I asked that question either. Cross in, and that's Bolter! Shafali Verma gone for a duck. Kate Cross finds those stumps. And the first breakthrough for England. Score 2 for 1. You can see the frustration on Verma's face. She never looked comfortable at the crease. She was moving about. She was looking fidgety. But it's almost an identical dismissal to the ODI on Wednesday. Kate Cross, a good full delivery. Nice bit of inwards movement. And it's just gone on to hit the off and middle stump. Shafali Verma, the reaction says it all there, Alex. She just drops her head and bat down to the ground.
Yeah, that ball's just nipped back towards Shafali Verma. She's come on the front foot just to defend the ball. She knows that the length of the ball was a good length delivery. It was full, it was straight. She's just looking to defend it. Played the wrong line because the ball has nipped back towards her down the slope. It's a brilliant delivery from Kate Cross, who gets the breakthrough. And we were talking about Shafali Verma and how she's impatient. She was trying to be patient then. She was looking just to defend the ball, but completely misses it. And in comes Yastika Bhatia, who has had a brilliant tournament as well. Her and Mandana have done the bulk of the run scoring at the top of the order for these two, because Shafali Verma does keep falling so early.
We were speaking in the ODI on Wednesday with Deep Dasgupta, who was saying how fantastic it is for India to have someone like Yastika come in at 3, a wicketkeeper batter, and just hopefully bring a bit of stability to that number 3 spot for India.
Yeah, and that's what they need, isn't it? They just need, quite often when we talk about India, we talk about Mandana, Harmanpreet Kaur, Deepti Sharma, but who else is going to score the runs? Well, actually now they've found somebody who can come in at 3, and she's been brilliant throughout this series.
They've also got plenty of young talent come through. We can see Himlata in the team today, and in the T20s, Navgiri played as well. 2 slips in now as Cross runs into Yastika, left-hander, and drops that just in front of her on the offside. 3 England fielders rush in to field that ball, and it's always a good sign when the fielders, they're nice and loud, they're being energetic, and the score 2 for 1 after 2 overs.
A wicket maiden there for Kate Cross. Kate Cross has got Shafali Verma on all 3 occasions in this series. And of course, Kate Cross was Shafali Verma's first ODI wicket the other night at Canterbury. So,
well, there's a good battle.
Battle between the two.
Well, Shafali Verma, Kate Cross is bunny. Although, do we say Kate Cross is Shafali Verma's bunny as well? See if she gets her today.
I think it's definitely a reciprocal relationship here. So maybe we'll just see Shafali Verma going back to the changing room, just loosening her arm a little bit, getting ready for later for revenge. Freya Davis then bowling to Smriti Mandana, who's yet to get off the mark. She waits as Davis bowls a full delivery, driven to extra cover with Dean Fields, and no run taken. I mean, Kate Cross, your mate, it's been fantastic all summer to see her step up, especially in the absence of Anya Shrubsole after retiring earlier this year. And Catherine Brunt hasn't always been a consistent face in that England setup this summer.
Yeah, it's been really good to see, and it's good to see her opening the bowling. She always wants to be an opening bowler. She's talked about it a lot. She opens the bowling in domestic cricket, franchise cricket, but she's always bowled first change for England.
Davis in full and driven this time through the inner ring, out towards the boundary for 4. Mandana gets off the mark in style with a classic cover drive.
Yeah, it was a brilliant shot from Mandana. Brings up her first boundary. It was full, straight. It was there to be driven through the covers. Freya Davis just getting the ball slightly too full there. Just drag her length back ever so slightly.
As you were saying, Kate Cross bowls domestically, opening the bowling. I think there was a quote almost before the test match that some people were suggesting she wasn't quite an opener, and she came in and got wickets in that test match against South Africa earlier this summer. That was straighter and thick-edged by Mandana to point. No run taken, 6 for 1 the score.
Yeah, she's always been an opening bowler, but in this England setup with the likes of Anya Shrubsole, Catherine Brunt, she's had to adapt to become a first change bowler. She wants to open the bowling for England, so it's good to see her opening the bowling and bowling so well.
And changing her role in the team, as you mentioned, because previously she's been that middle overs operator where it's all about the economy, but now with the new ball in hand, it's about those early wickets, and Kate Cross has provided. Davis continuing, and this time punched off the back foot by Mandana. Should be the same result as Charlie Dean pursues the ball. It's slowed up just before the boundary cushion, but there will be another boundary for Smriti Mandana. She moves on to 10 off 10. The score 10 for 1.
Not the worst. Yeah, not the worst delivery there from Freya Davis. It was ever so slightly back of her length, but Mandana just steps away and punches the ball up the hill. It's a wonderful shot. Just waits on it.
Well, there is that big gap, isn't there? We've got an extra cover, we've got a point, and England are just saying, we don't mind if you play that shot because we've got that slip in play.
They're sticking to it as well, keeping that cover region open.
It's a good battle going on in the middle. Davis into Mandana again, a better line and length, and Mandana defends into the covers. No run taken. 10 for 1 the score, and of course we saw that record-breaking Indian score at the ODI in Canterbury.
I can't believe I missed it.
Remarkable. I was on air for those final 3 overs when I think there was, well, I won't put an exact number, I'm sure Phil knows how many runs. 62
yeah.
In 3 overs.
In 3 overs.
Wow.
Davis past the umpire, bowls and defended at the crease by Mandana to extra cover. No run taken, 3 overs gone, 10 for 1 the score.
I think the most remarkable thing was, I think with 5 overs left, I think you were on commentary with Deep Dasgupta, and we said, do we think we can make that India can make 300? He was like, my heart says yes, my head says no.
And we told him to follow his heart.
Yes.
Because that's what the romantics, the poets of history would want you to do.
That's right.
So he went for his heart.
And they scored 333, not just 300,
We were discussing at the time as well, because it was interesting. England only used their 5 bowlers in that game. So Freya Kemp came on to bowled the third to last over, went for 25, but she had to come back on and bowl the last one, which felt like slightly bad management from England. You've got a 17-year-old, she's just been hit around the park, and now she's got to come back and bowl the last over, and the last over was expensive as well. I think Freya Kemp ended up breaking Lauren Bell's recently set record for the most runs in an ODI. There's another wicket for Kate Cross. Yastika gone now, bowled, and India in a bit of trouble. 10 for 2. Bounced off the thigh of Yastika onto the stumps, and Kate Cross hit She's got 2 for none.
Well, what a start from Kate Cross. Full straight. Yastika Bhatia has scored runs in this competition. We were just saying how good she's been batting at number 3. And Kate Cross bowls the wobble ball. Doesn't really do anything off the surface. It's just full and straight. But she gets the breakthrough. And India are in a little bit of trouble here.
You almost feel from the shot Yastika was playing there that she was expecting the ball to come across her a lot more than it did, because she was playing almost an extra cover drive, and then the ball just hooped in and hit her leg stump.
It was just a full straight delivery. It was almost, you could argue, it was in the slot, but she's missed it. And Kate Cross, yet to concede a run, has picked up 2 wickets. And I bumped into the Cross family this morning, who have all come down to watch. Mum, dad, sister, fiance. So not Cross's fiance, sister's fiance. Just throw that out there.
I think I may have also seen Kate Cross's sister this morning as well.
Thinking it was Kate Cross.
Yes, unless it was another Kate Cross impersonator who's at Lord's today. If there is any other Cross impersonators, then please let yourself be known. It'd be great to assemble all of you together.
So quite often Jen Cross will get stopped for autographs because people think it's Kate, because they look so alike.
They are very alike.
Does she oblige?
Always. She's just like, Jen.
Those autographs are going to be invaluable in time. Someone goes to their grandchildren and say, I've got Kate Cross's autograph. Do you want to see it? It's just Jen.
Jen Cross.
With maybe a smiley face on the end, just to rub salt in the wounds. So Harmanpreet Kaur, the Indian captain, at the crease as Kate Cross bowls, and she works this off her pads to the square leg region. The fielder from fine leg comes up and fields, and Harmanpreet gets off the mark.
Yeah, you could say she's in form, Harmanpreet Kaur. She made 74 not out in that opening ODI, 143 not out. Don't think we mentioned it tonight. That's the highest score by an Indian captain. In all those games, Mitali Raj, she never made that when she was captain of the side. And as India captain, Harmanpreet Kaur averages, I'm just going to find the exact figure, 116.2.
Wow.
Speak of captaincy helping a performance, or that sense of responsibility almost elevating your game as a player. Certainly proven to be right with Harmanpreet as Cross bowls to Mandana. She pushes that off the back foot to cover.
I've just seen the replay of that second Kate Cross wicket, and I said it was full and straight, but it didn't. The wobble ball actually nipped off the surface and jagged back towards...
Explain to our listeners quickly the wobble ball.
The wobble
not
ball.
Familiar.
So, I don't exactly know how you bowl it. I've got the sponge in my hand. But as the bowler releases the ball, the seam wobbles in the air, so it doesn't come out straight, as we see the classic swing bowler will bowl.
Cross to Mandana, who's driving, finds extra cover, no run as Tammy Beaumont fields.
So the seam is literally wobbling through the air, as I do with my sponge here. And as it hits the surface, as the ball's wobbling, it will hit the surface and either jag one way or the other. But as a bowler, you don't know which way it's going to go, so therefore the batter has got absolutely no idea. And Ollie Robinson bowls it incredibly well in Test cricket. He's actually got 2 wobble balls, the big wobble and the little wobble, as he calls it, which is an incredible, skillful thing to do. Only took him 2 weeks to learn.
It's a bit like a jelly. Depends how much gelatin you put in it. Is it a big wobble or a little wobble?
That was a big wobble from Kate Cross.
That was a very big wobble. Cross in again to Mandana, and that's a beautiful delivery. Just soaring past the outside edge of Mandana's bat. There wasn't much she could do there, and you could see from the reaction of Sophie Eccleston at first slip. Hands in her head. How that didn't make contact with the bat.
Oh, it's just nipped away from the left-hander, down the slope.
Well, we were saying at the beginning, the decision to bowl at the toss has paid dividends here for England, because 2 wickets down. They're looking in a dominating position here. Cross bowls, a fuller delivery, drilled at mid-off, and fielder there down on one knee. Won't get it past the inner ring, and 4 overs gone. 11 for 2 the score. A few more thoughts from you, Alex Hartley, and then for the first time today it will be Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, we were talking about that interesting decision to bowl, especially when India in the previous game got so many on the board, 330. So England, from the outset, when they had to chase that, they were on the back foot, but they've backed themselves, they've backed their skills. They've said, no, we're going to bowl first. We know that this surface will offer a little bit. We talk about the slope, and it does offer bits with the slope, and they've got the 2 early wickets. And for England now, also for India, now, Mandana and Kaur have got to do the rebuilding. They've got 46 overs left to bat.
Yes. Well, you don't have to lose 3 in the power play, do you?
No.
So there's 6 more overs of the power play still to go. But they've got their 2 stellar guns at the crease at the moment in Smriti Mandana and Harmanpreet, the skipper. Harmanpreet yet to get out in this series so far. She scored 218 runs.
That was quick maths. It's impressive.
You're trusting that I've got it right, incidentally. But yeah, 218 runs in field and 218 balls, and has yet to be dismissed. She has been that dominant in the first 2 games. As Freya Davis will continue with 2 slips in place from the nursery end. Bowl's very full and it's driven crisply up to mid-off where Tammy Beaumont does the fielding. What a beautiful sight it is today at Lord's with the sun shining on this, the last international match of the home summer. And we've got to wait a whole 26 hours before the next international match, which is Pakistan against England tomorrow.
There's another game here tomorrow.
There is, isn't there? It's the final.
Southern Vipers, Northern Diamonds for the 3rd year in a row.
Oh, dominant they are. As Freya Davis is in, edged, and that is parried at second slip on the bounce down towards deep third for a single. There's a bit of movement. There's plenty of swing, actually. It was a good thick edge. It didn't carry to second slip. But, you know, we've got to remember, this is September now. You know, back in the days of yore, they used to have the domestic men's 50 over final or 60 over final, depending on when it was, similar to how the women will be tomorrow. And at 11 o'clock in the morning, in September, it does a bit. And here, you've got a load of players who scandalously have not played very often at Lord's. So these are unfamiliar conditions and very testing ones at that. The slip is in, Mandana faces, and that swings back into her. She plays from the crease out to the offside. It's picked up in the covers, there's no run. There's prodigious movement through the air so far today.
Yeah, England have bowled really nicely. That was the line in the length that Freya Davis needs to bowl to Mandana. She's ended up taking away one of the fielders on the leg side to put into that cover region to stop Mandana hitting the ball through the covers, but we've still got a slip.
Just the 1 slip in place for Smriti. She faces up full, dug out, up to mid-off, nicely timed again. A good diving stop by Kate Cross prevents the boundary that would surely have ensued, because we've still got a very quick outfield here. We've seen it skip across the turf very quickly. Now then, for those of you familiar with Lord's, I'll try and picture the scene. So there are people in the Compton and Edrich stand, and in the Mound stand, and at the bottom of the grandstand, which is filling up all the time. As Freya Davis is in, and that's driven again nicely. Look for a single here, should get it as it just goes to the right across at mid-off. Throw comes in, misses the stumps, but they get through for the single. 13 for 2. The top deck of the grandstand is empty. There's a scattering of fans in the Warner stand, and there are about 8 times more members in the pavilion than there were on World Cup final day.
And we've got the view of the pavilion, so it looks great.
It does, doesn't it?
It does.
It's lovely commentating from this particular view, even with the window open in a perilous and vertiginous fashion, as it is. Davis in, driven into the offside. That's going to beat Dunkley. It's running away towards the boundary. It won't get there as Beaumont moves to her left to field, and they pick up another couple of runs. End of the 5th over. India, well, a bit claggily, have made it to 15 for 2. Shefali Verma and Yastika Bhatia both out bowled by Kate Cross, and you can see those clips on the BBC Sport website and app. We have in-play clips. We've got highlights coming later tonight on BBC One at 1 a.m. At 1 a.m.
Tell you what, when I'm just getting in with a couple of the England girls after a win, we'll put the highlights on.
You're staying down tonight, so you'll be here for the final tomorrow?
No, I'm not here for the final tomorrow.
No.
I'm up in Manchester for the England-Pakistan game.
Oh, with me?
Yes.
Lovely.
See you there.
Are you driving?
I'm not giving you a lift.
No, I don't want a lift. It's quicker by train.
No, it is. I am driving. You'll win. Are you going tonight or tomorrow?
No, tomorrow. Yeah. Tomorrow morning. Start of a new over. Kate Cross from the pavilion end into Mandana, who plays away from her body. It's like this shortish ball, dabs it to backward point, where Danny Wyatt does the fielding, and there is no run. But so, in all seriousness, I suppose we need to wait an hour or so, hour and a half maybe, to see what the full extent of the crowd will be. But there were some concerns about playing a match here at Lord's. Also, at the same time, there was an anticipation. Is this pretty much how you imagined it? I don't know what we'd call it at the moment. Maybe a third full, perhaps? It's a half full. This cross is in. This is driven nicely, but a brilliant diving stop. That short extra cover prevents a run. One-handed dive.
Tammy Beaumont, extra cover.
I suppose she had to dive because she's minuscule, but she did very well to get there.
I don't know what I was expecting when it comes to the crowd. When they said they've sold 20,000 tickets, I was expecting it to be fuller.
Well, they might be coming in a bit later,
I hope so.
I suppose, over the course of the day. This crosses in. Tamanda, beats the outside edge with a beauty, going down the slope. Oh, that was perilously close, both to outside edge and to the off stump. Went through low to Amy Jones, and Kate Cross puts her hands on her head. She bowled well today, hasn't she?
No ball.
No ball signalled. So just as well it didn't hit the stumps.
It was a good delivery. It just nips past the left-hander, misses the off stump by centimetres.
Now then, I think the cheers you can hear will tell you of the rough makeup of this crowd. It is mostly supporting India today. Free hit, Mandana swings, gets a little on this, and rolls down to the sort of long leg. And one more run is accrued as Alice Capsey does the fielding.
It's a big old heave, that, from Mandana.
They do this, don't they, on free hits? And no one tries to overhit the ball, but everybody loses their shape, gets extremely excited as if it's a licence to play a really dreadful swipe rather than just... I mean, what is a real licence to do is go aerial, isn't it? Because it doesn't matter if you get caught.
Yeah.
That's what you should really be thinking, I think. Cross, 2 slips in place. Into Harmanpreet, who drives back to her, dropped. I think that went to her on the full. It was hit very, very firmly. It was a pretty... Yeah, it did go on the full, and it was perfectly timed, straight back at Kate Cross, but it came back so quickly. She did get at least one hand to it, around about shoulder height, could only parry it to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, they're incredibly tough to take. I think Kate Cross will have felt like she could have taken this as it's come to her, and she's got one hand on it, but she had both hands there.
That was so quick, Alex, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I mean, she's reacted to it coming back at her, but her hands are in no real position to catch it. So I don't think I'm gonna go hard enough for that one.
They either stick or they don't.
It suggests that Harmanpreet's timing it rather well, though, doesn't it? As Cross is in to her, and she's beaten on the inside edge. Everything's happening in this over from Kate Cross. Take a look at this again. Oh, that has swung back in, and he's come down the slope, and it has missed off stump by a whisker. She's challenging those stumps here, Kate Cross. It's been a superb spell of bowling.
It's that wobble ball again from Kate Cross, and as it hits the surface, it jags back towards the right-hander Harmanpreet Kaur. Cross has got her hands on her head. She almost can't believe it. How is she not getting a wicket with every delivery she's bowling right now?
She's now got a really tricksy short mid-on in as well, a catching short mid-on, as she's in now to Harmanpreet, who pushes into the offside of the back foot, a slightly shorter ball, picked up by Wyatt, and there's no run. The end of a superb testing over from Kate Cross, the 6th of the innings, 17 for 2, India, 6 overs gone.
It's a brilliant over. She's only conceded 3 runs. One of those was a no ball.
Yeah.
So she's bowled incredibly well. As has Freya Davis from the other end. She's going at less than 5 runs and over. There's been a lot of pressure created from England so far this morning. They win the toss, they elected to bowl. Freya Davis into the starting 11 in ODI cricket for the first time this summer.
You pleased with that move?
Yes, I think so. I think it's good to see what she's capable of as well. And if you actually look at who's on the bench, I think Alice Davidson-Richards has been quite hard done by not to make the starting 11 after making 50 in the first game.
I wanted to ask you about that, because we saw her both at Hove as Davis starts a new over. That swings back into the pads of Manda. She pushes it into the offside no run. She made that fine 50 not out. They gave England score some respectability, and her bowling as a third seamer probably isn't up to scratch as a third seamer, but she's a sort of victim of balance there. I mean, I suppose a big victim of not having Nat Siver. If Nat Siver was in the side, then you'd find space for ADR, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think there's only room for either one of ADR or Freya Kemp in this starting 11.
Davis in again, pushed into the offside from the crease, out to the covers. Again, can't beat the fielder, there's no run.
So she's been, in some respects, hard done by, because Freya Kemp is this young talent that's coming up, and she's an incredible batter, left-handed as well, which adds a point of difference to this team, to this England team.
Yeah, and if we go all the way back, there's an ADR Test 100 as well,
yes,
right at the start of the summer.
Well, she's had a terrific summer. It seems very unfortunate that she's not getting more games. Terrific summer with the bat. And didn't she picked up a couple of wickets in that Test, didn't she?
Yeah, 1 for 39, and she also took 3 for 35 in an ODI against South Africa early on in the summer.
Davis runs away from us. Right arm over the wicket and played out and missed outside the off stump. That went up the slope into the gloves of Amy Jones. And there's no run. Do we know why Alice Capsey's not been bowling in these ODIs? Because looking at England's bowling and using just the 5 bowlers, and really being quite badly treated in those first 2 games.
Yeah.
Not even an over. What's going on there?
I was going to ask you that question, because I missed that second game. Wasn't there.
So did I.
Unsure. I don't think she's got a niggle.
Well, yes, that's the only thing I could have thought it was. This pops ever so slightly on Mandana. She guides it down to backward point off the back foot, and there's no run. Thank you. Hypercourse has been in touch. Kate Cross's only previous match at Lords. She took 4 for 48 for MCC against the rest of the world, taking the wickets of Stefani Taylor, I presume, Susie Bates, Elise Perry and Marizanne Kapp.
Not bad 4 scalps, those, are they?
That is a Fab 4. That's like a kind of woman's cricket version of the Beatles, that.
I remember sitting in the grandstand watching that game.
Oh, yeah. Here comes Davis into Mandano, drives, but again can't beat. This time Charlie Dean at short extra cover, and there's no run.
And I used to, when I say I'm a England cricket fan that accidentally played cricket for England, it's so true, because every single time England played or there was a game like that, I would travel the country and go and watch.
Oh.
And then one day I was like, oh my.
They called you out of the crowd and said...
We're short today, Alex.
I used to go to matches at Surrey when I was a kid with my kit in the hope that would happen. Oh, full, swinging back into the pads, pushed up to cross at mid-off. That completes a maiden over, a terrific over from Freya Davis. There's plenty of movement out there, a lot of encouragement for the seam and swing and wobble ball bowlers. And after 7 overs, India 17 for 2. Smriti Mandana has 12. Harmanpreet has 4. Alex Hartley's left us, and I'm delighted to say that an Oval Invincible champion, Tash Farrant, joins us, no doubt filled with the same joys of autumn. It's very rare to have any joys in autumn, Tash. It's an appalling season. It's a season of death and decay as leaves drift helplessly along the streets, cluttering up gutters as the cold suddenly seeps into your bones, as you have to change the toggage on your duvet. But, and it's more than a but, the mighty Ree, yesterday at the Oval, clinching the county championship with a game to spare. That must gladden the soul, doesn't it? As Kate Cross starts a new over from the pavilion end, pushed into the offside, fielded at short extra cover, and there's no run. I know Melissa Story's not so chuffed, but we can gang up on her today, can't we?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tricky one for me because I play for the South East Stars, but I am a Kent girl. But then I would say my second team now is Surrey.
I should think so. Yeah.
If Kent aren't going to win it, I'm pretty happy with the Surrey lads taking that trophy. They've been outstanding all season, and what a lovely day today it is at Lords.
Cross is in, and that's all. Big penalty for LBW and given. That looked absolutely plumb. Harmanpreet's going to go and chat with Smriti Mandana, but this looks for all the world, well, out and out again. Now then, they go for a review. Is there a little inside edge on this, or is Harmanpreet hoping that maybe the angle and maybe going down the slope will save her? But it was full. She played across the front pad. It wasn't a great bit of batting. And this looks like it's going to be Kate Cross's 3rd wicket, and 3 really big ones at that. Shefali Verma, Yastika Bhatia, she got them both bowled, and now has she got the big wicket of Harmanpreet, the skipper. It's hit on the knee roll in front of middle stump. She's not got a big stride in. I'd be staggered if this is going over the top. Well, it's close-ish to the bat. Phil Long is pretty convinced it's out. Phil Long, are you giving it?
I'm giving that.
What are you doing, Tash Farron?
Yeah, I think it's hitting leg stump there.
The umpire wasted no time. Well, there's no edge. She is a little bit advanced, actually, just looking at this.
I don't think it's going over, is it?
I don't think it is. It's hit in front of middle. There's a fair way to travel. The only thing that could save her. Oh, this looks very out. Umpire's call. So the review is retained, but there's a lot of ball. That's not a tight umpire's call. That is 2/5 of the ball hitting the stump, not a sliver. So Harmanpreet Kaur has got to go. And what a great level of this game is after striking an absolutely coruscating ton the other day. She's been brought back down to earth, dismissed for the first time in this series. LBW to Kate Cross, who has been England's hero today. She's picked up 3 for 3 in India, a 17 for 3.
Yeah, Kate Cross here, she's absolutely on fire. This is her first game for England at Lords. She obviously missed out in that 2017 World Cup final. I know she was bitterly disappointed not to be in that squad, but she's making up for it now, and she's just bowled straight and nipped it off the seam both ways. And just so impressive the control she has, and I think she's really enjoying using that slope here at Lords today, and she's absolutely on fire.
Well, it's not just 3 wickets in the power play, it's 3 big ones. When you get Verma and Harmanpreet out, yes, Smriti Mandana is still there, but we saw, Yastika Bhatia was timing it at Hove the other day. No, 3 big wickets early on, and well, India are going to have to do some regrouping here.
Yeah, absolutely, and I always love watching the battle between Kate Cross and Harmanpreet, because they're great mates off the pitch, but you always feel like each one of them wants to get one up on the other, and Kate Cross was absolutely buzzing with that wicket there. Huge celebrations from the England team. They know how big of a wicket that was.
Well, here comes Cross into the new batter, Harleen Diol. Slip is in place, and her first ball is just a bit straying onto the pads. A rare stray, and it's flicked away easily down to long leg for a single. When I say that, I'm looking at the replay. It was actually flicked off middle stump, which was quite the shot to play when you've just seen your captain, LBW, playing across the line. But that will give Kate Cross some encouragement.
Absolutely, and I think Kate Cross has done so well in this series, opening the bowling. She hasn't usually done that for England, but she's really taken it in her stride, and she's putting her name forward.
It's in now to Mandana, and that is fine. On the pads, they're going to run down to the boundary for 4. It's off the bat. It's rather expertly played, actually, by Mandana. She waited for it, watched it right onto the bat, and then just tickled it fine. And a much-needed boundary for India. They go to 22 for 3. Mandana is playing a lone hand here at the moment. She has 16.
Yeah, absolutely. She's just sticking in there. She's going at a decent strike rate, and with all the chaos that's happening around her, you feel that she is the key to this India batting lineup today, and there's a lot of pressure on her to score big runs.
2 slips in place for her, and she drives, and a ball outside the off stump and misses through to Amy Jones. And well, it's hard at the moment playing Kate Cross. That has moved prodigiously off the pitch. I don't know whether it's the time of day, the conditions. I'll tell you something though, Tash Farron, I've watched quite a bit of white ball cricket here at Lords this summer, and I saw a few hundred games here, and it's not been easy to score. Have you found that?
No, yeah, I think in the 100 it was the lowest scoring ground on average. It just always seems to do a bit in this wicket, and Kate Cross is extracting that at the moment.
She's in now, and full ball is worked up to wide mid-on. End of the over, another successful one for Kate Cross and for England. She has impressive figures of 3 for 8 from 4 overs. India are rocking, 22 for 3, Mandana 16, Harleen Diol has 1. Time for a change in the commentary box. More thoughts from Tash Farrington. Then it will be the winner, the hitter of the winning runs in the 100 on this very venue for the Oval Invincibles Till I Die, Emily Windsor.
Yeah, it's been a great start from England today. I think you would have turned up today at a beautiful Beautiful ground, Lords here today. The sun's beaming down, and would have thought England maybe wanted to have a bat at the toss, but they obviously know something that we all don't, and it's sniffing around, and Kate Cross is bowling out of her skin with Freya Davies, who's in for her first ODI of the summer, and she's backing up Kate Cross well, and a great start from England, and they've really got India on the back foot, who has some scars here at Lords.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Tash. India 22 for 3. Losing the toss and getting put into bat by England, which seems a good decision now. 8 overs gone and England are right on top. 2 fielders in tight at extra cover and mid-wicket. It's Freya Davies into Dior, and that's on the leg side. Just turned into a vacant square region. They're coming back for a couple. Dior will move to 3 and the score 24 for 3. Phil?
A quick word about Harmanpreet Kaur's series. Most runs by an Indian in a 3-match series. She scored 4 today to take her past Smriti Mandhana, who had scored 219 against South Africa back in 2017-18. So Kaur ended up with 221 runs in this series. The all-time record, Amelia Kerr against Ireland in 2018, and Tammy Beaumont, who's making her 100th appearance today, 342 runs in a series against Pakistan back in 2016. 342 runs in 3 matches, not bad.
That's impressive, that's for sure. As Davies in again and in defence from Dior this time. Quickly to it was Sophia Dunkley. There'll be no run. 342 in 3 matches.
200s and a 50 for Tammy Beaumont in that series here.
That is some form you're in, and I think for Tammy as well, 100th ODI today, special occasion, and we saw before the match she was presented her 100th ODI cap by Carl Crowe, who is England's old assistant coach, you were telling me, Tash, and it looked like a really special moment for her. That's Freya Davies with her blonde hair coming in and bowls, and that's uppish. Goes to backward point, Danny Wyatt there. There'll be no run.
Yeah, absolutely. Carl Crowe used to be the England assistant coach. Seems like a very long time ago when Paul Shaw was in charge, and I think as a player you have that one coach you always go back to, and Carl Crowe's that for Tammy Beaumont. They've got a great relationship. I know she still chats to him even though he's not involved in the setup, and yeah, so nice to see Tammy getting her 100th ODI cap today.
Freya Davies in from the media end, and that's down the leg side. That'll be a wide, and Amy Jones can't take that either, so that will be 5 wides. First loose delivery from Freya Davies, and the score moves to 29 for 3.
Yeah, just straying down the leg side there from Freya. She's looking for that away swing against the right-handed batter, and sometimes when it doesn't swing it makes you look a bit silly, and it just, Amy Jones, even though how good she is behind the stumps, just not able to stop that one. And horrible little half volley for Amy Jones there. They must be horrible. But speaking of Tammy Beaumont's 100th cap, she wasn't able to get her T20 100th cap in the Ashes because one of the T20s was rained off, and then obviously being left out of that T20 side, so she'll be extra happy with that one today.
Freya Davies in, and that's Fuller delivery played back to her. They're appealing for LBW. The question whether it hit the pad first. Amy Jones and Sophie Eccleston at first slip are having a little bit of a discussion. Freya Davies has walked half back, and they've reviewed this, England. It was actually Danny Wyatt at backward point that was really interested in this, and she has the angle. But I tell you what, if that is pad first, that looks,
I think that's pad first. I've just really quickly seen that ball on the screen to the right of me, and I don't know, Danny Wyatt has got the best view there, and I like that from Danny Wyatt. She is one of the senior players in this team, and she's at that point region, and she can probably see if it's hit the pad first.
That is pad first. I think that's pad first.
How could you see that? I need to get my glasses off.
Phil, what do you think? Are you giving that out?
There's a definite ricochet, isn't there, between bat and pad? Is it pad first? Yeah, I think it is.
We hear the voice of the third umpire, Mike Burns, as we look at Ultra Edge.
If this is out, then Danny Wyatt's going to claim that one, and it's definitely hit the pad first, and it looks pretty plumb to me.
Ball tracking. 3 reds. Fantastic review from England. That's hitting middle stump. And Harleen Dior is gone for 3. India in all sorts of bother now. 29 for 4. And a big wicket for Freya Davies.
And big head rubs all round for Danny Wyatt down there, yeah.
You just saw Sophie Eccleston, Amy Jones and Danny Wyatt all doing a celebration together. I think they're taking that wicket from Freya. But yeah, great bowling from Freya Davies. What the England bowlers are doing so well this morning is they're just keeping those stumps in play with a bit of movement off the seam, and Harleen Diol just a bit late on that one. And India middle order are going to really have to step up here because they haven't had to play too much part in this series so far.
So the 4 wickets so far. Shafali Verma gone without scoring off the bowling of Cross. Bhatia off the bowling of Cross again without scoring. Harmanpreet Kaur the big wicket because she scored a massive 143 off 111 balls in the last ODI. She went for 4. LBW to Cross again hitting the stumps, and then Dior we've just seen go back for the bowling of Freya Davies for 3. What an opening spell this has been from these two. What they've used, actually, we talk about a lot. England obviously haven't played here since that 2017 World Cup final, but they've used the slope, both bowlers, haven't they? We've seen Kate Cross nip some back down the hill. Freya Davies, the ball going away from this media centre end.
Yeah, they both bowled brilliantly, and obviously Freya Davies more of a swing bowler, so she's bowling from this media centre end, and that one actually just nipping back. And yeah, as you said, Freya Davies, she's had to wait her turn for this ODI appearance this summer, and she's really putting her hand up, and I think that's what England have needed, someone to support Kate Cross. Kate Cross has been the outstanding seamer in this England team so far this summer, and they haven't necessarily had the support for her so far in this series.
Deepti Sharma, the new batter, then Kate Cross in. Kate Cross, Freya Davies in, and bowls outside the off stump. There'll be no run. Where do India go from here then? 29 for 4. It looks a good pitch. Yes, there's a bit of nip, a bit of movement, but you expect that here at Lord's. But they need to get a total on the board, don't they?
Yeah, they just need Deepti Sharma and Smriti just need to bat together here, however long it takes for them to get a partnership established, and then we all know that Smriti Mandana can get that strike rate going at any time.
Davies in again, left alone outside the off stump by Sharma. 2 left-handers at the crease now for India. 2 experienced cricketers as well in Deepti Sharma and Smriti Mandana. But they've got a lot to do. Phil?
Yeah, experienced cricketers, 2 veterans from that 2017 final. England have just got the one in Tammy Beaumont. India have got 5 players who played in that final back in 2017.
Do you know what would be lovely? Julian Goswami just finishing, obviously set to retire, finishing with a match-winning knock.
You're going to go crazy and go with 100.
I'll start with a 50. Kate Cross is going to continue from the pavilion end, and rightly so. It's a lovely day here at Lord's. Crowd in, you can hear the bustle that you get, the hustle and bustle at Lord's. As Cross steaming in past the umpire, bowls down the leg side, that's uppish, but no one at mid-wicket will fall safe, and Mandana settles for just a single. 30 for 4 India. Mandana's on 17. She needs someone to stick with her here, but just every ball it feels like something's going to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Just every ball from Kate Cross is on the money. It's like she's got the ball on a string and she can do whatever she wants with it today. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see how many overs she's going to bowl. This is her 5th over, but you know, if they can get Smriti Mandana out, then England are really in, and they can probably look to try and bowl India out for under 100, 150. So she's fit and strong, Kate Cross, and I'm sure she'll keep going.
Right arm over the wicket in, and bowls, and in defence by Deepti Sharma. Quickly to it, Tammy Beaumont. There'll be no run. England being aggressive. They've got 2 slips in play. Sophie Eccleston and Charlie Dean in there. With a score like this, they can be.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to have to confess, I was very surprised that England had a bowl first on today. The pitch from up here looks glorious and the sun was shining, but little do I know, Amy Jones had it in the bag all the time and India already 4 down.
Cross in again, straight to delivery, but turned into square leg for a single. Sharma's off the mark then, and the score 31 for 4. It's a bit of a breeze out there. You see the flags in the distance, the England flag.
And the dressing room to the left, as we see, and the Indian flag to the right. And those dressing rooms have a special feel, don't they, Tash?
Yeah, absolutely. They're probably not the biggest. They've just got so much. As soon as you walk in, there's just so much history. We've got obviously all the honours boards, and maybe that's what Kate Cross wants. She wants to get herself on that honours board today.
Cross in bowls, and that's driven only to mid-off, so will be no run. Just keeping the dot balls up, building the pressure, England. I'll tell you what about those dressing rooms is you always, I don't know about you, but when I go in there, I pick my seat, put my bag down, and I'm like, I wonder who else has been in this seat. Especially when, obviously, in the final, the Oval Invincibles were in the away team dressing room. I feel like I was just there, like, this is pretty cool. There's probably been some really good players sitting in this seat, and then there's Emily wins.
Yeah, what do you hit the winning rounds of the 100, and we definitely made the most of it in that change room after the 100 final. It saw some sights that night.
I feel like you almost need to sign the spot to see who stayed there before as Cross in bowls, and that's worked to mid-wicket again. Sophia Dunkley's quick and comes round and does very well to keep it to a single. That drop and roll you see quite often from the England fielders. 32 for 4 India into the 10th over. So 1 ball remains of this power play with just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. But I'm not expecting to see the field spread too much because England are right on top. There's Kate Cross at the top of her mark again from that pavilion end. All the people in the suits watching on as she's in bowls, and that's driven to extra cover. Tammy Beaumont quickly to her left. Keeps it to another dot ball, so that's 10 overs gone. 32 for 4 then, India at the end of their power play. And it's safe to say that it's definitely England's one.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously England would be bitterly disappointed that India have already won this series, but they look really up and about today. It's obviously their last international game of the summer. They've had a long and grueling summer. They've had a lot of cricket. They've obviously had the Commonwealth Games in between all the international series as well, and they'll be tired, those players, but they know what a massive occasion this is at Lord's. And Kate Cross, she's really taken it by the scruff of the neck with Freya Davies giving her a helping hand as well. And it's great to see the girls, they're up and about even though they've lost this series, and they really want this win today.
Yeah, as Tash mentions, a completely different story to the other day at Canterbury. India 32 for 4 here. At the end of the power play in Canterbury the other afternoon, they were 60 for 1 on their way to that 333.
Well, I suppose for the England players as well, yes, the series, India have won it, but there's obviously players we're expecting to come back into this ODI squad. Heather Knight, the England captain, obviously recovering from her hip injury. Nat Siver, who's taken some time out of the game. So actually there's quite a lot of competition for places, and you need to hold your hand up and do well if when you're going on to the next ODI series, you're that first name on the team sheet.
Yeah, there really is. That's what's so great about cricket in this country at the moment with the regional setup underneath. Is there's so much competition for every single place out there in that England 11 in both T20 and especially in ODI. So every game is an event for each player, and they know they have to keep performing to keep their spot, whereas maybe 3 or 4 years ago there wouldn't have been that competition for places, but now you really need to perform, and you might have a couple of games to bed yourself in, but after that you have to bring it every single game when you're representing your country.
Speaking of opportunity then, 17-year-old Freya Kemp bowling for an England shirt at Lord's. That's down the leg side. Has that tickled the pad? Anna Harris keeps her hands by her side. It's taken by Amy Jones, so it's a dot ball to start, but not the length she'd have liked.
Freya Kemp bowling the other night, she walked into a Harmanpreet Kaur-shaped storm, didn't she? Her last 2 overs went for 26 and 19. Harmanpreet on 5. Bit different today, hopefully.
Kemp in, the left arm seamer, bowls, and that's cut to cover. Will be no run. England staying aggressive, just 2 fielders outside the circle. To Mandana, just a third and a square. They have the option to drop 2 more, but trying to build some dots. And what I know about Freya Kemp is that would have been tough for her, because she's almost had a bit of an accelerated career, hasn't she, just playing domestic cricket this summer for the Vipers. So she's in, and that's cut again. That beats backward point and cover. It's racing up to the boundary, but Tammy Beaumont's quick and she does very well to pull it in. A bit of teamwork there at backward point, and they come back for 2.
Mandana will move to 20, 34 for 4, India. She almost hasn't had those challenges of people going at her because she's been so phenomenal. But what I can tell you about Freya is she's such a resilient and such a level-headed cricketer. So I'm sure she'll come back today as she's in bowls, and that's cut upish. That was a chance, a very hard chance at cover. Diving coming forward, but it's gone under her at the end. Alice Capsey in there, Tammy Beaumont in there, sorry. And it's gone for 4. Mandana moves to 24, 38 for 4.
I know that's gone for 4, but Tammy Beaumont was looking to take that wicket there. She's gone for the catch. It's actually dropped well short of her, but I like that from Tammy Beaumont. She's thinking wicket first, and then if it goes for 4, then I can deal with that after.
Kempin again outside the off stump, finds Tammy Beaumont at cover again. She's in the game there.
She really is in the game on her 100th cap. She's been in at mid-wicket as well to Kate Cross. She's been moving around. She's looking like she's loving it out there, and the balls, sometimes when the ball just keeps coming to you, you think, oh, can I just have a couple of balls off? She's just able to go back onto the boundary for a couple of balls here, Tammy Beaumont.
Kempin again bowls, that's cut upish again, that beats backward point. Tammy Beaumont's not getting any break. She has to come round from deep cover to do the fielding and actually throws it over Amy Jones' head down the hill. It's all happening. 39 for 4 India, Mandana to 25. That's 11 overs gone. And Amy Jones, I think, is signalling for her helmet, which suggests we're going to see spin come into the attack. Is it going to be Charlie Dean, who's bowled brilliantly so far this series? Probably been the pick of the bowlers, Phil.
Yeah, Charlie Dean's had a great series. I mean, not just with the ball, with the bat as well. 24 not out, 37 the other night. She was the one bowler who went for under a runner ball as well. Bowled very well.
Well, that's good to see for Dean. Obviously, she doesn't make the T20 squad, the T20 international squad, but she's really cemented her place in the ODI team.
She really has, and I think she can probably feel a little bit hard done by that. She's not in that T20 squad, but when you've got Sophie Eccleston and Sarah Glenn in that T20 squad, who are both, I think they're number 1 and 2 in the T20 rankings in the world. But Charlie Dean, she's been so great in this ODI squad, and she brings control, but she also picks up consistent wickets.
Dean in, bowls, that's down the leg side, swept out to a deep square leg. Sophia Dunkley out there. Will just be a single to Mandana. 40 for 4 India.
I'm a little bit surprised. I think Charlie Dean's got the pick of the end here, that Freya Kemp hasn't come from the pavilion end. I know she's first change, but to see if there is any swing moving with that slope. But Charlie Dean's, she's got her pick of ends obviously today.
Dean in, round the wicket, bowls to Sharma. That's again down the leg side, tickled nicely. It's running up the hill at fine leg. Sophia Dunkley's come round and done absolutely brilliantly there. And they settle for 2. That's a good bit of work from Dunkley. She had a lot of ground to cover. Sharma will move to 3, 42 for 4.
Yeah, you mentioned Charlie Dean's consistency. She's only played ODIs this summer for England, didn't play in the Test match. She's taken a wicket each time she's bowled.
She's like that. She hunts a wicket. She wants wickets. As Dean in to Sharma bowls. Again, this one worked to mid-wicket, but will be no run this time. And speaking of wickets, so Charlie Dean didn't pick up a wicket the whole 100-ball competition for London Spirit. And she came back, played for the Southern Vipers in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy, and she got about a number 9 or 10 out and gave the best celebration you've ever seen. As Dean in bowled, and that's played to extra cover. But that says a lot about her. That's how much she wants wickets. She thrives on those wickets. And yeah, that wicket made her just settle down a little bit and come into this series with a bit more confidence. As she's in and bowls to Sharma, who's swept again, but will only be to Sophia Dunkley at backward point, so just a single this time. Sharma will move to 4, 43 for 4.
I think India will know that Charlie Dean's been bowling really well against them, and I like how these two batters have, I know it's only been a few balls, but I like how they're using their sweeps. They're trying to rotate the strike and not let Charlie Dean bowl at them.
Dean in again bowls, and that's played back up the pitch to, and will be no run. 43 for 4 then India. 12 overs gone. We'll have a change in the commentary position. Henry Moran to take over. A few more thoughts from you, Tash.
Yeah, obviously these two batters, Smriti Mandana and Deepti Sharma, they know that most of the runs are going to have to fall on their heads, so they're just trying to build this partnership. And now that Kate Cross has having a rest from bowling, they feel like they can maybe try and squeeze a few more runs out than they could have in those first 10 overs.
Hi, Tash.
Hello.
Bye, Tash.
See ya.
We're having a change. It was brief, it was wonderful. Tash Farrance to be replaced by Georgia Elwes, who is going to grab a seat alongside us. World Cup winner with England in 2017. She's been for a little stroll around the ground, Georgia. It's a lovely buzz.
Is there?
Yeah, very nice out there.
Did you get anything?
Got a coffee.
Nice.
Yeah. And an enormous gin and tonic. No, I didn't. Here comes Freya Kemp then from the nursery end down below us in the sunshine, bowling to the left-handed Deepti Sharma on 4, and Kemp bowls a full delivery which is chopped down towards deep third. And a single is taken. What a good start it's been from England with the ball.
They've been fantastic this morning, haven't they? We thought it was a little bit of a strange decision at the toss, but the way that Kate Cross in particular has come out and bowled. She loves big occasions. She loves Lords. You can just see her enjoying her cricket so much, and she's put the ball in the right area, and she's been aided a little bit by the slope, that wobble ball, and they've got those early breakthroughs.
Here comes Kemp. Outside the off stump, in the air, just past the dive, a backward point. It might run to the boundary. There's work for the fielder in the deep, who parries it onto the ropes, I think. No, just about saved by Emma Lamb in the distance. And it was a good effort from Tammy Beaumont, who showed all of her gymnastic history in one quick moment where she was never really in the game, but she gave it everything with the dive. Yeah,
and I think as a bowler, you know, I like to see that effort being made, even though Freya Kemp will never know she was about 2 metres away from it.
She was about 2 Tammy Beaumonts away from it, wasn't she? Here comes Kemp again. Keeper standing up to the stumps, driven as far as Charlie Dean, who's fielding at a unusual, sort of very short extra cover. 2 pitches along, really.
You know, they've got somebody up deep out on the boundary, haven't they? And then a really short extra cover, and then a extra cover on the ring.
Yeah.
For a seamer, it's not a very usual field.
And Sophie Eccleston is almost backing up behind Charlie Dean. There, as we see Kemp running in again, hit into the leg side, and because of all those fielders on that offside, there's a big gap out there for Smriti Mandana to target, and she whacks it away towards the mound stand for 4 runs, which are greeted with much enthusiasm from the India supporters.
Yeah, it's bread and butter, isn't it, for Mandana? Can't drop your length short at all to her. She's so quickly onto that. It's like she's got so much more time than any other batter that I've watched this summer. Really class act.
Here comes Kemp again. How will she respond? Left arm over, full delivery, driven towards that fielder, Charlie Dean, who parries the ball at short extra cover. And a single is taken. So India's 50's up, 51 for 4 with the ball left of the 13th over. Phil Long's furiously making some notes to our left.
I'm making a note about Smriti Mandana. I'll tell you at the end of the over, shall I?
Oh, yeah, could you?
Yep.
1 ball left of it. It's either going to be really, really interesting.
It won't be interesting.
Here comes Kemp. Bowling. That's a good ball, which is defended by Deepti Sharma. And the over concludes 51 for 4. Philip.
In this innings, Smriti Mandana, she started on 777 ODI runs against England, so she's gone past 800 runs against England. She's the 13th player to do that. She's got the 2nd best average of all those players. The player with the best average against England, Lisa Kitely.
Is that right?
Wow, it's not the name I was expecting.
She scored 933 runs against England, an average of 66.64.
Wow. Well, there we go.
On her last day in the job.
Indeed, yeah. She leaves as England head coach after today, which now begs the question, who will be replacing her?
Yes, that is a very good question.
Any inside scoop?
I've got absolutely no inside scoop, to be honest with you. Yeah, they've. I think it's been advertised. I think it maybe closes today, tomorrow. I'm not sure. Soon, anyway. So get your applications in if you want to go for it.
What would you look for in an England head coach?
I think this group is going through a transition period, isn't it? And I think Lisa's. She's come in with a completely different personality to the coach we had before in Mark Robinson, and she's been very hands-off, very relaxed, very laid back, and I think now there's so many young players within this side learning their trade. I think maybe it's time for a coach to come in who is going to have a little bit more input with them, do a little bit more technical work and tactical stuff, and be a bit more hands-on. So, this is they're a good side. They just need to take it to that next level to have that consistency in their performances, and so it'll be a coach who can, I suppose, create an environment where everybody feels comfortable enough to go out there and play their own game, play quite naturally, and really take it to the next level. And you've got to look at the likes of Australia and what they've been able to do, and how their culture and their system is so driven by the players, and it's player-led. They are hugely motivated individuals, and I think this England side can match them for sure over the next 3 years. They've got a real good period of time to work before that World Cup, and it starts now. We've blooded some really good young players, and I think now it's about creating that environment where they can thrive.
Yeah, I think if you look at the numbers for the Kitely era, it was as expected almost, but could not get that victory against Australia, and that is the benchmark, isn't it? I think that any coach has got to come in and look to achieve.
Yeah, indeed. That's where you sort of feel every coach looks to and thinks, the same in the men's game, isn't it? And a coach can see their reputation seen in positive light or as a negative time in charge, depending on what happens against the Aussies, really. That tends to be the way of it. If you want to get in touch, I should say today, tms@bbc.co.uk is the way to do so. And we heard from Richard in Suffolk a couple of days ago at Canterbury, who sent us a photo of what he was doing listening to Test Match Special. He was out in the field with the plough. Huge mechanical plough. And Richard says, "Hi Henry, thought you might like to know the ploughs are off and the cultivators are on. Enjoying the commentary." And he sent a picture. The cultivator looks like, and forgive me, my agricultural knowledge is somewhat limited, but it looks like one of those machines that sort of turns over the ground a little bit more. Maybe just sort of the plough does the bulk of the work. The cultivator just does a little bit more of the sort of preparing the soil.
You're really asking the wrong person.
What about this first?
Farmers all over the country shaking their heads.
They're shaking their, I know, you townie. Charlie Dean pushed towards mid-off as Dean starts a spell. The score on 51 for 4 into the 14th over. Starts a new over. Richard, correct me, please. Thank you for joining us. Looks a lovely day in Suffolk. And if you want to join the conversation, tms@bbc.co.uk. Here is Charlie Dean, and there's an appeal for LBW. They like it. Not out, says the umpire at the far end. And Martin Saggers was pretty quick in saying that was, I think, probably going over. Charlie Dean in the sunglasses, with Sophie Eccleston waiting at slip. Around the wicket, bowling to Mandana, off the hips into the leg side, and a sprinting Capsey will pick up. Now this Capsey's got a good record here at Lord's, playing in the 100. Really announced herself last year with an excellent 50 for the Oval Invincibles. And as much of her career hasn't really fazed by anything.
She doesn't look fazed by anything at all, even when she had that huge black eye through the Commonwealth Games. It was just carried on, business as usual, taking the bowlers down. Easy game for her.
Mid-on and mid-off are up. Will Deepti Sharma be tempted to go down the ground? No. She pats the ball almost sort of like a Labrador walking past. She pats it on its head and drops it into the offside. Deepti Sharma is not a cricketer that does things necessarily at a pace that doesn't suit her. Quite happy, quite content, just doing her own thing. Here comes Charlie Dean. Sharma is struck on the pad. It goes down the leg side. And she'll run through for what I imagine will be a leg bye. We shall find out in a moment. 53 for 4. It was a leg bye, was it? It was. An interesting field this, because there is no protection behind square, apart from that slip fielder. There's no protection beyond mid-off and mid-on straight down the ground. So a lot of fielders out on the boundary, square. And indeed, England could have 4 out, but they've only elected to have 3 out, suggesting that they're quite content with just absorbing a little bit of India trying to nudge it into gaps and at times not being able to. Try and force that big shot. Mandana's got 34, Deepti Sharma's got 5. Both are going at a strike rate well under 100. And the score is 53 for 4 after 14.
Yeah, just watching the way that Mandana's going about her business, you wouldn't think that India weren't necessarily 53 for 4 with the way that she bats. I don't think she really is somebody who looks too much at the scoreboard. I think she just plays each ball that comes, and that's exactly what's needed in this situation. We've got somebody at the other end in Deepti Sharma who is very capable with the bat. We've seen her play some good cameos in that T20 series and throughout her ODI career. So I suppose for these two now, they don't really need to look too much at the scoreboard. They just need to spend time out in the middle, and the gaps will open up as they bat and as the boundaries come.
Hypercaust on social media makes a very good point, because we've spoken about this game, England having lost the series and one thing and another. Hypercaust says this is not a dead rubber because it's part of the ICC Women's Championship, which determines qualification for the 2025 World Cup. A win would give England their first points in this cycle. Here comes Sophie Eccleston. This is spooned up in the air over Amy Jones as Deepti Sharma looking to pull that ball into the leg side, doesn't quite get it right, and the score moves to 54 for 4. Actually came off nothing apart from the gloves of Jones, perhaps. Either way, bye signalled. 54 for 4 as Eccleston into her work and looking to take a 5th wicket for England. Here comes Eccleston bowling to Mandana, deep in the crease, worked into the leg side for a single. Dunkley will pick up. 55 for 4.
It looks like there's getting a little bit of turn out there, doesn't it? I know the slope is aiding both Dean and Eccleston respectively with the way that they want to turn it, but it is noticeable that there is a little bit of movement out there already.
Eccleston, this tall figure standing alongside umpire Anna Harris, is in now and bowling to Deepti Sharma, who defends towards Dunkley in the leg side.
Yeah, the ICC Women's Championship. India sit atop of that at the moment. 5 out of 5 wins. They won a 3-match series in Sri Lanka earlier on in the year, back in July. They've won the 2 games here. South Africa also with 3 wins out of 3.
Sharma then, waiting as Eccleston bowls, and forward in defence comes Deepti Sharma, pushing into the offside. Dodgen Wood gets in touch here, gathering sheep on the fell above Coniston Water while listening to TMS.
Beautiful.
Look at that. It's where they used to do the speed records, wasn't it? Coniston Water. Here comes Eccleston bowling to Sharma, clipped slightly aerially towards Dunkley, who tumbles and picks up, and wasn't entirely controlled that shot.
There's nowhere I'd rather be today, but some of those pictures are amazing, aren't they? It's absolutely stunning.
Lovely. I've got to say, if you're gathering sheep, I can't actually see any in the picture.
They've been gathered.
Here comes Eccleston. Sweep played nicely round the corner, but straight to Freya Davis at short, fine leg. And Sharma has 5 from 18. 15 overs gone, 55 for 4 is the score.
I'm keeping a close eye on this wicket today, Henry, because I assume this is going to be the one that we're on tomorrow.
Well, indeed. We'll have full commentary of the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint final tomorrow. Not, well, involving you, but not here.
Not here, out there.
I know. And Emily Windsor's on for a remarkable achievement.
I know.
The first player to hold all 3 titles.
Wouldn't that be something?
She's very much the Tyson Fury of our commentary team.
You tell her that.
In oh so many ways. Here comes Solomon Yu over, Charlie Dean bowling to Smriti Mandana, pushed back towards her. Right then, Shannon Coggins in the Compton stand. Emails tms@bbc.co.uk. Here comes Charlie Dean. Mandana watchfully pushes that ball to backward point. No run. Shannon says, I've got my whole family to Lords. I told them it was a T20 and we'd be home in time for Strictly. Only to then notice the number of overs left on the board after the first over was 49. Worked behind square towards Dunkley in front of the grandstand. 1 run taken, 56 for 4. They have accepted it with good-humoured resignation after a properly shocked apology. Shannon and family in the Compton stand. Well done you for getting everyone along, and well done you for making them think it was a 3-hour event rather than an 8-hour event. Charlie Dean bowling to Deepti Sharma, who's driving into the offside. There won't be more than just a single out towards Freya Kemp, that bullet arm.
It's that cricket season, Strictly Come Dancing overlap, isn't it? You know that winter is upon us.
I know. Here comes Charlie Dean, bowling to Mardner, pushed into the offside, 1 run taken. Have you ever been asked to do Strictly Georgia? You knew that question was coming?
I haven't, funnily enough.
Yet?
And, yeah, I'm open to invite, but I don't think I'd get very far. I don't think that sort of dancing is my forte. Any sort of dancing, really, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Alex might disagree.
58 for 4. As Dean bowls and deep pushes the ball back towards her. It's a good diving save to her left. So, yeah, I mean, Phil Long, I mean, you have to, honestly, you have to work quite hard to keep him off the dance floor. Unbelievable. He tries to start a conga when he's going for the bus. He loves it.
Phil got a rhythm.
I've got no rhythm. I do love the dance floor, but I've got no rhythm.
Now, here we go. Oh, this is excellent. Right, Simon's back in touch. We heard from Simon a couple of days ago, who was doing some carving, church carving of the letter of the incumbent vicar. And it looks as though that has been completed. But next to the number, here comes Eccleston. Hold on a moment. Back towards Eccleston, who stops the ball in her follow-through. Next to the number 2015, which either means this has taken you rather a while, Simon, or I don't quite know how the system works, but Claire Lording's name has been beautifully added to that wooden board. Here is Eccleston, outside of the bat, and it will run down towards deep third. Beaumont in pursuit towards the Warner stand, will slide and stop and prevent anything more than a couple. India creep forward, 60 for 4 is the score. Some beautiful work, I have to say. That is some marvellous carving.
It's artistry, isn't it?
I know.
Delicate, fine motor control that I don't think I would have.
I know. Especially when you've got to add letters to what is already a sort of historical artefact. Punched out towards deep cover. A lovely piece of timing off the back foot towards Capsey in front of a packed lower tier of the grandstand. And the score 61 for 4. Here we go. J.K. Dibbers. Loving the commentary as always. Currently carving a dragon. All of these carvers, everywhere you look. Carving a dragon in Portland stone while listening. Look at that.
Yes.
This is worked into the leg side towards Dunkley. Dipti Sharma won't be hurried. She's 6 from 21. That is absolutely sensational work. We want updates, J.K. Dibbers. In comes Eccleston. Hit away. Oh, that's a little more of a show of intent from Sharma. Not far from the hands of mid-wicket, but there's a boundary. Dipti Sharma going aggressively into the leg side, clearing that fielder. And the ball can't be stopped by Danny Wyatt as it goes racing to the boundary. 65 for 4.
Yeah, a little bit more air there from Eccleston, and Sharma's eyes lit up. It wasn't far away from Dunkley. Putting a despairing dive. Eccleston will be interested.
Oh, yeah.
Gently pushed into the offside this time. Charlie Dean will pick up and field to move the score to 66 for 4 after 17 overs.
Just a little nice partnership starting to build here, isn't there, between Mandan and Sharma. 37 from 50 deliveries, so they've rebuilt well after a fantastic start by England with the ball, and 2 players who very good players of spin, seen through Eccleston and Dean's spell. So it'd be interesting to see what bowlers England do use today, whether they stick to the 5 as they did at Canterbury on Wednesday, or whether they give Emma Lamb a go, or even indeed Alice Capsey.
Here comes Charlie Dean, start of a new over. Sharma is on strike and is beaten. It's a good piece of bowling, and Amy Jones takes it behind the stumps. Now, I'm not sure how we got into the business of measuring things using the metric of Tammy Beaumont. But Nakul Pandey, who's a good friend of the programme, gets in touch. Here comes Charlie Dean, bowling to Dipti Sharma, who doesn't quite time that cut in front of square, up to deep cover for 1. Says, #StatWatch, taking the shortest, which seems reasonable, of England's 100 cap openers. Many various quoted heights on Google. The Lord's slope Here comes Dean, pushed into the offside for one more, 68 for 4. The Lord Slope, which famous part of this ground, is 2.5 metres from one end to the other. So Knuckle says the Lord Slope is, in theory, 1.85 Tammy Beaumonts in height. By comparison, it is only 1.34 Julong Goswami's. Run nicely away by Deepti Sharma. There's going to be runs here. It's heading down the hill. Fielder in pursuit won't get there. It's a gentle push down to that deep third boundary, and Deepti Sharma has taken a while, but is showing some lovely touch here to move that score to 72 for 4. As you say, this is starting to become a good partnership for India.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of width on offer there from Charlie Dean, and guided beautifully down to the boundary there by Deepti Sharma. She seems to be a bit more confident now, playing a few more strokes, and obviously the more time you spend out in the middle, the easier it gets to score.
Yes, Dino.
There's Charlie D bowling to Deepti, who can't do more than find a single into the offside. This partnership now worth 44 from 55. Roger Peachy sent us a photo of a walk in the sunshine. Looks to me like that might be West Dorset, possibly, that sort of part of the world. Something like that. It's by the sea. Here is next delivery, which is eased out into the offside by Smriti Mandana. The score 74 for 4 after 18 overs. I'm going to get out of the way, but our friend Dibbers, John Dibdin, sent us some examples of the carving. Wow! Rhinoceros. That looks like a sort of Roman god. I mean, there are some very talented people out there. And then there's, well, you're talented, Georgia. Phil is. I'm going to go and have a cup of coffee. And then Melissa Story is going to join you after some thoughts.
So I was just musing to myself about whether Amy Jones would go for a sixth bowler, and she is today. Emma Lamb is coming on for her first bowl of the day. I was quite surprised that she didn't get a go on Wednesday at Canterbury, but it's a good idea to have an off spin operating from nursery end, because batters will have to second guess almost about whether they play the delivery, whether it will go on with the slope, come back into them, or turn away from them. So I'm interested to see how Emma Lamb goes bowling from this end. You okay?
I am okay. I've done the exact same thing that Alex Hartley did when she came in and banged my knee really hard as Emma Lamb bowls outside the off stump and driven to the left of point. And actually they ran for a single here, and that could have been disastrous for India. Smriti Mandana pushed the ball out towards the covers to the right of the fielder, who came round. It seemed as if there was a single there. She was almost at the non-striker's end when she'd realised that Deepti Sharma hadn't moved an inch. And she had to run the whole way back. Smriti Mandana's actually ran 2 there. I think she should be given 2.
Goodness me.
But that would have been an absolute disaster. She wasn't looking at Charlie Dean, the fielder, who actually ended up misfielding that ball and misfielded it again for a second time. So she gave them a second chance to run back. Lamb bowls and cut this time square of the wicket out to deep cover. Collect a single, 75 for 4.
Yeah, Georgia mentioned being surprised that Emma Lamb didn't bowl the other night. She wasn't part of the T20 squad, but she had bowled in the previous 4 ODIs she'd played this summer. But yeah, didn't bowl at Canterbury on Wednesday.
It felt very rigid at Canterbury with just the 5 England bowlers used as defending this one, as Sharma to the onside for no run. And it gave that, well, it put them in that position at the end of the game where a few of their bowlers were getting hit around the park a bit, but they didn't have those options to go to. It's not like you could really call Emma Lamb over and say, do you fancy bowling just the last over? When Harmanpreet's hit 50 probably about the last 2. Isn't that a great invite to receive? Lamb bowls and straighter, dropped into the offside this time. Deepti Sharma sets off for the quick single, so she'll do it when it comes onto her run tally, but not for Mandana. Score 76 for 4 now. Looking at this field, there's a deep mid-wicket, deep square, deep cover. As Lamb bowls a bit of a drag down, it's punched off the back foot by Mandana. Out for just a single. 76 or 77 for 4. Apologies. It feels as if she just missed out a bit there, but because it was so far outside the off stump, she had no real option to hit it out to that deep cover sweeper. If it had been a bit straighter, you reckon she might have launched into a bit of a pull shot. Deepti Sharma on strike for the final ball of this over from Lamb. Just the 3 runs from it so far. Another drag down, which is slapped to mid-off, and Eccleston has a shy at the stumps. Wayward means that they get through comfortably for a single. 78 for 4 off 19 overs.
Partnership 49 now, so they are building quite nicely. I think sometimes you have a little scare like they did with that run out. It just refocuses you, just makes you sort of get back into the zone, get back in your groove and reassess. And they're just taking a little drink here. I'm sure that they'll be saying to each other, come on, let's reset, let's extend this partnership. Because really, I think these two now need to do the majority of the batting for India.
Well, it feels as if they've played rather sensibly as well. They've picked up those singles, rotated the strike, but we've also seen aggression in there as well, with Deepti Sharma playing that slog sweep over mid-wicket. So they are picking up boundaries, but for now it is just as you mentioned about building up this partnership. They've still got 31 overs to go. You forget just how long these 50-over games are when the summer's been full of T20s and the 100. I think it was Emily Windsor who mentioned in the coverage of the game on Hove that she counted 100 balls into one of the Southern Vipers games and realised there was many more 100 to come.
It does feel extraordinarily long, having just played a 100 competition.
Dean tosses the ball to herself from the pavilion end, bowls a full one on the legs of Sharma, who sweeps that fine. Sophia Dunkley runs round from deep square and collects the ball, picks up a single.
50 partnership.
50 partnership of 63 balls for these two. And I know it was something we were laughing about in the other room, but seeing Sophia Dunkley run is one of life's greatest pleasures. It is thoroughly entertaining. I'll go into more of this ball from Dean as she punches it off the back foot out to deep cover where Davis picks up. Another single taken, 80 for 4. I think the only way I'm not sure there's a way to really describe it. I almost find myself focusing on her legs, a bit like a character in a Tom and Jerry cartoon where you can only see the legs. As Dean bowls, full, defended, and trickles to point for no run by Deepti Sharma. I just find myself staring because even when we have a luscious green outfit here, it does look a bit like she's running in treacle.
She's very quick though, you know.
She is very quick though, it's a complete illusion. As Dean bowls a full delivery, worked into the offside, point comes round to field to their left. They sneak through for another single, just operating in singles here nicely, and he feels if these Indian batters are going to get a bit tired after a while. 81 for 4. Well, that's probably speaking from my experience. I would get a bit tired because I'm not a professional athlete. Dean bowls a straightish delivery, a top edge into no man's land at square leg. Beaumont comes around from mid-wicket to field. Another single taken. I feel like I'm going to have to mix up the word for single. I feel like we're going to be saying it a lot.
Yes. It is good batting though, isn't it? They're just manoeuvring the ball around. So much time left in this innings.
They don't give the impression of a team who are 4 wickets down. It seems quite peaceful out there in the middle. Dean bowls again, drives. It's got a bit more pace on this delivery, so the ball finds its way to point, and it's a dot ball to complete the 20th over. 82 for 4 the score, and if they continue at this current rate, they'll get along to 205 from their 50 overs. Got an email in here from Neil Taylor, Milton Keynes. Hello, just wondered if you could give a mention to my wife Becky, who is currently having an unexpected stay in hospital. I know she's listening because she sent me a message earlier saying, wow, come on Crossy. We both love the cricket and went to watch this incredibly talented team at Hove last weekend. Despite the result, we still had an amazing day and love that the players took time to sign autographs for our kids. Continue that email after this ball from Emma Lamb, who's going into a second over. Straighter, defended at the crease by Mandana for no run. They said, we've always got the TMS commentary on, even when we're watching the game on TV at home. Love you guys. I'm wishing for 2 things, a speedy recovery for Becky and an England win. Thanks so much. Well, we're hoping for a speedy recovery for Becky too, all of us at TMS, as Lamb bowls a low full toss on the pads of Mandana. She clips that to mid-wicket. Can't get it away for runs.
I'd like to be in a fly on the wall with Becky in her hospital bed suddenly screaming, come on, Crossy.
Echoing around the corridors. Lamb in and pushed off the back foot. foot to extra cover. Was a flick at the stumps. No run taken. This is good lines from Emma Lamb here. We often hear stories of when people go in to have their babies as well in the maternity ward that they want to have it with TMS on in the background. As Lamb bowls, that one turns a bit more and cutting off the back foot as Mandana finds extra cover again. No run taken. It could almost help if you were in there for a birth to induce the birth if there was a particularly big wicket and a yell came out the radio. It might startle you just enough to kick things off. Just a bit of a chat here between Sophia Dunkley and Sophie Eccleston, who are having a word with Lamb, maybe about potential change in the field. They were pointing at mid-on, discussing whether she should go back for the final 2 balls of this over. But they've decided to keep her up, as that's a drag-down delivery from Lamb, which is pulled by Mandana, finds deep mid-wicket. Danny Wyatt out there, just be a single. And of course that chat often comes when there's 2 balls left in the over to say, do we just push back that boundary rider now? She's built up a few dots, but England here, they're being daring with their tactics as Lamb bowls full, worked around the corner, and Deepti Sharma sets off for a single, sent back by Mandana, who then raises her hand in apologies and completes the 21st over, 83 for 4. Now, Georgia Ellis, as she departs, she was playing with the microphone sponge, which Alex Hartley, who's now sat next to me, is growing quite fond of. She was just chucking it up and down to herself, dropped it, and it almost trickled towards the window. Now, how heartbroken would you have been? We'd have to get you a new one, a new toy.
Well, I'd have been like, go and get that, please. You can't be throwing it out the window.
Or send her to go abseil out the window. It's the quicker route. What have you made of this period from India, Alex?
I think that they've had to rebuild. They've got that 50 partnership now. So it's what they needed. Mandana has done such a good job to still be there. She's mistimed a few of her deliveries. We're going to see Kate Cross being brought back into the attack. She's about 5 overs, 3 for 11 so far.
And perfect timing, just as you rejoin us, so does Kate Cross, always coming in a duo.
I did send the message saying I'm on at 1:30 if you need.
Just to pop her on at that time. Well, she's in again from the pavilion end, that end where she took those 3 wickets, bowling to Mandana, who's pushing fuller delivery to extra cover for no run. And this feels like a big move from England, from Amy Jones, to say India have settled just a bit here. Let's bring on our strike bowler.
Yeah, that's exactly what they've done. They've got to break this partnership, or they feel like they've got to break this partnership. It's 54 off 75, so they've brought on Cross, who's got 3 for already, so she's the wicket taker in this team today.
She charges in, bowls a foolish delivery, and Mandana for bottom edge works that round to square leg. Dunkley fields. Another single added to the total, 84 for 4. And Mandana, despite being on 48, as we mentioned, she's looked a bit edgy at some points. A few balls have gone up in the air, a few leading edges.
Yeah, she hasn't looked comfortable.
No, she's right. Which we do have a high standard for her because she is so remarkable for India that as soon as she doesn't middle one, we start going, it's not been great so far. As Cross bowls, and this one's thick edge to backward point. Danny Wyatt imitates a shy at the stumps but holds on to the ball, and it's another dot ball.
She does that a lot, does Danny Wyatt? Just pretends to throw it.
I think it's a habit you can get into, because I think I'm always the person on the pitch who's just screaming, hold it, hold it. I don't want anyone to throw it. But there's always someone who's a bit too trigger happy on the field. I mean, Danny Wyatt holds on to it. I think if in this England team, it's probably Alice Capsey is the one who actually lets go. As Cross bowls, and this one's just pushed back to her respectfully by Deepti Sharma.
Any particular reason you don't want your team to throw the ball?
I really hate buzzers, and we're all a bit too lazy to go back up. Or I know I certainly am. We all kind of stand there and scream back up, and no one really does. And then you say hold it, and then it doesn't get a hold, and then you have to go collect it from the boundary. So all in all, we're quite lazy, but we're quite loud as well. Cross in, outside the off stump, drops her bat on it, does Sharma, and the ball goes again to Danny Wyatt at point, which just emphasises how consistently Cross is bowling here. It almost feels as if she just needs that one fielder there at backward point, because it's always going to go there. And the good thing as well, India 2 left-handers at the crease. At least England don't have to run around changing their field all the time, which is something India have done well this series, is make sure they've had that left-hand, right-hand combination. Not today though, as Cross in, works this round the corner, does Deepti Sharma, sets off for a quick single and sent back by Mandana. There's been some communication issues out there in the middle field.
Deepti Sharma's incredibly keen for her own single, isn't she? Maybe not so much at the other end. And that's, yeah, you say the third or fourth time she's gone at least halfway down the wicket to be sent back.
84 for 4, the score of 22 overs.
Well, the last thing India need now is a run out. So there has been a mix-up a couple of times between these two. As we can just see the England physio giving some tablets to Kate Cross. They'll just be her old age. Yeah. Headache, something like that.
Arthritis. Well, she's into a 6th over now. Just an economy rate of 2. I suspect she'll come back for maybe another over, 1 or 2, but that England will want to keep her around for the overs and the death. Of course, they do have options. They've got Freya Kemp, who will play a big role towards the end of the innings, but you feel they'd want a couple from Kate Cross. Lamb continuing, full, driven to extra cover for no run by Mandana.
Yeah, you always want to give your strike bowler a 2 or 3 over spell, see if they can get the breakthrough.
Lamb with number 6 on her back runs away from us, or bounds away from us, and giving herself some room. Mandana just pushes this out towards Alice Capsey on the deep cover boundary to pick up a single. 85 for 4.
India will know as well that it's only going to be a short spell from Kate Cross, so they can sort of see her out and just say, you know what, we'll just attack from the other end, or we'll just keep rotating the strike from the other end. There's no need for them to do anything too rash, too silly. They've got such a long time left in this game.
Emma Lamb there, just pulling out of her last delivery, is in again outside the off stump and cut away with some force from Deepti Sharma, but Alice Capsey again will cut that one off, and only a single available. 86 for 4. Emma Lamb is bowling incredibly well here, which again just asks questions about why she wasn't used earlier in the game. There's been a lot of applause from the crowd, not too sure what for. As Lamb bowls a straighter delivery, pushed back to her by Mandana.
They're waiting for Mandana's 50.
Anticipation, I think, wasn't it? Yeah.
So 49.
I was a bit worried I missed it then. What's everyone doing cheering? But she is on 49. She is on strike. Lamb bowls a drag down, which Mandana pulls to deep square for a single. And that will be her half century. She keeps racking up the runs against England this summer. 50 runs off 77 balls. 5 fours, and a somewhat depleted strike rate, but she's had to in this situation. She's played it wonderfully.
Her 850 against England in only her 17th innings. She's never gone on and made 100. Touch wood indeed. At the other end, she's only failed to make double figures once against England when she made naught in the World Cup final.
Did she make naught that day?
Lamb bowls a leg stump line delivery, which is flicked away by Sharma for no run.
Probably why I don't really remember her playing.
23 overs gone, 87 for 4. I suspect you would have remembered if you had to bowl at her.
Yeah, I remember Harmanpreet Kaur hitting me for a few sixes. That's what I do remember.
I don't think anyone forgets those scars. I was actually there. I think everyone was, as we always say, up in that pavilion, I think, to our right, the one with almost the shells on top of it. It's a lovely view. Fantastic day out. And I just wonder how many people in this crowd today were also there at that World Cup final in 2017. How many of the players who are currently on the pitch were watching that? That's the mind-blowing thing.
Yeah, a few of them were definitely there watching.
Yeah, that World Cup final day, Smriti Mandana bowled 4th ball for naught by Anya Shrubsole.
Of course. Of course it was Anya. Shrubbers.
Cross. Continuing from the pavilion end, bowling to Mandana, who's driving to mid-on, not quite timing that one.
Alex is always quite self-depreciating about the way she's played and performed. Only 2 England players took wickets that day in the World Cup final. Anya Shrubsole was one of them.
A big grin is on the face of Alex Hartley next
Alex
to me.
Hartley, yeah. 10 overs, 2 for 58.
Did nobody else get wickets?
2
couple
run-outs.
of run-outs.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was quite a few run-outs towards the end as the pressure was building. Cross bowls a short ball, which is knocked onto the stumps. England are celebrating here. And that is an unusual dismissal. Smriti Mandana looks at the toe end of her bat. It was a shorter ball from Cross. Looked as if it was going down the leg side. I was looking down towards the fine leg, square leg boundary, and somehow it seems Mandana must have got a bottom edge onto the stumps from outside the leg stump, and The umpires are coming together here. We're still waiting on this replay. But Mandana's walking off, still looking at the toe of her bat. Here we go, replay now.
They'll be checking the no ball here. Is it overhead height? No, it's not. It's come off the toe end of the bat onto the stumps. And Mandana, she's got to go. As Katie Cross got the wicket with the short ball, then she turned and pointed at Tammy Beaumont. You beauty. So I think there was maybe a bit of chat between Cross and Beaumont saying bowl a short ball.
So Tammy Beaumont had said bowl a short ball going down the leg stump, and I guarantee you she will bottom edge it into middle stump. But whatever type of dismissal that was, an unusual one we must say, it is the end of Mandana's innings. 50 off 79 balls and the 5th wicket to forfeit India. 87 for 5 now the score. Big wicket. And Kate Cross, she's got 4 of them.
Yeah, she's bowled really well. It wasn't the most direct or the best directed delivery that she's had all day, but when it's your day, isn't it? I mean, Smriti Mandana will feel really hard done by with that. She'd come off the toe end of the bat, and as she swizzled round to pull the ball into the leg side, almost swizzled it onto her own stumps.
Well, it really could have gone anywhere, but the wicket does bring Dylan Hemlata to the crease for India. Big role to play for the young batter who joins Deepti Sharma. Now back to this right-hand, left-hand combination, and we can just see an attacking field from England. They've only got 2 fielders on the boundary, deep third and a fine leg. The rest of the field is attacking in the ring. Cross bowls, and this is driven comfortably by Hemlata to mid-wicket for no run. I must say the dismissal of Mandana was almost illustrative of her innings. Never quite looked right.
No, she never quite looked comfortable at the crease. And as we see the replay of that delivery from Cross, we can actually see Amy Jones going to take the ball and then trying to get out the way of it.
Cross bowls outside the off stump, and well taken by Jones, who's up to the stumps now. Helmet on. I mean, I really, every time I see Amy Jones keeping, I admire her so much, especially on that one. You see when batters as well go deep in their crease and have a big swing at the ball, you're just expecting the keeper to get clobbered round the head.
Yeah, you are. She's so good at taking those bounces as well from the bowlers. She has no communication with the bowlers about it.
Cross in to Hemlata, and she digs that one out, a full-length delivery. Jones swings round and fields. 1 ball left in this 24th over. And Cross eyeing up a space on the Lord's Honours board.
Oh, that would be amazing, wouldn't it, for any bowler to get a 5 for at Lord's. She's only ever played here once before, and that was for the MCC, so a huge day for her.
The problem is, would you ever hear the end of it, though?
Probably not.
Cross over the wicket. Hemlata plays outside the off stump, taken by Jones. There's a modest appeal from Cross, who just holds one hand up to the umpire with a confused look on her face, as if to say, come on, just have a go. And England for a second looked as if they were just going to review that for a noise. Kate Cross is still staring at Hemlata there, but they've decided not to go for the review. 87 for 5 the score, 24 overs gone. And a few more thoughts from you, Alex Hartley, before it'll be Daniel Norcross.
Well, they were just chatting there, Cross and Amy Jones, to just check if she'd hit her pad or if the ball had hit. But she's outside the off stump, it was miles away, a bit of fresh air. Probably the right decision not to review from England, as Hemlata just fishes outside the off stump.
Kate Cross's 2nd wicket maiden of the day.
Wow. Now I've got you, Phil. I want to talk honours boards. Honours board at Lord's. Obviously Anya Shrubsole's on there. I think Claire Taylor might be on there.
Yeah. Should we go bowling-wise first of all?
Eccleston starts a new over and is nicely tucked into the onside for a single.
Yes, Anya Shrubsole's there with her 6 for 46 in the World Cup final. One of only 2 bowlers to take wickets that day.
Fitzpatrick's on there, isn't she?
Fitzpatrick's on there, Catherine Fitzpatrick, 5 for 47 against England back in 1998. And Catherine Bunt's there as well, 5 for 25 against South Africa back in 2008, 14 years ago.
And for batting,
we'll have a look.
Caroline Atkins.
I think the England head coach might be on there, Lisa Kitely.
Kiters. Here's Eccleston, forward. Comes Hemmerlather, defends off the front foot, pushes into the offside. There's no run.
Atkins and Taylor added a record opening partnership here. They both scored hundreds that day. Yeah, there's 4 players on the list.
Eccleston in again, forward again comes Hemmerlather, pushes out into a packed offside field. England keeping the pressure on. There's no run.
Yeah, Atkins, the 2 Taylors, Sarah Taylor as well, and as you mentioned, the first woman to do it, England coach Lisa Kiteley.
Thank you. Well, I thought Mandana might have gone up there today. It's just next delivery beats the outside edge, goes back into a crease as Hemmerlather and rather gropes at thin air as the ball goes through to Amy Jones.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. It's her 8th 50 against England in 17 innings, yet to go on and make 100.
Here's Eccleston once more. This is played off the back foot, pushed out into the offside, fielded by Wyatt. Again, no run. Runs, when I say hard to come by, there's not going to be a great deal of ambition for the next few overs, you imagine, as India look to regroup after the weird wicket of Mandana. Here's Eccleston again, forward comes Hemmerlather, pushes to square cover, and there is no run. Just 1 run off the over, 88 for 5 after 25. I was watching at the back of the box. I initially thought it was hit wicket. It was a very confusing dismissal.
It was really strange. Nobody really knew what was going on, bar Kate Cross, who was celebrating, pointing at Tammy Beaumont.
Well, one of the other reasons no one knew what was going on is a feature of today, which is that the Indian fans vastly outnumber the England fans. So they're the ones making all the noise when a run's scored and when a wicket is taken. Conversely, there's this strange, eerie semi-silence, which is marvellous, really. As I was coming in from St John's Wood, one of the many reasons why Lords is always going to be in the shadow of the Oval, because they haven't worked out how to rename the tube station Lords yet. But as I was walking from St John's Wood, Kate Cross comes in to start a new over and worked into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run. The predominant flavour of the fans was Indian families, and they were face painted up. It was a really lovely atmosphere.
I think it's called St John's Wood and not Lords because it's actually not. It's a 10-minute walk.
Yeah, it's too far. It's another reason.
And it's in St John's Wood.
That is true. Cross is in, thick edge, goes through where slip would have been and runs down to the boundary for 4. Well, should there have been a slip in place with India 92 for 5? I know Dipti Sharma is the in batter, but Kate Cross is on the hunt for that 5th wicket. England are on the hunt for a 6th, and that went at, would you say that this is catchable height? Tricky. Well, yeah, possibly.
Yeah, I think it probably is for a first slip.
Been a tough chance to take, though, because Amy Jones very much obscuring the line of vision. This ball's pushed into the offside, off the front foot, straight to Charlie Dean at short extra cover. There's no run.
Yeah, it would have been a tough chance. I think the first slip might have been slightly wider as well. Might have gone in between the two.
Could have done. And then we'd have been frustrated.
But Freya Davis was quite wide at deep third, so she's actually come slightly finer now.
Here's Cross. Slightly angled approach from over the wicket, down the leg side, and it's half stopped or half taken by Amy Jones. The ball rebounds down to Alice Capsey, who runs in from the fine leg boundary, and they'll get a wide and the run. Just lost her line there. I'm always a little bit, this is the issue about having a keeper standing up, isn't it? Because it makes it tougher to have slips in, really, and it makes it tougher to take anything that's ever so slightly ill-directed. But a slip is now coming in for the right-hander, the new batter, Hemmerlather, who's yet to get going. He's faced 9 balls, has yet to get off the mark. 4 in the ring on the offside, and this slip in place now. Eccleston waiting. This ball's flicked in the air momentarily to mid-wicket. There's no run. We are willing Kate Cross to get this 5, in part because she, of course, works with us and is on the No Balls podcast with you, Alex Hartley, available from all fine BBC Sounds and podcast providers.
Someone did tweet us yesterday and said, "Where is the podcast?"
Yeah, where is the podcast?
We're doing one tomorrow.
At last.
We're doing one tomorrow.
What is Kate Cross doing at the moment?
Yes. How dare she be an international cricketer and not have time?
Yes. Next delivery from Cross. Played off the front foot, but thick inside edge. Squirts out into the onside. And then pick up a single. 95 for 5.
I did tease the listeners about our big guest for the next podcast last time.
Oh, yeah, you did, yeah. Is it happening?
No, Stephen Fry was not available on Friday, only Thursday, but I was at a wedding on Thursday, so couldn't do that.
Oh, that was that. You went abroad, didn't
Yes,
you?
I've been in Spain.
Was it fun?
Yes, lots of fun, thank you.
They tend to be, don't they, weddings?
Yeah, I'm glad I'm home.
Ross, down the leg side, it's been 5 wides. That was an impossible take for Amy Jones. It was speared in quite a long way wide of the leg stump, and if you're standing up, you're never going to get to that. And the ball evades her outstretched glove and runs down to the boundary for 5 valuable runs. That brings up the 100 for India. It's been hard going getting there. They lost those 2 early wickets, had a very claggy power play, lost 3 in the power play, then looked like they were recovering through Dipti Sharma and Smriti Mandana. They lost 4 in the power play, I beg your pardon. That partnership of 58 was broken. The next delivery is again on the pads. This just trickles to a very short, fine leg. Amy Jones goes to collect. And that is the end of a rather lengthy over. There were 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13 runs in that Kate crossover. She did have 4 for 12 from 7. She now has 4 for 25 from 8. And I'm putting it all down to having a keeper standing up, Alex Hartley.
I think the keeper stood up most of the day, though.
But, you know,
I think the right-left hand, she's not quite got a line right.
Yeah.
Amy Jones stands up all the time. You know, she's actually better at standing up, or I reckon she's the best keeper in the world at standing up. We saw her in the Test match, stood back quite a bit.
She took an amazing bounce at Hove. Took that incredible bouncer one-handed. Eccleston starts a new over. Oh, a little dab and a miss from Sharma. Goes straight through to Amy Jones behind the stumps. And there is no run. That missed the outside edge by quite a way as she looked to run the ball down through the vacant third region. Here's Eccleston once more, and that turns back into the body quite sharply. Gets a bit of inside edge onto pad. It's picked up by keeper.
Yeah, Eccleston has been getting a bit of turn. And I don't like the way Dipti Sharma's just trying to nurdle her into the offside. If you're going to hit it.
Yeah.
Don't just pat it.
Yeah, the contempt on your face, I wish the listener could see. It's brilliant. Your face screwed up in a really annoyed way. Here's Eccleston. This is tucked into the onside, straight to the distinctive Dunkley at short mid-wicket. And there is no run. 3 in the ring on the offside, 3 on the leg side. Short, fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. Mid-off, extra cover. A kind of backward point. There's a deep cover, deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket as Eccleston is in. And this has been swung in the air, up and over, wide long on and down to the boundary for 4. It's got a risky shot, but it's exactly what Alex Hartley wanted. No more nurdling. If you're going to hit it, hit it. And she's heaved it, really, without perfect timing, but with enough bat on it to get it over and past the left hand of Kate Cross and down to the boundary for 4, 105 for 5.
Yeah, she's played that shot purely on the line of the delivery. She knows that it's turning. Sophie Eccleston just goes slightly straighter. It's not really where she was looking to hit the ball, but it goes over mid-on, and she gets 4 for it. And I prefer that.
Next a little bit shorter, as you might expect, turned into the onside, picked up by Dunkley again. Not seeing much in the way of sweeping. That was more like a kind of heaved slog, more than a sweep.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty.
It wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty. But it was effective. There are no runs for artistic impression in the book. There perhaps should be. Here's Eccleston to complete the over. Ball's worked back up to the bowler. She sprawls to her left to field. End of the 27th over. India 105 for 5. I would say that this may not seem like a stellar score, especially when you think of the 330 odd that was racked up the other day. But we've watched a fair bit of cricket here at Lord's this year, and the white ball certainly has been quite hard to get big scores here at Lord's. I don't quite know the reason why.
No, especially in the 100, we had some low-scoring thrillers.
Yeah.
I can actually see Kate Cross's family on the big screen. Sister Jen Cross having a chat to somebody there.
Yes, I got very confused when I bumped into her at Guildford about 5 years ago.
They're the spitting image of each
Exactly.
other.
So I was talking to her like I was talking to Kate. She was being a bit standoffish with me, I thought.
Yeah, well, no wonder.
It turned out it's because she'd never met me before in her life. Yeah. Did you see her father there, Psycho?
No, he wasn't on the screen then.
Yeah.
But he's there, he's got his MCC tie on.
Start of a new over outside the off stump. Freya Kemp is bowling, and it's taken by Amy Jones standing up. Phil.
Yes, Psycho was in the hotel this morning when Henry and I had breakfast.
There he is.
There he is.
My wife's favourite striker.
And Christine Cross, Chris Cross,
Chris Cross.
Dave Cross.
Yeah, Dave had positioned himself by the toast machine to chat to anyone who was grabbing toast.
Kemp in, worked into the onside, slightly short, go through for a quick single. They will get there as the throw is hurled in on striker's end. How was your toast making machine? Because I've got to tell you that this year I have not found a toast making machine.
A toaster.
Yeah, well,
The conveyor
do you
belt.
call them toasters? When you
Oh,
put them on
yeah.
that conveyor belt, this is a common,
You either have
common
warm bread
refrain.
or charcoal.
Correct. I have not found one that just does it right first time, and the second time is always perilous. Kemp in, and Sharma cuts away the backward point, but can't beat the fielder. Danny Wyatt, there's no run. Have you had a satisfactory toast experience?
I don't often go to breakfast.
You don't, do you?
No, I've not eaten yet.
See, Phil and I are big breakfast fans. Phil is the connoisseur and the master of breakfast. He manages to get a plate and using a pyramidal structure at a buffet breakfast. I'll come back to it in a moment. As Kemp is in, that's tucked away into the onside, just backward of square. It's going to be picked up by Alice Capsey. They want a second, it's not there. Sent back. In the end is Hemalatha, 107 for 5. I reckon Phil manages to get upwards of 3,000 calories onto even a relatively small plate, just through the judicious use of beans,
Sausages
toast,
as barriers.
Sausages as barriers, exactly. Oh yeah, you could learn a thing or two. Kemp in, forward, comes Hemalatha, defending. It gets into the onside, but there is no run.
It was a skill-honed backpacking round Australia. I think it was in the 2002 Ashes, where various places you could have a plate. You paid for one plate at a buffet.
Oh, I see.
And therefore, you wanted to get your money's worth from that plate.
So you couldn't go back for second dibs?
No, you had one plate, that was it.
Oof. That's a bit mean, isn't it? Kemp in, beats Hemalatha on the outside edge again. That was a very decent over, tidy one from Freya Kemp. Beat the bat a couple of times. Just the 2 runs from it, 107 for 5 after 28 overs. And in this way, you see, you were able, weren't you, Phil, to avoid having to pay for lunch or even much of a dinner. You just get a little snack, would you?
Exactly. Yeah, just a little snack. Job done.
Job done.
And it's been a life lesson.
Yeah. I dare say you were hitchhiking most of the way, so...
Yeah, didn't like to pay too much for transport.
No, you don't. I don't like to do that. So, England have been on top pretty much throughout this game. From the moment they won the toss, elected to bowl in good conditions for bowling this time of year. Eccleston starts a new over and Dipty just works the ball off her legs down to the square leg, and they'll pick up a single, which is, I think, pretty much what Eccleston wants. She wants to bowl to the right-handed Hemalatha.
Yes, definitely.
Do you know what I want to see? I want to see enough wickets go down for Julian Goswami to come out to bat. Because I think that's going to be quite an emotional moment.
Yeah, it will be. I saw the clip of Harmanpreet Kaur crying before the start of play today when they were doing all the Goswami things.
Yeah, there was a lot of it, wasn't there? Next delivery with a slip in place is defended solidly off the front foot straight to Danny Wyatt. There's no run.
Have been really overwhelming because England presented her a shirt. India obviously did a big thing for her. She went and did at the toss.
Here's Eccleston around the wicket. Down the wicket comes Hemalatha. It's brilliantly caught. Brilliantly caught at mid-wickets. Flicking the ball. It was not off the ground more than about a foot at any moment. And that is a brilliant catch from Charlie Dean, diving forward, two-handed, just an inch or two off the ground. And Eccleston She's got the wicket, she's got the breakthrough. The partnership has been broken. India 108 for 6, and that is well worth watching on the highlights tonight at 1 o'clock or on the in-play clips, because this was firmly struck, and it really, it got up more than 6 inches at any given moment, and Dean had to dive forward to ensure it didn't bounce in front of her. Those are not easy catches to take, Alex Hartley, but she did it, and she did it in the end relatively comfortably.
Yeah, she did. It's a brilliant catch from Charlie Dean. She's one of England's best fielders. She'll always be in the busier areas on where you can have those moments of magic, and that was one of them for England. It was a brilliant catch, just diving low to her left-hand side. And they're never easy to take because you have to judge your dive absolutely perfectly, but she did that, and things are just going England's way again here.
They really are. 108 for 6, just as it looked like another partnership was developing. 21 those two put on, but Pooja Vostrika is going to come out to join Dipti Sharma with another rebuilding job to be done. More from you, Alex, and then take you through the next 20 minutes. It's going to be, we haven't got a nickname for her yet, Emily Windsor.
Winnie.
Castle? Winnie. I don't know, we'll work on it.
The House of?
House of.
Well, Emily Windsor. You'll have to let us know your middle name. It's putting a headset on. India really do need to rebuild.
I hate to say it, my middle name, Alex, is really boring.
Something like Laura.
Very close. There's Eccleston in, and that's an appeal for LBW. First slip. Kate Cross very interested. They're going to have a discussion, Eccleston and Amy Jones. Alex Hartley, you're shaking your head.
But I've just seen it on the replay.
They've reviewed it.
I actually think this might be hitting leg stump.
Phil, predictions?
Let me have a look.
You can't watch it again, Phil. Alex didn't.
It's been given not out. Alex thinks it's in leg stump. That's always makes you think. Could be touchable.
Good umpire, though, Alex Hartley.
I used to be. I've had a few wrong recently.
Could this be the turning point? Watch the replay. Could be hitting leg stump.
Oh, it's missing. I reckon that's missing.
The fielders are walking back, which suggests they think not out. It's not what you want from your first delivery, though. Just from the striker.
Had it have hit the back pad, I think there would have been more opportunity or more chance of it being out, but it's hit the front pad, so definitely sliding down the leg side as we just see the replay.
Missing leg stump. England already thought that, and they're back ready to bowl. And the striker survives the first ball duck. She's played the wrong line there. Just a bit tentative. Her team's in a bit of trouble. As Eccleston into the striker bowls, and solid in defence back to her. One ball remains of this 29th over. India 108 for 6. And Eccleston, that will be her first wicket at Lords.
Yes.
As she's in again, bowls, and in defence again. Played to extra cover. And with that, yes, it will be a change in the commentary box. Alex Hartley quickly out of her seat. And we'll be joined by left arm seamer, England international Tash Farron. Phil.
Yes, also Sophie Eccleston's 28th ODI wicket of the year. That's a joint record with Claire Taylor, who took 28 back in the year 2000. So she needs one more. She'll have that record all to herself.
Sophie Eccleston at her age.
In one summer?
In one calendar year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one calendar year.
Still impressive.
That would have been a lot of wickets.
Oh, that's pretty average then.
But what a player she is, and what a lot of games she's played this calendar year as well. The World Cup, the Ashes in Australia.
And she's going out to the Women's Big Bash at the end of, in a few weeks. So she's all go at the moment.
Freya Kemp then, left arm over in, and that's played as an appeal for LBW from Freya Kemp. She liked that one. Amy Jones, half appeal. There's a conversation again between bowler. Freya Kemp really does like this one. It's an appeal for LBW. I don't think they're going to review this one. No, they're not.
Freya Kemp very keen on that appeal then. You don't really, I don't know her too well, but you don't see too much emotion on her face normally, but she was playing with her captain there.
Ooh.
think it's hit her outside the line of off stump, just, so not a terrible call, but Amy Jones, I reckon's got it right there, just.
Amy Jones up to the stumps then. Left arm, Freya Kemp, she bowls, and that's on the leg side, turned it out towards fine leg. Alice Capsey comes round and does the fielding.
Better line here from Freya Kemp. I just think in her first few overs she was bowling at the nursery end, maybe with the slope, she's just bowling a little bit too much width, but she's bowling nice and straight now.
Impact was umpire's call, but it was hitting the stumps, so you can see why. As a left arm quick bowler, you're interested. I feel like you'll be wanting the captain to review that one, Tash.
Yeah, probably. I thought I was going to miss off stump there, but I haven't played for a while, so maybe I'm a little bit rusty at the moment.
England just have one review remaining. India have two. India lost the review when the captain Harmanpreet Kaur sent it upstairs. But mid-off, mid-on, inside the circle to Verstraka, she bowls, and a player miss outside the off stump. An appeal for caught behind now. Freya Kemp went up after Sophie Eccleston is up, and Eccleston's hands are both still in the air, and she's chatting to Amy Jones here. Surely Amy Jones knows if she's hit that. She doesn't seem interested. Amy Jones was the one who caught it, and Freya Kemp again is walking so slowly back to her mark.
Sophie Eccleston saying to almost everyone, did you not hear that?
I think that was a good decision in the end from Amy Jones, as we hear the cries of India from the crowd as Kemp in again played back to her. There'll be no run.
Amy Jones doing a good job at just keeping her bowler and her vice captain, she's keeping the reins here. One thing I would say about Amy Jones is she's not an over extravagant appealer, so she almost only appeals when she really thinks it's out, which is quite different to an usual keeper.
Kemp in again bowls, and that's worked to mid-wicket. They think about a quick single. They get it because it beats mid-wicket. She wants to. She throws it in. There's a mix-up, but they come back. In the end, Deepti Sharma was not interested in two. Verstraka was, but in the end they settled for a single. Verstraka off the mark. 110 for 6 India in the 30th over. As we watch the replay, a thick inside edge. She taps her bat in. She's coming back for two. She was literally holding hands with Deepti Sharma, and Deepti Sharma looked in disbelief at her partner that she was thinking of coming back for two. But we're back in the game again as Kemp in bowls to Sharma. This time plays to a vacant cover, but Danny Wyatt hunting that ball, coming round to her left and keeps it to a dot ball. So 30 overs gone, 110 for 6. India, they've rebuilt. Obviously, in the first 10 overs in the power play, losing 4 wickets. They're just going to have a slight delay as it's drinks, and actually looks like Freya Kemp's rushing up to the dressing room, and as is the England captain Amy Jones.
Well,
toilet break?
Yeah, Amy Jones, every drinks break, she uses it, as my nan used to say, to spend a penny. So I don't know if it's a little superstition now.
Looks like Phil Long's doing the same as well. He's quickly out of his seat and rushed off.
Didn't even see him there. Moved the speed of light there, Phil.
He'll be back, I'm sure, before the next deliveries. But Tash, where do you see the balance of this game now? Obviously England right on top, but what do you think a score India needs to get to? There's 20 overs to go for it to be a competitive game.
I think India, they need to get up to that 200 mark. I'd probably still think that would be under par, but they've definitely got the time to do it. But it's obviously that wicket column where they're struggling. But with Deepti Sharma in, and also Verstraka, she can hit a good ball, but can she actually, if they can bat these overs out, the two of them at least in the next 10 overs, then they'll want to be looking to try and push that 200 score, because I think anything under that will be easy work for the England batters. But obviously they've lost the first 2 games, so there will be a bit of pressure around. So I think if India their main task would be just to bat out these overs and try and get up to that 200 mark, and then obviously in her last international game, Julan Goswami, she'll be steaming either up or down the hill here at Lord's, and she'll be wanting to get some early wickets.
Don't forget her opportunity to get a 50. Tash. She
Absolutely.
could come out and bat first here, and it's a great crowd. Be a great moment for her, even as a seamer, to come out through that long room at Lord's. A really good crowd, mainly situated below us, but there's staggered people in the pavilion as well, but a lot of Indian fans here too.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a good story about Julanga Swami, actually.
Now's the time.
Now's the time. Last year, when England played India in that test match, I was on the bench doing drinks. I was 12ers, and I think it was at a time when Heather Knight knew that the game was sort of done, and she was willing to shake hands with Mitali Raj, who was captain at the time. So I had the task to go and speak to Mitali Raj and ask her if she was ready to call it quits and take the draw. I could only find Julanga Swami, who had her pads on, who was next to bat, and I will tell you now, she was very keen on her captain shaking hands and not having to go into bat because it was very dark and gloomy at Bristol. But to her disbelief, Mitali Raj wanted to continue on, and Julanga Swami was not very happy about keeping her pads on.
This doesn't fill me with confidence with this.
But today is the day.
Fantastic. It could be a fantastic finale, couldn't it? Can you imagine a little half century on your final game, a little fifer? That's the dream at Lord's as well.
I think she needs a bit of your enthusiasm right now, Winnie.
She was there though, Tash, at the toss, which I think was a really lovely moment actually. She obviously got the privilege to call, but she called wrong, and they did lose the toss.
You had one job, Goswami. She lost the toss.
Career ruined.
Yeah, all those impressive stats that we've got, we just can't look past that toss now, can we? No, but it will be a special moment, and I mean it's a special moment regardless, isn't it? It's been 5 years since England last played here in an international, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. When in that World Cup in 2017, Sophie Eccleston though got two hands in the air there, almost cheering to Anna Harris. I don't know what that was about, but she's enjoying it out there, and these England players are, and why wouldn't you be when the score is 110 for 6 and India are in trouble? It'll be Vastraka to face then as the players are back in place, and that's in defence to mid-wicket. Charlie Dean in there, who's already taken a fantastic catch earlier today. She's hunting, she wants the ball. Extra cover in, extra tight as well. As Eccleston in bowls, and that's a player miss outside the off stump. Slip. Kate Cross is in a deep squat there. She's still in a deep squat. She thought that was coming to her.
I have never seen Kate Cross at slip, so I'm quite excited. I hope there's a little edge and see what she can do there in the slippers.
Eccleston to Hemalatha, that's pushed into the offside. Freya Kemp at cover. There's the fielding, no run. No, she's got a lot of energy in there. She's got 4 wickets so far. Wants her name on that honours board. She's got 2 overs left. It will be Eccleston in front of Anna Harris, creeping in. Bowls, and that's played to mid-wicket again. Another dot ball from England. Building pressure.
Building pressure really nicely here. Sophie Eccleston and Freya Kemp at the other end. I think they've both found their lines, and they're just bowling nice and straight at those stumps.
Again, forward defence to extra cover, will be no run. 1 ball remains of this 31st over. 110 for 6 India. Sharma there, 34 not out. The key to the remainder of these overs, Sharma needs to be there for a long time. As Eccleston in again, bowls driven, but straight to extra cover. Danny Wyatt in there. That's the end of the over. That's a maiden from Sophie Eccleston. 31 overs gone, 110 for 6.
Yeah, well bowled by Sophie Eccleston there. She's probably had a bit more tap than she's used to in this series against India. Especially Smriti Mandana and Harmanpreet Kaur, they've really tried to put the pressure back onto the #1 bowler in the world, and so she probably has gone for a few more runs than she's used to, but she's showing us today why she is that #1 bowler in both T20 and ODI at the moment.
I was going to have to pause you there, Tash, as I'm getting really excited, because over in the far corner, the Indian team have some hurdles out. You can just about see them now, the yellow dots in the distance right next to the pavilion, and a certain Goswami was getting her legs going through them as Kemp in bowls, and that's worked to square. Vastraka again wants a quick single. Amy Jones shies at the stumps. There was never a run there. And Sharma's having to keep sending her back.
Well, I think Julangaswamy's going to have to get her legs going if this continues, this running. Sharma and Verstroka, they've not really got their communication going here, and Dipti Sharma keeps sending Verstroka back to where she is.
Kemp in, again from that pavilion end bowls, and this time to mid-wicket. Danny Wyatt in there. Will be no run.
Straker seems to have like a lunge every time she's looking for the run, and Dipti Sharma then holding her bat up and making sure there definitely wasn't a run that time.
It's good to see that intent, isn't it? Because it's very easier for India here to block out a couple of maidens and that scoreboard not go anywhere. India need more runs. There's Kemp in bowls, and that's in defence again, out to cover. Sharma wanted a single there, but this time Vestraka was sat on her bat. That time I definitely think there was a run there, but they need to have almost a little fist pump in the middle just to regroup. But you feel a run out's coming here.
Yeah, just a little chat between these two, just to clear a few things up, because they're not working in a partnership at the moment.
It's Kemp in bowls, that's driven out to deep cover and will be a single from Dipti Sharma. She moves to 35, 111 for 6, India. They just need that clarity, don't they? Yes, no, maybe, wait, what their calls are going to be. But they need to rotate the strike, the field spread. More to Dipti Sharma. Just one fielder out on the leg side, sort of a deep long leg. There's Kemp in and bowls, and in defence from Vestraka. Will be no run, one ball remains of the 32nd over. We're at Lords. The first time in 5 years for England versus India, a repeat of that final, that World Cup final that was here. England are well on top at the moment. Some clouds overhead, but scattered blue skies as well. As Kemp in bowls to Vestraka, again in defence, up to mid-off this time, will be no run. Good over that from Kemp, just one run from it. 111 for 6.
Yeah, you're right. England have got the squeeze on here. They've had a couple of really good overs, not necessarily taking those wickets in the last couple of overs or so, but you're right. India, they do need to push the singles, and they need to try and keep rotating the strike, because they just sit in there as sitting ducks. If they lose a wicket, then they've gone absolutely nowhere. So I think Vestraka is actually doing the right thing, trying to get Dipti Sharma through and try and take those slightly higher risk singles, but they both need to be on song here and try and pick their gaps and run well, because they need to keep this scoreboard ticking over.
What is the song they need to sing, Tash? She's just given me the evils. As Eccleston in and bowls to Sharma down the leg side. Jones quickly to it. Maybe Phil's got the answer for that.
I haven't got the answer for that, but as Tash mentioned, the squeeze is on. Just 6 runs from the last 5 overs.
Got the best bowler in the world, Sophie Eccleston, bowling to Dipti Sharma in, and that's played back to her. Will be no run, just slightly slower, wanting her to hit down the ground. There's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a deep cover to Dipti Sharma. She poises, taps her back down, and again back to her, no run.
I just feel like something's going to happen, either a big shot from Dipti Sharma or a wicket even, because in ODI cricket, if you can get 3 or 4 overs strung together for not many runs, you know something's going to happen.
Again, that's played back to her, another dot ball. And the thing is as well, Eccleston gets through her over quickly, doesn't she? We're already 4 balls in, and that just doesn't allow the batters to settle, to communicate. She's at the top of her mark again, skips and in and bowls a flatter delivery, and that's played down. Fine leg. She's helped it on its way, and with the extra pace of Eccleston, that's gone for 4 runs. That's a good shot from Dipti Sharma, and you're right, Tash, something was going to happen. 115 for 6.
Yeah, a high risk shot there from Dipti Sharma, getting down onto one knee and just paddling it round the corner. She missed that. Or maybe going over the stumps, but high risk shot, but something needed to happen there, because Sophie Eccleston's just got this ball on a string, and Dipti Sharma doing the right thing there, moving around and trying access those gaps.
She's on 39 then, as Eccleston in again to a Yorker length delivery, but it beats her, so it'll be a single, and Sharma gets to keep the strike, which is important for India. She's on to 40 now off 68 deliveries, 116 for 6, but that's a better over from India. And just that one boundary changes things, changes the momentum. It frustrates Eccleston that little bit more because she wants to string those dot balls. She wants to get another wicket. I figure so far 1 for 20. And I still find it crazy, Tash, that this is Sophie Eccleston's first game at Lords.
Is it? Wow.
It is. And
That
you think
is
how,
amazing.
I know she's only young, but think how long she's been around in an England shirt, even domestically.
And her 50th cap the other day, which I still find incredible. How old is she? Like 15? But yeah, that's amazing that this is her first game at Lords. Also quite sad. I think obviously it's so exciting next year that all the Ashes series between the obviously the women's sides are going to be played at Test match grounds. There's going to be a game at the Oval, a game at Trent Bridge, and I think that's what the women's game needs. And obviously you see the likes of the 100, and also today the women's game is able to get good crowds at the bigger, more prestigious grounds. And yeah, really excited, looking forward to that summer next year.
Mexican wave starts, Tash, below us, and Freya Davies into the attack to Sharma. That's outside the off stump, cut pass backward, a point for a single, and Deepti Sharma will move to 41. 117 for 6, but we're going to have to get involved, Tash, to get it going round all the way to the end. It's going from left to right as we look at the pavilion, and it's gone all the way around. The people in the pavilion are up on their feet. It's halfway round the pavilion.
A smaller wave at the pavilion, then it picks back up.
Here we go, a big cheer. A lot of Indian fans below us, but this is great to see, isn't it? A crowd here at Lords, an atmosphere building. Kids and adults enjoying themselves as Davies in bowls, and that's driven to extra cover, will be no run. Fired back in by Danny Wyatt.
How good are the Indian fans? All they needed was that 4 by Deepti Sharma, and because they went quiet for a few overs, which is not that usual, but that 4, it's just picked the crowd back up, and they're having a great time here at Lords.
Do you know what, Tash? I arrived today to some fantastic music playing, drums, the atmosphere really has been brilliant so far, as Davies in again on the leg side, worked nicely by Vestraka out to a deep square leg for a single. She moves for 2. The calling between the wickets seems to be better here, a bit more communication, and again listen to that crowd below us as the Mexican wave goes round again. How many times is it going to go? I never know when they stop or how it stops.
It's amazing at every game there pretty much is a Mexican wave. It's so simple, but it gets great traction every single time.
I love it. Get me involved as Freya Davies in to Sharma, and that's a player miss outside the off stump. Just gone down the slope. She's bowling from that pavilion end. And a rare miss from Deepti Sharma. I feel like it stopped. Oh, they're trying to start it again. They're trying to.
I think it's wilting now, isn't it?
I feel like 3 times was enough. Bring it back later. Freya Davies then, top of her mark again, a little scurry as she gallops in and bowls to Sharma, this time out to mid-wicket. Danny Wyatt, who's so quick, so agile at mid-wicket, not going to get a single to her.
I know England are in a very different position than they were in the last game at Canterbury, but I did feel that they were missing someone like Freya Davies, who could just able to string a few dots up, and she may not have the pace that others have, but she's got that control. She's got great change-ups as well in the back overs.
As Davies in again and worked to square, Danny Wyatt comes round quickly and fires it into Amy Jones. Thankfully Tammy Beaumont's backing up, but it's just a single. Sharma on 42, Vestraka on 2, and Sharma keeps the strike again. 119 for 6, India. And you were talking off air just about how you feel she'll complement Kate Cross as well because of their similarity and their consistency. More on that, Tash, when we have a change. Henry Moran will join you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Kate Cross has been so great in this whole series and the whole summer, to be honest, and she's obviously been in the wickets today, and I felt like that's what they've been missing in the last couple of games, someone to sort of be the understudy to Kate Cross and be able to string a few dots together and almost make Kate Cross more threatening, where at the other end runs weren't leaking, and I think Freya Davies did that perfectly today.
So almost, hello again, Tash.
Hello.
Where almost you are giving that sort of pressure of economy from both ends will inevitably it benefits everyone because it makes everyone more threatening because there's nowhere to go. This is swept hard. Well, there's an opportunity for runs. And runs will be taken. Dipti Sharma sweeping down towards the pavilion. Past the fielder at short fine leg. Just a little leg side-ish from Charlie Dean first up. And the score moves to 123 for 6.
Yeah, not the best first ball from Charlie Dean, which is unlike her, but she's obviously changed end. She bowled at the pavilion end earlier on, and now she's at the nursery ground end and just straying in a line, going with the slope, so I'm sure she'll get back on line, but that's not what you want when your captain brings you on to bowl and you bowl a half volley down the leg side.
Chopped away, out towards deep cover. Good noise and support for the India side, who last time they were here had heartbreak losing that World Cup final. It looked like they were going to win. Should have won, if we're honest.
Yeah, they should. I think everyone kind of forgets that, don't they?
They were cruising.
They were cruising, then they had an epic collapse.
It was one of the greats, wasn't it?
191 for 3, chasing 229 to win.
That is outrageous, isn't it? You're going to have some scars, aren't you, from that?
Here's Charlie Dean. This is on the hips of the right-handed Vastrika, who's faced 16 deliveries now. 17 now. It's gone just 2 runs. And the score is 124 for 6. Well, yeah, Anya had a bit of a day out, I think it's fair to say.
She really did.
Here comes Dean, giving herself some space as Vastrika hammering down the ground for 4. Probably should have been stopped, if we're honest, at mid-on. The dive from the rather frustrated Emma Lamb was good in terms of direction and distance, but somehow the ball just squirmed on through.
It was a good-looking dive, but not an effective one. She's gone for the commando role and she's kind of done the Sydney Harbour over it.
It was a proper old-fashioned cross-batted hoik down the ground, but she struck it nicely, did Vastrika, who waits now. Dean giving a little space outside the off-stump, just waiting for Amy Jones to leap up in excitement with the outside edge, but no edge is found, and it goes through to the gloves of the keeper. And so the score stands at 128 for 6. Here is Dean, pushed into the offside. That's a good tumbling save from a diving Sophia Dunkley. Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm excited.
Why?
Because you've just opened up your laptop, so we'll have some pictures of carvings and
of things that might be going on.
Yeah.
Well, indeed, 128 for 6 is the score. 35 overs gone. And Henry Douthwaite emails, says, "Hello TMS, confusing my ears and my brain by listening to the match at the same time as editing an audiobook. The audiobook happens to be a thriller. Can you help?" Well, we can try and merge the two. I wonder what's happening in the thriller. Because thrillers tend to have some fairly dark, terrifying things happening in them.
I was really bad at English at school.
Really?
I'm quite severely dyslexic, so it's
Right.
probably not the person to ask.
Here comes Freya Davis from the far end of the ground, the pavilion end. This is skewed out towards deep cover. Every run closer to the 50 for Dipti Sharma is bringing a louder cheer from the India supporters.
I wonder what the twist is. There's always a twist, isn't there?
Yeah, well, you're right. I wonder how far through the audiobook. Are you at the sort of building up stage where just learning the characters? I mean, cricket games can be a bit like thrillers, can't they?
Yeah, this could be a slow-scoring thriller.
It could be. Here's Freya Davis, 1 for 25 for her so far. This is defended by Vastrika, back up the track.
And the game we just mentioned, that World Cup final, built up for that incredible twist at the end, didn't it?
That was a horror for India.
Oh, was it? Was it ever?
The villain was revealed. Anya Schwartz.
I think she'll love that.
Here comes Freya Davis, bowling to Pooja Vastrika, who's defending again into the offside. India, first time it's bat out the overs, really, isn't it? Make sure they don't fall before the final chapter. Henry goes on to say, plus, if you could, can you give a shout out to Frimley Phoenix Cricket Club? We've only been going 2 seasons. We already have 3 women's softball teams and a couple of young girls who are doing well in Surrey trials. Lovely to hear.
Lovely. They might be on the path to the Southeast Stars set up, hopefully.
Here comes Davis, bowling to Vastrika, who drives elegantly, but only as far as Wyatt at extra cover. They could be challenging you for a place before we know it.
Well, absolutely. I'm a little bit worried, actually. The strength in depth that all the academies at the regions have around the country, it's great to see, and the talent just keeps coming.
It does. I know. Think back to that 2017 squad. Not a single person out there actually just the one, forgive me. Hold on, here comes Freya Davis. This is hit down the ground, lovely shot. Vastrika with a cross-batted heave to launch down the ground. And one bounce for four in front of the pavilion as a young gentleman in a yellow jacket who's dancing in delight in the pavilion and has now spotted himself on the big screen. 1-3-3 for 6.
I loved his 4 signal there. He's gone a bit unorthodox, showing the 4 fingers in the air and kind of giving it a little 4 wave. But I like this from Vastrika. This is more like her. I think she was dotting up, and she's an attacking player, and she can play that big shot, and I just felt like it was coming, and she needs to keep being aggressive and not go into her shell.
Davis bowling. High up on the bat and pushed into the offside. Tash Barrett, thank you very much indeed. What I was saying was only one member of the England side today played in that World Cup final here 5 years ago. How many in the India team? 5. So that sort of shows the churn in the England side, certainly. Just Tammy Beaumont of the 11 that played that World Cup final. Georgia Elvis is back with us.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. You?
Well, good. I was told an extraordinary story the other night, Georgia, about a fancy dress party at Loughborough University.
Oh no. Yes. Go on then.
Yeah, it was, I had to say it rather, Phil was there. It rather surprised me.
We were agog.
I have been agog ever since, actually. Because I think it's fair to say a number of the England team attended Loughborough University. Here comes Charlie Dean, round the wicket. Forward in defence is Sharma. And how long ago would it have been? 8 years ago, something like that?
Yeah, it would have been about 8-9 years ago, yeah.
And what was the theme of the fancy dress? Here comes Charlie Dean, round the wicket. Worked into the leg side, square for a single. Sharma moves to 49, 1-3-4 for 6.
Well, look, when you're at university, you just have fun, don't you? So this was one of these initiation nights.
Right.
And the theme was Noah's Ark, I think.
Really? Right. So everyone has to come as an animal, presumably?
Yeah, so you're in pairs.
Okay, here comes Charlie Dean, bowling to Vastrika, defending into the onside, no run.
So a fresher was paired up with a returner or somebody who was in 2nd or 3rd year. So yeah, you were in a little pair, and then we had a Noah.
Right. Here comes Charlie Dean and beats the outside edge with a beauty. It goes through to Amy Jones, but no tickle on the bat. Remains 1-3-4 for 6. So which England players are we talking about being in attendance? So some of the younger players, you're talking Nat Siver, Amy Jones.
Yeah,
I was
there. Catherine Brunt was there.
Right.
Beth Langston was there. Anya Shrubsole was there.
Right. Here comes Charlie Dean. Forward in defence comes Vastrika, no run. And I mean, it's quite a contingent. Georgia Adams, presumably, was part of the set.
Adams was there.
So what was Catherine Brunt dressed as?
I think she was a panda. I'm actually going to get the photo up right now.
Fantastic.
So I can
Here comes
clarity.
Charlie Dean into bowl to Vastrika, gives herself some room, finds enough of a gap for a single. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end, but they've got through for 1. 37 overs gone, 1-3-5 for 6.
I must admit, it was a story so fantastical that until we saw the photos, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
No, I agree with that. We had so here we go. We've got an extraordinary picture there. You were what, a lizard?
Yeah, no, a crocodile.
Very well, same. Amy Jones looks like she might be a tiger. We've got a bat that might be Bat Siver.
Yeah, Bat Siver.
Naomi Tatani, I can see there.
Yeah. There's Georgia Adams there.
Georgia Adams has come as Brian Johnson, the lead singer of AC/DC, by the looks of it.
I don't know what she was, actually. We've got Paige Schofield and Beth Langston in the back as pigs.
As pigs, obviously. And suddenly, somewhere buried in the right is a figure with an enormous beard, a big sort of brown overall, and some familiar eyes. Next to Amy Jones, Georgia Adams and Nat Siver is Noah. Here comes Freya Davis bowling to Pooja Vastrika. who is driving into the offside. Nice bit of timing, and a single will be taken. Those eyes, to me, look like they may have taken 6 for in a World Cup final.
Doesn't she look great?
Shrubbers is Noah.
She's got a stick as well, look.
It's an unbelievable state of So, standing atop this metaphorical arc. Dipti Sharma, meanwhile, is on 49. 1-3-6 for 6 in the sunshine of Lords. And she runs that ball down towards deep third for a single. Dipti Sharma reaches a half century, which is greatly enjoyed by the India supporters in this ground. It's a 12.50 in 80 under internationals, and she's had to be patient. It's an important innings, this, as India were rocking when she came to the middle. She raises her bat to all 4 corners of the ground. It's taken 78 balls, but she gets there to move the score to 1-3-7 for 6.
Yeah, just the second time she's passed 50 against England.
At the end of her mark is Freya Davis. Bowled nicely today, back in the side in place of Lauren Bell. She runs towards us, these high knees, and bowls to Vastrika, who defends into the onside. And so, to go back to more significant matters, sort of hiding behind this enormous Santa's beard, with an huge sort of wooden staff, and a pair of quite trendy glasses, which I don't... My Old Testament is not necessarily quite up as it might be, but here comes Freya Davis into bowl to Vastrika, who launches down the ground. Lovely shot. It's going to bring 4 more. Pooja Vastrika is starting to find a little bit of rhythm here, and India maybe beginning to fight back in this game. 1-4-1 for 6. Oh, here's another picture of Noah. It's a huge stick that Noah's got. What? And also a very fetching pair of Vans trainers too.
This looks great.
She looks terrific. It's an extraordinary look. The trendy glasses I really like. It sounds like a remarkable evening, Georgia.
Oh, from what I can remember, it was a great night.
Well, Anya Shrubsole has achieved many things. First woman to be on the front cover of Wisden, player of the match in a World Cup final, multiple World Cup winner, and now Noah. In comes Freya Davis. Vastrika waiting and defending. Will be a dot ball. I have to say, Melissa, Phil and Fionn Wynne, who was with us when we were discussing this, it was a state of high excitement.
It was.
What were you most surprised at?
I think the words Anya Shrubsole dressed as Noah got me up there. Here comes Freya Davis, run into the offside towards Tammy Beaumont.
I do feel it was a role she was born to play.
Yeah, I agree. But then she is sometimes sort of does provide surprises in life. I do remember once when I was told that there was a team karaoke and everyone was a bit nervous about getting up to sing the first song. And so she suddenly just marched up, grabbed the microphone and did the entirety of an Eminem rap without looking at any of the lyrics, which is extraordinary. I think she did the entirety of Lose Yourself.
Yeah, she did. She did. I wasn't there, but I've heard the tales recalled of that, and the girls thought it was absolutely fantastic. And it's so out of character, but she owned it. She absolutely nailed it.
Apparently so. Well, there you go. It's sometimes you see on social media someone will put up a picture that says the more you look at this, the weirder it gets. That picture that you've just shown me, where suddenly you spot England captain today and wicketkeeper Amy Jones dressed as a tiger, Beth Langston standing dressed as a pig in the background.
I'm going to have to share it with the world now,
I think it's going to have to go out there.
And there were bats and all sorts, weren't they?
Yeah.
Quite the picture, yeah.
Oh, magnificent. Right. Dipti Sharma's on strike. She played really nicely here. Here comes Charlie Dean round the wicket, bowling to Dipti Sharma, defending into the onside.
Pooja Vastrika 2 from the first 17 balls she faced. She scored 14 for the next 17, so the acceleration is on.
Dean tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Into bowl to Dipti Sharma, who's sweeping hard. She found the gap on the leg side. No, there was a fielder out there in the form of Freya Kemp, who will pick up in front of the tavern stand. Miles and Bailey email tms@bbc.co.uk. Hello, guys. This is Miles speaking. Me and my daughter heading up for the match. We've broken down once, changed vehicle. A bit like sort of Le Mans. Here comes Charlie Dean. Run away, good timing, but straight to the hands of backward point from the bat of Vastrika. Almost there. Can you ask someone to put the kettle on? It's been a bit of an ordeal.
Oh dear.
Yeah. I think breaking down happens less these days. Here comes Charlie Dean. Hit in the air, but skewed away off the outer half of the bat and down towards deep third. 2 fielders run round to pick up. And a single is taken.
Which is exactly what you want to hear when you have broken down.
Well, no, but I'm just saying it shouldn't happen again anytime soon, hopefully. 144 for 6 is the score. 2 balls left of the 39th over.
It was excellent commitment to come in to watch. Fantastic day of cricket. Still plenty more to go in the game for them to see, isn't there?
There is, and the sun's shining. It's a lovely day at Lord's. A little bit leg-sideish. This should be run, so there'll be 4 of them, I fancy. Helped on its way by Vastrika. And just losing her line is Charlie Dean, who walks back frustratedly to the end of her mark. And Pooja Vastrika here is a good all-rounder, really high-quality cricketer. Punches gloves with Dipti Sharma as India move towards 150.
A bit of frustration there, I think, from Charlie Dean, just searching for this wicket now, seeing the acceleration come, especially from Pooja Vastrika. Charlie Dean there looking for a magic ball and straying too far down the leg side.
This is swept again, but there's no bat on that, and that strikes the pads. That is given out LBW. Immediate review, though, so we will have to wait and see if this is a 7th wicket. Charlie Dean is getting the acclaim of her teammates, but Vastrika, rather ominously for the bowler, was immediate in reviewing that decision.
Yeah, you think there's the speed at which she did review it, that she thinks she's hit it, but I mean, I'm a terrible umpire commentator, so I'm remaining firmly on the fence, but I want to see the Hawkeye before I make any judgments.
Well, here we go. Here's the front-on view. Well, the question, I don't think, is if it's going on to hit. I think it's if there's any bat involved. Not in the way that Nat Civil was dressed at that party, but in the purely cricketing sense.
Pad first, if we can go to...
OK, yeah, I think this is pad first. It is. So here we go. Ball tracking tells us 1 red light. A 2nd red light. And a 3rd. There we go. England celebrate. It's hitting round about 3/4 of the way up middle stump. And Vastrika's innings comes to an end just when it looked like it was starting to cause England some problems. 148 for 7 is the score. 39 overs gone. I know Melissa had her thoughts on the extraordinary party that was seen on those images. And this is a lovely moment now. A hugely significant moment in the history of the women's game, as 20 years after making her debut, Jhulan Goswami, 39 years young, heads to a guard of honour made by every player still out there. Dipti Sharma, the batter, every England fielder, with 2 umpires and a wave around the ground from this modest, humble, but quite brilliant servant to the game of cricket. Jhulan Goswami has been there, done it all, and is saying goodbye to international cricket on the biggest stage of them all. What a player, what a legend. And after some more from you, Georgia Elwes, it will be Melissa Story.
Oh, that is one of those moments that just makes your hair stand up on end. It's given me complete goosebumps to see her come out. Everybody in the ground was on their feet applauding her, acknowledging what she's done for this game, and fantastic touch by the England team to welcome her to the crease. Back to business as usual now.
Hello, Georgia.
Hello.
I mean, that was really quite a heartwarming moment there. Jhulan Goswami to the crease, 204 matches in her ODI career. Absolute servant of the game, and she actually got ready there to be on strike, and they realised it was the end of the over. So 39 gone, 148 for 7. You got got the sense there. She was like, no, go on. I want to face this ball. This is my time to shine. And I mean, it's absolutely remarkable the history of Jilan Goswami playing against England, because her first test, first ODI, first T20, 199th ODI, and now her final game, all against England.
It's just been a remarkable career, hasn't it? So many milestones, records that she's broken. And do you know, watching her in this series, you feel like maybe there is still a little bit more for her to give, but she feels like it's the right time. And, if she'll carry on playing domestic cricket, I hope so. I hope so for the women's game. I think she's still got plenty to give, but it's whether she feels like she's still got the energy for that. It's great to see her out there with a beaming smile on her face.
Well, it will be Freya Kemp bowling to Deepti Sharma, who's in defence on the offside. She's currently on 51 off 81. And of course, speaking of Jilan Goswami, we've tried to create a bit of a movement, haven't we, Phil? Because she's nearing a massive landmark.
Massive landmark, yeah.
10,000 balls bowled in cricket. As in comes Kemp again and dropped into the offside by Deepti Sharma for no run.
Yeah, after she bowled the 7 overs of the night, she's 55 balls short of bowling 10,000 deliveries in ODI cricket. She'll be the first woman comfortably to do that. So we need 9.1 overs from her later. So really, we want India to score a few more, don't we? So she gets a chance to bowl those.
Kemp into Deepti, who's defending that down the pitch. Back to the bowler, 3 dots in a row now, 148 for 7.
Yeah, her journey to Lord's started on the back in January 2002 at the Guru Nanak College Ground in Chennai against England, as you mentioned. She took 2 for 15 off 7 overs. Her first wicket, Caroline Atkins for 10.
As Kemp over the wicket, bowls full and guided down to deep third by Deepti, fielded by Lamb, just for a single.
Caroline Atkins caught Raj, bowled Goswami. Little did we know then what those two names would mean in years to come.
Historic dismissal. It's crazy to think what has happened during the duration of her career. I mean, we've gone from flip phones to the mini computers in your pocket, really. All in that period.
We've had Freya Kemp born, Alice Capsey born.
It's momentous. As Kemp in again, and she's bowled Goswami for a golden duck. I'm speechless, Georgia. It's gone straight through the gate. A muted celebration from Freya Kemp there. It's her first wicket, second wicket of the day, but a disappointing way to go. And actually, almost you could sense from the way Goswami tucked her bat under her shoulders, under her armpit, kind of skipped off the pitch. She's walking towards the pavilion now. Obviously disappointed given the situation her team's in, 149 for 8. But it's one of those moments where you may feel she'll just look back with a bit of a laugh on her face and go, oh, well, what a way to go.
Yeah, I mean, that may be the signal that it is time for her to hang up those boots. I mean, not known for her batting. She was a handy bowling all-rounder, but I see her main skill is her bowling, and we can't wait to see her up there later on today. But shame for her in her final game. But I suppose there's something quite poignant about somebody like Freya Kemp, the young talent and the future of this game.
Who wasn't even alive when she made her debut. It's almost the circle of life.
Yeah, it is completely.
Not to suggest that her life is over, but just a cricketing career.
Yeah, Jilan Goswami's bowling, was spoken a lot about it. That's now her second golden duck at Lord's. She made a golden duck in the World Cup final. It's also her 18th duck in ODIs. In second place in that list, Charlotte Edwards.
Oh!
2 legends at the top of that table for ducks, at least, as that one has a bit of extra pop to Renuka Singh Thakur, the new batter at the crease. I'm going to say we've got a tweet from Anya Shrubsol's dad, Ian, saying, loving the chat about Dark Horse Anya Shrubsol as Noah and as Eminem tribute act. I would almost certainly have been cleaning out my closet, though.
Oh, she's got quite the repertoire.
I mean, it's almost awful that the retirement of an absolute legend took us away from that conversation about that party, Georgia, because as Henry mentioned, we were in complete disbelief. I mean, we know university socials can be quite fun, but I think the image of Anya Shrubsole as Noah probably will live in my mind forever. And it's quite entertaining to think how many World Cup winners from 2017 were involved on Noah's Ark. It's the crossover we didn't expect.
Yeah, no. I must say, Loughborough University, it's a very, very good place to play cricket, but it was a very enjoyable time as well for us all. And I think, it's a generation of people who've grown up together, bonded at Loughborough University over social events such as Noah's Ark. There's plenty more where that came from, but I'll keep those in the archives. I think
Anya will about to cry.
I think Anya will be very pleased that I've shown you the Noah's Ark photo. So
the archives.
Get out, Phil. Here we go then. Kate Cross back into the attack and dropped into the offside by Sharma for no run. And we might see a change of gears here, Georgia, from Deepti Sharma. She's 52 not out, and I must say with Jilan Goswami coming in at number 9, it's quite an extraordinarily long tail for India. So they've brought Cross back on. Of course, she's searching for that 5th wicket to get onto the Lord's Honours board potentially. Will Sharma go for it a bit more now? Wait for your answer after this ball from Cross, who bowls full, driven to mid-off by Deepti for no run. I mean, does she have to go for it now?
I think there's still so much time left in the game. There's still 10 overs to go. Think about that, 60 balls. Can they get another 60 runs and get themselves up and above that 200 mark? She'll need assistance at the other end, but she's certainly going to have to do the majority of the work herself. I think she's played nicely. I think she played really positively, very low risk, but she's to knock the ball around. I think she's just got to keep doing that.
Cross bowls outside the off stump through to Jones, who whips the bails off. Deepti not leaving her crease there, and umpire Martin Saggers having to, well, he takes a few steps in to say, do I have to really go readjust the bails? But Amy Jones has done a splendid enough job. I mean, Deepti's been at the crease 126 minutes for her 52. It's been a lot of patience in this innings so far. She's read the situation well. As Cross over the wicket again, hits Deepti in front. Shout for LBW from Cross and Jones. Not much else from the fielders in the inner ring. I mean, Kate Cross would appeal very loudly for anything that's going to hit the pads because, well, she's got 8 deliveries left to try and find a wicket. She's got the chance to bowl at the tail. And in fact, she probably is hoping Deepti can get a single here so she can bowl to Renuka Singh Thakur.
Yeah, she absolutely would be. And when she's bowled as beautifully as she has, she deserves that 5. She deserves her name up on that honours board.
Cross turns at the top of her mark and races in to Deepti, works single off her pads down to deep fine leg and gives Renuka Singh Thakur 1 ball to navigate from this Cross over. It felt when Cross came back for maybe her second spell, she was trying just a bit too hard to find that 5th wicket, but this over, she's settled into that rhythm again, just showing her experience. Just see a round of applause as India bring up 150 for 8. Is that we can see a round of applause? Of course, people listening can't. They can hear a round of applause. Cross bowls a full delivery, which Thakur keeps out splendidly, driving to mid-on and completes the 41st over this first innings. 150 for 8. Cross 9 overs bowled so far. Just the 25 runs conceded, 4 wickets. So she's going to have 6 balls to try and find that 4th wicket. And of course, I mean, more and more women are being able to play at Lord's, Georgia, with the introduction of the 100 in most recent years, having those double headers, giving female players a bit of more of a centre stage. Just how great does it feel to be out there in the middle with the history of this ground?
Yeah, I think it starts when you walk into the ground, really, and you go into the pavilion and you bag down in the changing room, you look around and there's all the portraits, you just feel the history that has been there before. I think when you step out onto the ground, it's a little bit more like you just get into the zone of the game.
Kemp continuing from the pavilion end and a top edge down towards deep third as Deepti has a big swing at that ball. They'll only pick her up a single, which she does take. So she's given the responsibility to Kurt, who's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I think when you go out into the middle and have a look at the pitch before the warm-up starts, and I think that's where you take it all in and look at the history, feel yourself stand on the slope. The grass is just
I've
exquisite.
always wanted to roll about on the grass at Lords. I can't explain it. As Kemp bowls, and this one's swung high in the air. Fielder underneath for the cover takes a simple catch. Sophia Dunkley. And Takir goes for a 3-ball or 2-ball duck. 3-ball duck?
3-ball duck.
And it's the 9th wicket to fall for India. You feel there, you can tell what she was trying to do, but also that she's number 10 batter with Deepti Sharma at the other end, 54 not out. It wasn't really there for her to play the big shot. And you'd say probably quite bad tactics there from Takir.
Terrible shot, in my opinion. Didn't need to do it.
Just take the single.
So many balls left in this innings. Yeah, absolutely. Take the single. Get Deepti Sharma back on strike. And just a bit of brainless batting there, to be honest with you. She's not helping out a partner in her team at the other end by playing expansive shots like that so early on in her innings.
It will bring the final batter for India, Rajeshwari Gaikwad, to the crease. Who's such a small figure. It's quite hard to pick up out in the middle, but she'll be at the non-striker's end. Deepti Sharma on strike. And it's interesting you mentioned when you walk into the pavilion, it all kind of starts there, the feelings, the buzz, and the portraits on the wall. I remember watching a documentary about this. As Kemp comes over the wicket to Deepti, who slaps this one away past Tammy Beaumont at point, but turns down the single. Freya Davis on the boundary there has a wry grin on her face. She's going, okay, you don't want to run a single to me, that's fine.
Yeah, Rajeshwari Gaikwad, the last time she came to the wicket, Lord in an ODI, batting at number 11 in that World Cup final. Anya Shrubsole steaming in.
You mean Noah?
Noah steaming in. Out first.
I'd quite like to see Anya Shrubsole run in wearing the full Noah outfit at Lords. To try and get a movement going. Kemp bowls outside the off stump, and this time slapped away in front of square. They're going to come back for 2 here, although Freya Kemp slightly got in the way there of Deepti Sharma, who turned around looking for a single and ran almost straight into Freya Kemp. Definitely not intentional from Freya Kemp there, as the left-hander coming over the wicket. She was really just stood in her follow-through. But it does leave Gaikwad on strike. 152 for 9 the score. Close catcher now at extra cover and mid-wicket as Kemp in, and she leaves this one outside the off stump for no run. So I mentioned the portraits at Lords. Certain famous figures who get to go up there, some of them have got to choose an artist they want to paint it, or an artistic style, and I think it shows over the decades, the styles. But I've not yet seen a modernist painting. Why has no one ever gone for a Picasso-style painting in the Lord's Pavilion? I would love to see it. Maybe just a modern art interpretation of a face as Kemp bowls down the leg side and umpire Martin Saggers raises his arms to the scorers, adds another single to the total. Or maybe just a piece of modern art where paint is thrown at the screen and you've got to interpret it to be Georgia Elwes. This is going to be you. I'm going to throw it and say, can you not see in that little swirl of the paint George's eyes?
If I'm having my portrait in the Lord's Pavilion, I want people to know it's definitely me.
Kemp bowls. Gaikwad, who's playing outside the off stump and doesn't get any bat on it, through to Amy Jones behind the stumps. 153 for 9 off 42 overs. Georgia's leaving us for now to go commission her painting in the Lord's Pavilion by probably a classical artist by the sound of that. Alex Hartley rejoins us. Hello, you've come back in time for your mate Kate Cross. 6 balls left. She needs 1 wicket. It always seems to be always on when Kate Cross is bowling.
It's almost like it's been planned, but it really hasn't.
It's crunch time though for her, and you feel as if she'll just be begging Deepti, who'll be on strike, to take that single so she can have a shot bowling at Gaikwad. And Deepti here, I mean, where are her boundary options against Kate Cross?
It's a good question. She likes to paddle, but obviously that's been covered third and fine.
Cross around the wicket to Deepti, who works the ball off her pad. She's running hard, looking to come back, but no. Yet again takes a single, first ball of the over. And Kate Cross may just have 5 deliveries here against Garquad.
Well, this is huge, isn't it? 5 deliveries to get your 5 for get your name on that honours board. There's that fine line. She'll be thinking about it. She'll be saying, I need one more wicket, but I don't want to search too much, because quite often as a bowler, when you are searching, you can often get things wrong.
Well, the field for Garquad will be deep third, fine leg, square leg on the boundary. Everyone else up. Got a close catcher at extra cover, and actually square leg's just been told to come up in the ring as well, which seems quite a logical decision. I'm not sure Garquad's going to be swatting Cross away to the deep square boundary. She's in then past the umpire, bowls a straight delivery, which is defended at the crease by Garquad. Solid in defence there. He feels as if she might just bat this out like it's a hat-trick ball every ball.
I think that's what you've got to do, isn't it?
I mean, that's what we were expecting Renuka Singh Thakur to do, but actually she went out playing a massive shot. But
Yeah.
Garquad here, if she was naught off 20-odd deliveries, then she would have done her role rather splendidly. Cross charging in with intent now, over the wicket, bowls, and it goes through to Jones behind the stumps. 3 balls left in this final over from Kate Cross in her spell.
Well, India, they've got to try and bat the overs. So they want these 2 to be there at the end. 1 wicket for England to finish this innings. 1 wicket for Kate Cross to get a 5-fer. She's got 3 balls left in the over. 3 balls left in her spell.
She has a word with Sophie Eccleston, who's at mid-off to her left, and comes in again to bowl to Garquad. That one's wider and left alone. Doesn't get tempted by that delivery outside the off stump.
She's got a huge smile on her face, Kate Cross. She knows that's not the delivery you want to be bowling outside the off stump.
It's like when you need to get a wicket at the end and you're mid-off, mid-on to say, just bowl a Yorker. I would be if I could.
I'm trying.
You try so hard, and it's always a lovely delivery outside the off stump with some slight away movement, which would be nice at any other time of the game. Cross in, bowls a straight delivery, defended by Garquad, and actually everyone has really assembled at the back of our commentary box to watch this final delivery from Kate Cross. It is really like an Avengers film. We've all had our separate turns on commentary, and now everyone's all together to watch this final delivery from Cross.
It's a really weird situation to be in as a number 11 as well, knowing that the bowler that's charging in needs 1 wicket. It's going to finish the innings as well.
Final ball of Cross's spell. Bowls a full delivery, which is edged down to deep third. Deepti turns down the single. Kate Cross turns around in her mark. She'll be disappointed for sure, but she finishes with spectacular figures. 4 wickets for 26 runs from her 10. Just how important has that bowling spell been for England, Alex? And after your thoughts, it would be Daniel Norcross.
It's been hugely important, the fact that she's managed to get the top 4 for England. All her teammates going around congratulating her parents on the big screen, clapping away as well. She's bowled incredibly well. I think England as a whole have turned it around since the previous game where the bowlers were all expensive. But Kate Cross to pick up 4-fer, there'll be part of her that's gutted not to get a name on the honours board as well.
Well, yes. Her family were there watching on. You notice quite the distinction. The only other player to dismiss India's top 4 in ODI. Next delivery swung out towards deep mid-wickets, running away to the boundary. Won't quite get there. Oh, now they're coming back for a second. They feel they have to. And had the throw been a little bit better, Rajeshwari Garquad would have been in trouble there. It wasn't a bad throw from White, it just needed to be pinpoint accurate. And good running from Garquad to get back. The only other bowler to take India's top 4 in an ODI, I'm reliably informed by Mohit Shah and confirmed by Hypercourse, is Catherine Brunt.
Well, special.
4 for 26, and 13 of those 26 came in 1 over. 4 for 13 in the other 9 overs, an extraordinary performance.
Yeah, she just had 1 over where she couldn't quite get a line right.
So it's Eggleston from the pavilion end into Dipti, who cuts and misses. Oh no, it doesn't miss. It goes to extra cover. I beg its pardon. But straight to the field and no run.
Eggleston hands on her knees because she's bowled an absolute pie there.
Yeah, sure.
But she got away with it.
And filthy. 5 in the ring on the offside. Leg side is packed as she goes for a little flip up and over. That's going to run down to A fine leg, throw comes in. One more to the total, Emma Lamb tidying up. That means that Rajeshwari Gaikwad is back on strike. And it's always fun watching the ferrets bat, the ones that come in after the rabbits.
Is that what we're called, the ferrets?
Yeah. No, I would say that you're not quite a ferret.
Well, I do bat number 11.
Yeah, but I think you're a pretty serviceable rabbit, whereas this, without a doubt, look, Gaikwad's got, 23 runs in her entire ODI career with a highest score of 5. She's played 60-odd games, so Eggleston is into her. She comes forward and defends into the onside. She's batting for Dipti Sharma at the other end, but not quite sure where a run is going to come from.
I was just thinking that, although she doesn't necessarily need to score any runs yet.
No, the field is packed in tight as this goes down the leg side and is running away towards the boundary. It's being pursued and it is trickling ever so slowly. It's actually going to stop before it makes it to the boundary, and rather dangerously, they've come back for 3. Well, I say dangerously because
3 leg buys, isn't it?
3 leg buys, thank you. That means that there's only 1 ball left in this over. Now, what's Amy Jones going to do? The smart thing, I think, is not to give the single, but we've got the same field, 4 out on the boundary on the leg side. The offside is packed. Expect Eggleston to bowl this outside the off stump, I would think. She comes in over the wicket and Dipti moves across her crease and just taps the ball into the onside for that single, which means that she will keep strike. 161 for 9 with 6 overs remaining. 7 runs came off that over, 3 of them in the form of leg buys. Dipti Sharma has 60.
It was clever batting that from Dipti Sharma. It was outside the off stump from Eccleston, but she just shuffled across to knock the ball into the leg side to get the easy single. And all Dipti Sharma needs to do here is just have most of the strike.
See, I would have been inclined to bring the field in even on the leg side and say go for it, because even if she gets it away for 6, you've then got Gaikwad to bowl at, and you've got any of the bowlers you want apart from Kate Cross can bowl it.
Yeah, we see a lot of that in Test cricket, don't we, where they quite often will happily give away runs, but I don't think we very often see it in ODI cricket where you're happy to just give away free runs.
But she'd have to get it up and over the infield, so she'd have to take that risk if she wants those runs, or try to find a very risky single. So it's going to be Charlie Dean who's going to bowl the 45th over. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, deep cover and a long off for the boundary riders. 3 in the ring on the leg side, 2 saving 1 on the offside at short extra and backward point. Now mid-off, Emma Lamb is coming up, and long on is going back, Sophie Eccleston. What's Dipti's plan here? Dean is in, it's driven past extra cover, but can't beat mid-off, so they're not going to take the single. Lamb doing the fielding.
Dipti Sharma just looking to hit that ball as hard as she could there into the offside, past extra cover.
Well, there is a gap, isn't there? Because that is the space to go for. Dean in again, down the wicket she comes on and then drives into the offside, and a good sprawling half stop by Cross at extra cover prevents the runs. With the leg side so well tenanted, Dipti's giving herself room outside the leg stump and trying to access up and over extra cover. She comes down the wicket and flays at this and has got it through backward point, and a despairing dive, though not quite over the top of the ball, is unsuccessful, as many despairing dives are. And so 4 more to the total. Dipti Sharma playing his lone hand here. Alice Capsey couldn't quite get round. She had about 10 yards to make to her right point.
It was a lovely shot from...
Sorry, Alex.
It was a lovely shot from Dipti Sharma. She was looking to hit the ball hard, and she does there, pass backward point.
Dean into her again. She go this time much more down the leg side, and that's been worked to short fine leg, and there's no run. Phil?
Yeah, just a quick reminder that despite all the greats India have had, Dipti Sharma holds the highest score by an Indian woman in an ODI, 188 not out against Ireland.
Wow. Dean into Dipti, sweeps and doesn't get anything on this. It rolls to short third, really, or backward point. No run. One ball left in the over. There's been a 4 and 4 dots. Now then, so I think he's absolutely right. Charlie Dean's bringing Capsey in off the boundary. She's bringing Long On in. I like to see this. This is what I want at the end of the last over, Alex.
Yeah, just to make it harder for Sharma to find that easy single. England want to be bowling at Gaikwad.
Last ball. What's Dipti going to do with it? She comes forward, taps it well into the onside, and they amble through for a single. She played that expertly, actually. Got outside the line of off stump and just gently put it into that gap at square leg, so she will keep the strike again. 166 for 9, 5 overs in theory left. Eccleston's still got a couple. Dean's got 1. Kemp's got 3 up her sleeve. Freya Davis has got 2. So
Emma Land's got a 7.
yes, I'm not anticipating her bowling again.
I don't think we'll see her again.
Yeah, that sounded ever so slightly portentous. I don't think we'll be seeing her again. But yes, I know exactly what you mean. It's going to be Eccleston to continue, which is surely the right move. And so back we go to the previous field. 4 out on the boundary on the leg side. Wide, Long On. Deep mid-wicket. Long On's got a bit straighter now, actually. Deep square. And a long leg. 5 in the ring on the offside. Eccleston. In. And that's flicked away. Fine. It's running away towards the boundary. They'll want 2, and this could be tight. The throw comes in from Lamb, but Sharma is home. 2 more to the total. Nice little shot that, just finding the fine angle, and Lamb had to make a lot of ground to her left, hence how they could get back for 2.
Yeah, early on in the over, Sharma needs boundaries or 2s, and then when we get to 1 or 2 balls left, then she's going to have to look for the single.
168 for 9. Eccleston in, and she's gone for a big swing and a miss, taken by Amy Jones.
Well, she's trying to get the ball through the covers there. She gives herself room, steps outside leg stump, tries to drive the ball through the covers. Bit of fresh air.
And it's quite fresh today, isn't it? Eccleston in, and that's been swung out towards Long On. Now then, they might get 2 here, but no. Gaikwad was not quick enough on the first, and it was just that little bit too close to Long On. So 3 balls left in the over. Gaikwad on strike. 169 for 9. England have been splendid today. They picked up early wickets through Kate Cross. 4 in the power play. 29 for 4 India at one stage. Then a partnership of 58 got them back on track between Mandela and Dipti Sharma. Another partnership of 40 for the 7th wicket. Eccleston is in. There's a big appeal for LBW. Given! Eccleston thinks she's taken the 10th wicket. They'll definitely go upstairs because they can, but oh dear, that looks quite out. It's hit about 4 inches above the foot in front of middle stump. The only thing that could save her is it might be going down. I don't think there's any hint of bat on it. And this could be the 10th wicket. It could be another wicket for Eccleston, her second. They're going to refer because they had a refer, and it's the 10th wicket. But this was the danger. This is why Dipti Sharma had to protect Gaikwad. So it looks like she's going to be out for yet another international blob.
It does look very out.
Oh dear.
I think the ball is going to be clattering middle and leg stump, unless she hit it, but I don't think she has done. It's hit her on the pad.
Yes, it's very low shin.
And it was actually Dipti that said to Gaikwad, you have to review that. And she went, oh, okay.
No bat involved. We can see balls hit pad with the bat behind the pad. Here we go. Ball tracking when available. It's available now. And it shows the ball smashing into middle and leg stump. Rajeshwari Gaikwad has to go, and India have been bowled out. They've been bundled out for 169. Confirmation there as the umpire raises his finger for the 2nd time. And Dipti Sharma is left unbeaten on 68. It has been England today with the ball who have been rampant. Kate Cross with 4 for 26 from her. 2 wickets for Freya Kemp, including an absolute beauty to get rid of Julian Goswami in her final one-day international. She was greeted by a guard of honour, the England players, creating a tunnel for her to walk through. And actually, the words of John Arlott when talking about Don Bradman came to mind. You did kind of wonder whether she could possibly see the ball through the emotion. It's been a very emotional day for her today. Her teammates were weeping before the start of play, and then when she came out to bat, she waved her hand to everybody around the ground, and she faced up to her first ball, and it was a perfect in-swinging full ball that clattered into middle and leg stump. It's a brutal game, cricket. That was Freya Kemp's second wicket. She took 2 for 24. Charlie Dean 1 for 43. Freya Davis 1 for 35. Eccleston 2 for 27. Dipti Sharma top score with an unbeaten 68. A lovely 50 from Smriti Mandana of 79 balls at the top of the order, but Pooja Vostrika was the only other player to get to double figures. In fact, no one else made it beyond 4. Wickets falling at 2, 10, 17 and 29 really did the damage. Marvellous bowling from Kate Cross, taking the top 4 Indian wickets. Then, as I said, that partnership of 58 got things slightly back on track before Smriti Mandana was out in a very unusual way. A short ball that she went to pull, went through the shot a bit too early at Cannon, back onto the stumps. That was 87 for 5, 108 for 6. Then a 40-run partnership between Vostrika and Dipti Sharma hinted that maybe India could get up to 200, and we've been speculating on what would be a good score on this pitch, having seen quite a lot of white ball cricket. 200 could be pretty awkward, but when that partnership was broken at 148, the tail really did subside, despite the efforts of Dipti Sharma, who finished 68 not out from 106 balls with 7 fours. 170 will be the target for England. And just to remind everybody, this really isn't a dead rubber. This is part of qualification for the next World Cup, and England have lost their first 2 games. They win this game, they'll be on the points table, so every game counts in these bilateral one-day internationals. And Alex Hartley's alongside me. 170, it feels below par.
Yeah, it is below par. I think India, they're going to have to take early wickets if they are to win this game, and England, they're going to have to get through that new ball. They'll get 1 new ball from each end, but they're going to have to just take their time. Had India have got up to around that 220 mark, you might have thought it might have been competitive, or at least they've got something to bowl at, but they are way below par with only 169 on the board. Dipti Sharma was outstanding with the bat then, and so was Smriti Mandana, but other than that, everyone else pretty average today.
Well, they were, as the scoreboard will attest. Harmanpreet, off the back of that fabulous 100 in the last game, was the 3rd top scorer with 4. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ducks. Phil Long.
5 ducks for the 3rd time in India's ODI history. 5 ducks in the innings. As you mentioned, only 3 players made double figures. They were the only 3 players to hit boundaries as well.
Well, I suppose that, yeah, when the next top scorer is 4, I suppose that's going to be the way. It's been difficult out there, but shouldn't take away from the spectacle. We're playing a women's one-day international at Lord's, the first time England's women have played here since the 2017 World Cup, which Alex Hartley, alongside me, played in that game. Now, it's not as full, it's not quite the same atmosphere. We've got more members in. But there's a really decent crowd, without a shadow of a doubt, and it's a very Indian-flavoured crowd. Every time a run was hit, there was that very distinctive noise. And I think you'd say, wouldn't you, that it's been a success?
Yeah, it definitely has. We've just got the 1 empty stand over to our left-hand side, but I reckon there's between 10 and 14,000 people in today, and with the sun shining, England have bowled incredibly well, so yeah, it has been a success. And obviously moving forward to next summer when England play the Ashes, we play at the test grounds a lot more often, so it's good to see it starting here today.
And another thing that's great to see is that the Lord's outfield has been opened up to youngsters to play all-stars cricket and what have you, which is so much of what this occasion is about. It's also about some statistical aspects here, you know. Tammy Beaumont playing her 100th ODI, Julian Goswami her 204th one-day international, finally bowing out at the age of 40. And it was a really lovely emotional moment when she came out to bat. It had been emotional in the morning, but then when she came out to bat, and I think you told us, Alex, that was all Sophia Dunkley's idea, is that right?
The Guard of Honour, yeah, was Sophia Dunkley's idea. I think she must have said it in a team meeting, why don't we give her a Guard of Honour? So, England rightly so as well, she deserves that. You know, she's been a real, well, pioneer for women's cricket over the years. Well,
India need her to do a fair bit with the ball, because they've got to find a way of taking England wickets. 170 is a very, very modest target indeed. And just before I go, I'm about to bring in Henry Moran, but there was just a rather interesting vignette next door where Emily Windsor, Tash Farrant and Georgia Elwys were watching as Julian Goswami faced her first ball, and it clattered into the stumps, and I punched the air, it's a great ball, and those three all went, oh no, that's dreadful. So I don't know, these England stars are getting a bit soft as far as I'm concerned. Any statistical oddity to give us, Phil, before I hand over to Henry for the lunch break?
One last one to give you. 2 wickets in the innings there for Sophie Eccleston. That's 29 wickets in the calendar year for her, which is an England record.
And there is quite a thing that's occurring at the far end of the ground, because we have a guard of honour. We've already seen one today for Julan Goswami, who headed to the field to bat for the final time in international cricket. And admittedly, that didn't go quite to plan. She was bowled first ball, but, you know, she's going to get more than one opportunity with the ball, because she will soon be heading out to bowl for the final time as an international cricketer. And I can see Julan Goswami, this tall figure, who I sense probably won't necessarily be someone to relish the limelight quite as others might, but she is now heading over the boundary edge and walking between teammates, some new, some old, but all of them who look up to her as one of the true role models and icons of the game. And as she's walked through the first guard of honour, they've now run round the rest of the team to form a second one.
I love this.
They won't let it go.
So as much Julan Goswami as you might want to just get on with playing the game, you're going to have to walk past your teammates once again, a smile on the face, and maybe just a little hint of a grimace, because she knows that she has to just accept she is the centre of attention for this moment, and gets a pat on the back from Smriti Mandana, a hug from Shefali Verma, who wasn't even born when she started her international career. That is the journey that Julan Goswami has been on, and I'm pleased to say she's removing her cap and will be bowling the first delivery, with England chasing a target of 170. Phil Long, remind us, there is a crucial Julan Goswami statistic we're keeping an eye on, and then for the first time in this innings, and to take us through the start of it, it'll be Melissa Story.
Yeah, Julan Goswami, no bowler in women's international one-day international history has bowled 10,000 balls. Julan Goswami is 55 short of that total. She needs to bowl 9.1 overs.
Well, Phil, we were discussing what happens if India only bowl her for 9 and she's 1 delivery short. Do we protest? Do we storm the pitch? Do we hang banners out the commentary box window and protest? Because we need 55 balls bowled.
I did wonder if she only was to bowl 49 and was to bowl 9,994. It would be Bradman-esque, wouldn't it, with a 99.94 Bradman. The Bradman, the comparison doesn't really stop there. You know, she got the guard of honour today, didn't she? Tear in her eye, I think, when she was bowled without scoring.
Yes, that was deeply unfortunate, Tash, and you always get the sense when she was walking through that revolving guard of honour just then for India, it was a bit like when someone's singing happy birthday to you. You're not really sure what you're meant to do apart from kind of smile but also grimace at the same time.
I think she enjoyed it for maybe the first guard of honour, and then as it continues,
the second and the third and
thinking,
the fourth ones.
OK, team, that's enough now. I'm going to just do my job and try and get a couple of early wickets.
Well, she's got ball in hand, bowling to Tammy Beaumont outside the off stump and left alone by Beaumont through to Yastika. To begin this innings, of course, England require 170 from their 50 overs.
Tammy Beaumont, in need of some runs, really. 7 and 6 in the 2 ODIs so far. Of course, missed that run of 11 games during the sort of T20 period of the summer. So, yeah, scores of 7 and 6 so far.
She's on strike with 2 slips in play for India. Goswami readjusts her grip on the ball at the top of her mark and then glides into the crease, and Beaumont defends at the crease. Straight to extra cover, fielded by Shefali Verma. I mean, Beaumont also has a bit of a point to prove here, Tash, as we mentioned, left out of the T20 squad, left out of the Commonwealth Games, and now desperately in need of some runs here.
Absolutely, I think everyone feels that she's got a point to prove, and she's obviously got the stats behind her, but especially in this day and age, you've got to keep scoring runs if you want to stay in this really strong England side, and she's having to battle against Julan Goswami, who's got her out, I think, 8 or 9 times in her career.
Goswami bowls that high front arm, and Beaumont drives to Verma. Again, extra cover, none for none. The score remains. And she's one of those almost teasing bowlers who's not express pace. She bowls around the 67, 68 miles per hour mark, but just puts it on that area which is unnerving for batters.
Absolutely. She's got that 10-piece fence down, hasn't she? She can hit it every single time, and obviously she's so tall as well, so she gets that awkward bounce, and not especially the quickest, but she's so consistent and just nips it both ways and so skillful.
She's into Beaumont, who's struck on the pad, looking to work that one square.
Yeah, as Tash says, Tammy's been out 8 times to Julan Goswami. Don't really want to see her steaming in when you've got scores of 7 and 6 in the series so far.
No.
Yeah, that's the record for Julan. She's also got Jenny Gunn 7 times and Charlotte Edwards and Sarah Taylor 6 times apiece.
Now, that last delivery from Goswami clocked in at 70 miles per hour.
She's up for it today.
She's up for it.
She's using every last bit of energy she has.
She is up for it, but someone who's not up for it's the keeper who's gone back. She was up.
See, she's bowling too quick. Goswami here has saved all her energy for these last, hopefully, 9.1 overs. She's in again. Past the umpire, over the wicket to Beaumont, who defends, drops this one down on the onside beside her. No run taken. Not for naught, the score remains. And although this is a low target, 170 tashes, by no means going to be easy on this Lord's pitch, which you've probably played on quite a few times in the 100.
Yeah, definitely not, especially in recent times. It has been quite a low-scoring ground, especially in women's cricket. We saw that throughout the summer in the 100, so it is a low total and one that England will be confident, but they'll know there are a few demons in this pitch, so they'll want to get a good start here.
Julan Goswami bowls the final ball of her first over, and Beaumont solid in defence back to her. The score remains 0 for none. England 170 runs needed from 49 overs, and really emphasising just how important those 2 innings were. Smriti Mandana 50, and then got out in quite an unusual dismissal to Kate Cross, where she bottom-edged a bouncer going down the leg side onto her middle stump. It was quite unfortunate, but really Deepti Sharma with her 68 not out was the star of that India innings and batted well on the surface.
Yeah, I don't think it's a surface with necessarily any demons in it, but it's obviously not coming onto the bat quite as the batters would like. So if the bowlers, I think, just bowl in those really good areas, which we've just seen Julan Goswami just bowled a maiden first up, and if they can put it in the right area and keep bowling, keeping those stumps in play, it's definitely not an easy pitch to bat on. So India will feel hopeful that if they bowl well, these 2 opening bowlers who've been so good throughout this series, they can pick up a few early wickets.
Manuka Singh Thakur from the pavilion end, bowling to Lamb, who just drops her bat out in front of her, lets the ball glide off a thickish edge into the covers. And Manuka Singh Thakur, I must say, I think she's becoming one of my favourite players, because I got to see her across the Commonwealth Games. Usually bowled around 3 overs in the power play at the beginning of the innings and was plentiful wickets. Absolutely glorious, and she swings the ball in towards the batters. She's into Lamb, who's driving to mid-off. Straight to the fielder. Score remains on 0.
She's so skillful. I haven't seen much of her, but in the T20s against England as well, she's got that perfect presentation of the seam, and she does angle it in, but she can also nip it away, and there's something so satisfying about that perfect seam that a seamer can present, and so skillful, and just showing that it's not all about raw pace.
Thakur bowls, and in defence on the back foot is Lamb. Pushes back to the bowler, who has the luxury as a fast bowler of not having to bend down and pick the ball up off your own bowling. You can just let a fielder come in and do that for you, because you're charging in, bowling fast. Although, as you mentioned, it's a bit slower than Goswami at the other end. She's in the low 60s, but she's almost the reverse Jimmy Anderson. She'll bowl 5 is swinging in at you, and you've got to be careful of the out swinger. She's in again to Lamb, who's pushing this to extra cover, not timed. No run. It's been a fantastic start for India.
Yeah, just what they wanted, and I think obviously we've spoken a lot about Goswami today, and she'll look back at, with fondness on the Guards of Honour, the interviews, but what she'll want to do for her country is bowl well, and and play a good hand into making this a really good game and winning that last game for her country, because she's been such a servant for India for so many years.
Took her in over the wicket, and Lamb has a fish at that one outside the off stump. Minimal foot movement. She immediately remarks her middle stump line in her crease and goes down the pitch, just taps her back down, kicks her feet a bit to get them moving. Yeah, she'll definitely look back in fondness about a lot of it, but probably not her batting, which
I just knew that was going to happen. I just had this gut feeling. I really didn't want it to happen.
Well, I heard that it was quite emotional in the other room where all of you guys were sitting. There was
we were gutted. I wanted
no tears, or
no. Dan had a tear in his eye.
Kerr bowls, and Lamb just prods at this one straight to backward point. Chance of a run out if the throw had been more accurate from Astrika there at point. Tammy Beaumont running to the danger end, had to stretch to get into the crease and completes 2 overs. Finally a run on the board for England, 1 for none. The score, 48 overs remaining. I mean, some people get it good. Alistair Cook, he got to leave, depart with 100, and other people, I mean, it's, cricket, it's a cruel sport. But I feel as if with a bit of time she'll look back with a bit of a smile on her face.
Yeah, she might laugh at that one in a few years, but I think she'll just think she'll want to bowl well today, and hopefully she bowls well and she'll forget about the quick innings that she had today.
And of course she'll be using the slope nicely just to guide that bit of seam movement she gets. Still got 2 slips in play, almost a fly gullyish region fielder. Behind square for Emma Lamb. As Goswami bowls, and Lamb works this round the corner to square leg, playing around that front pad. Picks up a single. She moves on to 2. Beaumont back on strike. And I mean, she really is her bunny. We spoke about bunnies earlier. Was it Kate Cross and Shafali Verma? Shafali Verma is Kate Cross's bunny, but actually Kate Cross is now Shafali Verma's bunny, because she got her out at Canterbury. There's not too often you do see Shafali Verma. I'm getting them mixed up.
You're struggling with this.
Shafali Vermes. Goswami into bowl, straighter. Beaumont tucks that off her hip into the onside and gets off the mark with a quick single.
Julan Goswami, she's bowling nice and straight here, but I don't think she's got the feel to be able to bowl that middle stump line. She's only got 2 on the leg side. I don't know if it's worth getting 1 more over, or is she trying to bowl that 4th stump line just outside the off stump? She's obviously got 2 slips and a gully, so she probably just want to bring her line just slightly outside off here.
Has been a bit straight so far, as you say. She's in again, bounds into the crease, bowls a fuller ball, which is pushed to point by Lamb, just opening the face of her bat there. We've seen this tactic from India across this series, where they have 2 fielders quite close in at points, especially when Danny Wyatt was batting, as she's a proficient cutter of the ball. To have almost 2 points in right next to each other, you feel as if they could reach out and just hold hands.
I do think that India have done their homework on Emma Lamb. She always had a great series against South Africa and got that great 100 in the ODI there, but they've bowled really straight to her and not given her any width, which she loves.
Goswami bowls, and driving on the up is Lamb. 1 bounce to the field at Preet at mid-off. It's certainly not looking easy out there. Indian bowlers bowling tight lines, as you say. Goswami here is the luxury of quite an offside field, although just as we say that, Deepti Sharma has been moved from a 2nd slip into mid-wicket, so maybe with the sun out, a bit less movement than they were expecting.
I like this from India. Now Julan Goswami can also attack those stumps, and we know Emma Lamb prefers width outside the off stump.
Goswami bowls a shorter ball, which is pulled away in the air by Emma Lamb. She doesn't need to worry, there's no one out there, and she brings up the first England boundary of this innings. 7 for none. Goswami there just dropping a bit too short of a length.
Yeah, great shot there from Emma Lamb. Looked like she was slightly sitting deeper in her crease, waiting for that short of a length ball, and she got it and she put it away, and that's what England need to do here. They need to make sure whenever they get a bad ball, which doesn't often come, especially with Julan Goswami, they really capitalise on it and get it to the boundary.
1 ball remaining in this 3rd over. Swami runs away from us, bowls full, and giving herself some room as Lamb just pushes that into the offside. And was that a chance there? It was a poor throw in again from Vastrika there in the covers into Jastika behind the stumps. Just a few of these singles have been a bit risky from England, but clearly they're showing a bit of intent that this may not be the free-flowing boundary kind of wicket they're looking for, but they can certainly rotate the strike nicely.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Tammy Beaumont, she's one of the quickest in this team, and Emma Lamb also, and I think that maybe that's where India missed a trick. They weren't really looking for those quick singles with a bit of urgency because they weren't finding that boundary easily. So England have obviously had a good chat at half-time, and if the boundaries aren't free-flowing, they're going to try and really run hard and put some pressure on this Indian team that haven't really fielded that well in this series. So they know that there's a few fumbles out there and they're going to try and capitalise on it.
Well, it didn't really start well for India in their international T20 at Chester Lee Street, where they fielded second. I think by this point it was maybe about 10 p.m. This cold September evening. I couldn't feel my hands upstairs in the commentary box, and I think they put down 4 or 5 catches, and it wasn't the best way to kickstart their tour of England, but there has been small improvements as we've reached the ODIs. Here comes Thakur again, drops one short and it's pulled away just behind square on Goswami down at fine leg. Well, it's her final game. She shouldn't have to dive for those ones, and she doesn't, so it brings up a boundary for England. 12 for none the score now, and Emma Lamb looking in beautiful touch. She moves on to 11 off 12.
Yeah, really good from Lammy there, just sitting back again and getting that short of a length ball and just using all the space out there on the leg side. And Julan Goswami, she's not putting in the dive there. She made up some ground with those long legs of hers, but didn't fancy the dive on that occasion. We'll let her off today.
Yeah, you don't want to go into your retirement with a bit of a sore shoulder or a bruised hip.
She's got 8 more overs to bowl. She's got to stay fit and strong.
Exactly. Bowl them straight through as well. Why not? Surely they must know about this record. We've been shouting about it. Maybe if we shout a bit louder out this window in front of us. Thakur in again, and Lamb just advancing down the pitch a bit. Pushes that one into the onside for no run. 12 for none, and we've got a special delivery in because a few of our TMS colleagues have popped down to the pick and mix stand in this innings break. I mean, some of us were working, but some of us were going to the stall and just checking out what they've brought up to us. We've got a few of the bubblegum bottles. Do you want to have a look and give us your ratings?
Georgia Ellis, she loves a pick and mix, she does.
Thakur over the wicket, bowls to Lamb, who drops this one into the onside again, playing around that front pad. She can be a bit susceptible there. And there was an appeal from Jastika behind the stumps. No run taken. I mean, how would you rate her pick and mix?
This is fabulous. It's absolutely massive.
I must say, if I pick it up, it's weighing me down.
It's weighty.
It's really, really heavy.
There's a lot of picking in there, isn't there?
A lot of picking.
A lot of picking.
I wasn't sure sweets were being manufactured to be this big. I think one of them is about the size of my hand.
Do have a controversial opinion in a second, though.
We'll wait for that one. It's Thakur bowls, and that's hit in the air past the diving extra cover fielder for 4. Tough chance there for Deepti Sharma at extra cover.
Tasha's got her head in her hands with that fielding.
Well, it was a good effort from extra cover in the ring, but Shafali Verma's out there, deep extra cover, and she's not the quickest fielder.
Well,
she always is put on the boundary.
Yes, a reoccurring theme this series is Shafali Verma on the boundary, which we'll go into after this delivery from Thakur, which strays onto the pads of Lamb and is worked down to Goswami at fine leg for a single. She's not a very, typical boundary fielder. She often doesn't pick the ball up and then doesn't run very fast and often doesn't dive. Well, so the criteria for a boundary fielder isn't really being checked off.
In that case, the intent was to go to the ball. She almost ran in and then forgot to go for the ball and then had to run back towards the boundary, but by that time it was too late and it'd gone for 4. So not the best piece of fielding we've seen today, but hopefully she can make up for that later on down the line.
Brings Beaumont back on strike. My only thinking could be that she's quite young still, so maybe they've just put her on the boundary because she's youthful. Still got a lot of energy with her. Thakur bowls to Beaumont, who puts her bat out in front of her. Almost looks to play a shot around the corner and never quite committed to it. There'll be a dot ball to finish the fourth. 17 for none, the score. And before we pass over to Daniel Norcross, or as we do, what is your controversial sweet opinion, Tash? Because I need to know this before I go.
So I was having this debate with the South East Stars the other day, and I know they're a popular sweet, but a big straub, one of these, I just think they're so overrated. I just don't understand them. They get stuck in your teeth. They don't really taste of much, and I think I'm in the minority there.
No, I'm actually with you. They're not sour enough. They're essentially relatively tasteless, aren't they?
I agree.
The straub. Yeah. I like mine to be fizzy.
There's a couple of fizzy ones in here if you want to go for it.
It is a very heavy bag. It's a very heavy bag. See George Foreman hitting that. Right, here comes Julian Goswami with a slip in place. And forward in defence comes Lamb. Pushes the ball out to the offside. And there is no run. I don't know if we've mentioned this today, but a record has been broken by Anna Harris. She, at the tender age, I believe, of 23 years and 344 days, according to Hypercourse, has become the youngest umpire to officiate in an international at Lords. And if you, Tash Farron, can tell me whose record she beat, here's Goswami in. It's defended on the front foot, back to the bowler, and there's no run. I will myself personally go out and get you a bag of your favourite sweets from downstairs. There'll be no mixing, it'll just be picking. And if you get this guy right, I'll be stunned. I might give you a clue. I might be wrong, but I think he used to umpire from a very crouched position. I think he also used to smoke a pipe, which gives you an idea it's quite a long time ago.
Billy Bowden? I haven't got a clue.
Here comes Goswami, worked into the onside, just in front of square. Throw comes in, it's tight. Now then, is Beaumont? I think she is. There's no great excitement. And they get through for a single, 18 without loss. And actually, you know, Billy Bowden was not the worst suggestion because he was a very young umpire. But it's not that.
I think I'm done with my guesses.
He lost an arm in active service in 1917.
Okay, that's not narrowing it down for me.
He stopped playing cricket in any seriously meaningful way thereafter. Well, certainly in the men's professional game after the First World War. His surname is the same name as a town in the north of England.
Oh, I'm from the south, so no idea.
Goswami's in, driven back to bowler. She does very well to get a left hand down to that and take the pace off the ball, so there's no run. First name is a synonym for being honest. A man's name, a synonym for being honest. Well, and open. One syllable. How's Phil Long doing with this quiz?
My mind is ticking.
He was a very...
My mind's not ticking, it's just stopped.
Goswami in, a little pace down the wicket this time from Beaumont. She just dabs it into the onside, picked up at that forward short leg. There's no run. He was actually a very, very famous umpire between the wars. So this is no reflection on you, Tash. It's years of misspent youth that mean that I'm familiar with this gentleman. His first name is Frank.
Frank.
There's the honesty bit.
That's why I'm not very good at crosswords.
Yeah.
I would never have got Frank from The Honest.
No?
No.
Okay. If I'd said Spencer, you'd have been all over it.
All over it.
Yeah. Now poor old Tash is even more alienated. As Goswami is in, that's flicked down the leg side, off a bit of pad, it'll roll away fine. And there will be a run, I'm expecting. Oh, there must have been a little bit of bat on that. No, Anna Harris has finally, might have been DRS related, but there was no real chance in that going upstairs. End of the over. 2 runs from it, one of them a leg by. England 19 without loss, chasing a mere 170 to win. It was Frank Chester, and if you ever see pictures of him umpiring, it's absolutely brilliant. He used to have a very distinctive hat, a pipe, and he would
Pipe
lean.
while umpiring?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Those are the days. And I've just banged my knee on this bracket again. It's a really annoying
You're a
bracket.
bit tall for this table, aren't you?
I am a bit. Yeah. A bit rangy. Sorry, I beg your pardon. It's 20 without losses to score after 5 overs. Let me give you this feel because it's rather fun. There's a deepish slip to keep standing up. Short third, point, short extra, mid off, and a deep extra cover, and then a very short mid on and a forward short leg. As this delivery is dug out, really. It's full and squeezed into the onside by Beaumont. And it goes no distance at all. That could have crept under her bat very easily, but it did not.
Tammy Beaumont 1 from 12 balls.
This seems an unusual start for Beaumont.
You did mention before you came on, Dan, scores of 7 and 6 in this series.
And she's out of the T20 side, of course. Bit of pressure on her here as Tucker's next delivery is cut away nicely. The fielder at deep extra cover will tidy up. 1 more to the total, 21 without loss. You've got to get some wickets here, Tash.
Yeah, and I'm quite intrigued by this deep extra cover, especially when they know that, especially to Tammy Beaumont, they've bowled so well at her in this series, and they know she's short of form at the moment, and they're just giving her that one on the offside, and I just don't know if they could bring that fielder up to create a bit more pressure.
Going again, forward comes Lamb, pushes the ball to short, mid on. They've got to find a way of exerting some pressure, don't they?
Yeah, and I think both the England openers, they have been short of runs in this ODI series so far, and they'll be very happy to have that gap on the offside, and if they get a ball outside off, they're just going to punch it through and use that gap, and I just really think India are missing a trick here, and they could just get that ring on the offside going.
Tucker in a bit closer to the stumps on this occasion. Forward comes Lamb, defends the short extra cover. So I've taken out one of these pick and mixes, and it's, well,
it's enormous.
It is enormous. See, it looks like a licorice all sort to me, but presumably that's not going to be licorice flavour, is it?
No, that's just blue fizz.
Blue flavour.
Blue fizz. Blue
It's
fizz.
blue flavour. It's a woo-woo.
Tucker in again, tight to the stumps, and there's an appeal for LBW as it wraps Lamb on the pad. Tash Farrant thinks it's too high. Ooh, a little bit too high, going down a little bit as well. It's quite close, actually.
Yeah, I don't think it is too high.
No.
I think that probably umpire's called clipping leg.
Well, they weren't as excited about that as I thought they would be. That
looks quite close there.
Well, indeed. I mean, she's not a short woman, but she's also not the tallest, and it's hit a sort of knee-ish. Mid-on's gone back now to a more conventional position as Thakur is in. And Lamb gets one down the leg side, which will be signalled wide. It's been taken not cleanly, but it's prevented a run nonetheless. Another run to the total, 21 without loss. What are you going in for here, Farrant?
A dummy.
Right, that's a dummy.
And I might also go for a blue and pink bottle.
Tasha's got all the lingo, hasn't she?
I like the blue and pink bottle, but is it... I mean, you have no idea what it's going to taste like, do you? Just from the look of it. From wide of the crease this time, he played off the back foot straight to cover point. There's no run. End of a tight over. Just a couple of runs from it. Tash Farrant is leaving now with her hands filled with fizzy sugar, which is what one expects from our elite athletes in the 21st century.
Yeah, get them away from me. Got a big game tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Virtue signalling to the coach there, are you, Elvis?
No, I've got my own bag in the other room.
We mentioned Anna Harris being the youngest umpire.
Yeah.
Hasn't she had a good summer?
Very good. Look, I'm going to say something that's potentially heretical here, but I think she's been the best umpire in the women's games. Both the men and women, actually.
Wouldn't disagree with that.
I feel like her decisions have been... She had one ropey day.
She did.
I think, was that at Northampton, was it?
Yeah, the second ODI.
Yeah. But other than that, she has been impeccable. As Julian Goswami is in with 2 slips, and Tammy Beaumont facing her, beats her on the outside edge. Keeper standing up. The Goswami army down below us have been banging their drums today. Today's been a lot about Julian Goswami, and she's very much earned that right. We're very excited about the prospect of her bowling 9.1 overs today to get to 10,000 balls. To do that, she might have to bowl quite a lot of overs in this spell, is my guess. She's in now to Beaumont, who dabs this into the offside. They set off for a quick single, and a fumble at backward point allows them to get through comfortably enough. Beaumont goes to 3 from 15 balls. It's been hard work for Beaumont. But it's been hard work for all the batters today, really, apart from Smriti Mandan, who looked in great touch. Even Dipti Sharma's unbeaten 68 was not the most fluent of innings. There was a bit of sort of untimed heaving going on, which, well, I won't get into what that reminds me of. As Goswami, top of her mark, lopes away from us. And bowls on the pad, strikes the pad, going down the leg side, rolls up into the offside. And there's no run. I've mentioned this before, Georgia, but there's something I find absolutely intoxicating about Goswami's left hand. You must have played against her. If I was batting against her, I'd find my eyes drawn to the way she curls her fingers round at the point of delivery with her non-bowling hand.
I think that's why she does it. There's a bit of, whoa, look at this, and then shoom, the ball comes down.
But it mesmerises me. It's sort of like charming, you know. She comes in again, full and straight. She's aiming at the stumps, ball after ball here, Goswami, giving no width whatsoever, and Lamb can only defend the ball up to short mid-on. There's no run.
She's got such a repeatable, lovely action, hasn't she? Which is, I suppose, why she's been able to have the long career that she has had, and relatively injury-free at 39 years old, and she's still charging in, good pace still. And then she's always been able to maximise the height that she's got. She's a tall girl, isn't she? 5'10", I think we were saying.
She feels taller, somehow. She's in once more. Now then, Emma Lamb has gone to try to scoop the ball over fine leg, and she has got, well, she got anything on it. She might have top-edged it into her face. Mercifully, she's wearing a helmet, and somebody is now running on to run a perfectly correct, but I think what will be a very routine concussion check here. But she's just wincing a little bit, as if that might have just jarred her jaw a touch. As we see it again, she just got into slightly the wrong position and has come off her glove, and then a glancing blow to the right side of her face.
Yeah, nasty one that. Just, like you said, coming off her bat, so she wouldn't have expected that into her face, and she signalled that she was all right. But yeah, she has to go through these concussion protocols, make sure that she's feeling okay, no headaches. She's got good memory, all that sort of thing. The problem is, they ask you what the score is and what day it is, and half the time you haven't got a clue.
That bit you're no good at.
Yeah.
Well, you can say what the corporation tax rate is, just like that. Yes. Where have the latest enterprise zones been created? Well, Stafford. I know what you mean.
Oh, I think the concern more here is for her thumb and where it's hit her on her hand rather than the concussion protocol.
And she's got her right glove off because it has bounced off that glove and onto the side of her face. You might get a slightly better view of it from this replay. It's barely actually hit her helmet at all. What are you seeing?
There, grimace.
Grimace, yes.
Grimace.
Yeah, I mean, actually, has it even hit the side of her helmet? She is grimacing out. She's having her thumb taped here. No, there's no picnic.
Yeah, I wonder if where it's hit her, I think if you move your bat angle to how she was hitting it, there's a lot of your thumb there's no padding there, so there's a lot of thumb for the ball to hit, and I wonder if it's just hit her on a part where there's no protection.
Ouch.
Yep.
So yes, I don't. After all of that, I strongly suspect it might not be a concussion test at all. I think it's a thumb test. So, but she's been patched up. She's not going anywhere, showing no signs of going off. So she'll be ready to resume fairly soon. There's a bit of a cloud just developed above us. The forecast is okay today. There was just a possibility of a slight little patch floating down from the north. But I think we should be okay all around, other than that one cloud. We've got plenty of blue sky and lots of high cloud. This, of course, Lisa Kitely's last game. Do we know who's going to be? Any idea? You wouldn't tell us if you knew, would you?
Oh, can't even hazard a guess. I have no idea. I'm sure it'll be a very popular.
Well, when do England next play? When do England's women? When's their next?
They're off to the West Indies, aren't they, before Christmas?
So we need to make an appointment relatively soon.
And there's that bowling coach / assistant coach role as well up for grabs. So 2 big important roles within the England women's setup. And yeah, you're right. You'd think they need to be appointed in the next couple of weeks. The England girls get 3 weeks off after this, and then they'll be back in training in Loughborough middle of October. And you'd like to think that the ECB would want someone in and firing by then.
We know one person it's not going to be, don't we?
Oh, go on.
Charlotte Edwards has ruled herself out.
Oh, that's right. Yes, much to the delight of Georgia Ellis. Well, she's got quite a lot of not rather nice gigs, hasn't she? Right, finally, this over can now be completed. The 7th of the innings. There's 1 ball left in it. Goswami into the patched up Lamb, who drives firmly down the ground for 4. Well, they've patched up that thumb very well indeed, because that is a sumptuous shot from Lamb. She's hit it to the offside of straight, but really very straight to the right of a pretty straight mid-off, in the air for a while, but nowhere near Goswami. And she has moved to 21. She's looked pretty fluent, and she can now smile about the fact that her thumb is in excruciating agony. And England at the end of the 7th over at 26 without loss.
Yeah, beautiful. Bit of frustration there unleashed on that ball, and she's away and she's smiling. That's the main thing. She's quite a tough character, Emma Lamb, so I think that little injury will help her focus and give her a bit more grit and get her on her way.
Now, Thakur's going to continue. No change of bowling. We've had 7 overs. Really much of a sniff of a wicket. There's a slip in place. Thakur is in, and that's slashed out and missed by Beaumont through to the keeper. No run. We've got this inventive field. I don't know quite how effective it is, but we've got now. How am I going to describe this character? It's a forward short leg, but she's 2 pitch widths away. So it's really not very close. She's about 2 yards in front of square, and there's a very straight mid-on that's also short as Thakur is in. And that's cut nicely out towards the boundary. Should be cut off, and will be. They're going to come back. No, they will not come back for a second. They thought about the second. In the end, decided against it. 1 more to Beaumont. She limps her way to 4 from 17. 27 without loss brings Lamb back onto strike. No change in the field. So this field hasn't been set for the batter. It's been set for the pitch and the bowler. Well, I say that. Mid-on's now gone out. Everything else stays the same. Mid-on's now back on the edge of the ring. Thakur is in. It's wide of the crease and is defended on the front foot by Emma Lamb. It's been a good summer for Emma Lamb, hasn't it, Georgia?
Yeah, she played fantastically well, hasn't she? A spot at the top of the order opened up for her. A bit worried for her after she played that 1 game in the Ashes series, got 2nd ball duck, and didn't play in the World Cup, did she? So he's come back and scored her runs at domestic level, and he's full of confidence in her game. She's got shots all around the ground and made an ODI 100 earlier in the summer. It was fantastic.
Thakur in and stumped. Well, I'm pretty sure she's out. She's walking off. That's a terrific piece of work from Bartolani Sticks. That is a brilliant take. She's standing up to the quick bowl of 62 miles an hour of Thakur, and Lamb, who come down the wicket, got beaten on the outside edge, and the bails were whipped off in a trice. Now, I thought she was walking off, but she's not walked off, actually. She's gone to chat to Tammy Beaumont. They'll just double check this. I think she's out of her ground. The only issue might be if the ball's been taken in front of the stumps, which I don't think they will have been. That's really great work, because that was a lightning quick piece of wicket keeping. They're checking to see if there's an outside edge first, which is entirely unnecessary, but they will do that. There hasn't been one. Ball's in the gloves of the keeper. Bale's come off, and Emma Lamb is miles out, as she knew. She was about to walk off, and the ball's been taken behind the stumps. So there's nothing wrong with that. And England lose their first wicket, 27 for 1. Emma Lamb, who of the two had looked the more fluent, has got to go for 21, stumped by Yastika Bhatia, the bowling of Thakur. And, well, that is just a tremendous piece of work. Georgia Elvis, you describe that for our listeners, and then to take you through the next 20 minutes, it's going to be Emily Winter.
Oh, I'm just a little bit concerned that I've done the commentator's curse. She's talking about what a lovely summer she'd had, and then yeah, that happens. It was a good bit of bowling, really. I think Emma Lamb advanced quite early, so the bowler saw, threw it a little bit wider, and a fantastic bit of wicket keeping, smart, quick hands, and Lamb ended up being about a foot out of her crease, so had to go.
That was a shame, wasn't it? She was just starting to get going, and a bit of impetus into this England innings. Chasing 170 to win. Nice crowd at Lord's. Went and got some pick and mix, and it was busy under the stands. Georgia was fighting her way to the front of the queue. As Thakur into Dunkley, and that's driven back down the pitch. I think about a quick single, because mid-wicket is very tight, but it's a dot ball, 27 for 1.
Yeah, good amount of time for Dunkley to bat here. I think she would have been disappointed with the shot she played in the game on Wednesday. Aggressive player. Plenty of time left to get herself a good score here and finish the summer on a high.
There's a short leg in play and a very tight mid-wicket, mid-on to Dunkley as she's in bowls, and that's outside the off stump and guided to a vacant cover for a single. She's off the mark. 28 for 1 England in reply to 169 all out from India. England bowled superbly well. Kate crossed the pick of the bowlers. 4 for 26. Phenomenal spell from her, and it was a shame she couldn't get that last one.
I know, she bowled so fantastically well, and I'm such a big fan of Kate Cross. I think the work that she's done in this England side over the last 2 to 3 years since she's had her place cemented. She's often the unsung hero, isn't she? She takes that ball at first change and doesn't necessarily get all the plaudits, but her consistency, and she's been trusted with the new ball today, and it's really paid off for her. I thought she bowled really nicely. She used the slope really well. We've seen her bowl that wobble ball over the last couple of years of her career, and she's so brilliant at it. It's horrible to face. It just jags back in off the seam, and I think she used the slope really well today, and she got the stumps in play, and she got her rewards for it.
Goswami then. The final international match from the nursery end. Steaming in bowls to Dunkley, and in defence will be no run. There's 2 slips waiting, keeper up to the stumps. Here's a question then, Georgia. Kate Cross, she's bowling really well in one-day cricket. Should she be considered more of an option in T20 cricket for England?
I think so. I think she had a fantastic 100 as well. She bowls the difficult overs in the power play, and she just hits that consistent length that it's so hard to do anything with, and I think her numbers are good. England may feel that she needs to work on her death bowling a little bit more, but she does that. She works so hard in training and in practice.
Goswami into Dunkley again in defence. Think about a quick single again, but India are fielding well, keeping it tight, building some dot ball pressure.
And I think, yeah, you're right. She was included in the T20 squad for this series, wasn't she? But didn't play in the Commonwealth Games squad as well. So she's there and thereabouts. I think she just needs her opportunity. I do think she's one of those players that if she did get it, she'd come in and she'd perform well. And that's the beauty England have got. I think it's just about, for England in the T20 side, it's just about picking the right balance of side. You know, they've got a number of players now who can come in and perform, and it's just about picking the right ones for the right occasion.
Swami in again to Dunkley again, just dropped into that offside, will be no run. Tight bowling this from Goswami. She's hitting that line and length. This is exactly as you were talking about, Kate Cross. And I guess a bit as well, I heard you talking to Dan about potential candidates for the England job. We sort of no one really knows. There's no obvious candidate, especially with Charlotte Edwards obviously pulling out. But I suppose it depends on their outlook on when they come into the role, where they see players fit in, and we could see players changing roles across formats and some different players excluded, and I guess that's the exciting thing when you got a new coach coming into the job as Goswami, and again bowls on the leg stump line and work down to find leg for a single. Dunkley will move to 2. Score 29 for 1.
Yeah, and I must say, I said I'm glad that Charlotte Edwards isn't going for the role earlier, but I didn't say why I was glad for it, so I'm just going to clarify that means that she'll be staying at the Southern Vipers, for which I am very pleased, not because I don't think she'd do a fantastic job at England, which I think she would, but yeah, I'm very pleased to secure her services at the Vipers for a little bit longer. But you're right, completely. It's about who can take this team forward now. We've seen the talent coming through, and it's about managing that talent, getting them to play their best fearless cricket.
Short leg still in play then as Goswami into Beaumont, who cuts that away. There's no fielder at cover, and that's going to race down the hill for 4. A much needed boundary for Tammy Beaumont. Hopefully that will get her innings going a little bit. It's her first 4. She moves to 8, and the score 33 for 1.
Yeah, she's had to work really hard, hasn't she, in this early part of her innings. A big occasion for her as well, her 100th ODI game today. So she'll be in the mood, she won't want to throw it away. She had a poor dismissal in the game on Wednesday. She ran herself out running to mid-on, so she'll be hungry to make that right today, and she's had to work hard, but she's a battler.
2 slips away then. As Goswami from the nursery end comes in and bowls, and that's got up and left well by Tammy Beaumont in the end. Great take again by Yaska Bhatia behind the stumps. That's 9 overs gone, 33 for 1 England. Phil?
With that 4, Tammy Beaumont becomes the 7th player, only the 7th player, to reach 2,000 runs scored at home. A niche stat for you. She's the 3rd English batter after Charlotte Edwards and Sarah Taylor. The other 4 players to have done so, Stefani Taylor, Susie Bates, Amy Satterthwaite and Mitali Raj.
Is that across all formats?
So that's across ODIs.
Just ODIs, impressive.
Yeah. So it's quite an exclusive group, just 7 players to have scored 2,000 runs at home.
Well, that her ODI record, doesn't it? It speaks for herself. I feel like, I guess people quickly get on her back at the moment. And actually 3 innings ago she scored 100 for England against South Africa, and her ODI record is so impressive. As Thakur continues to Dunkley bowls, and that's whipped out to mid-wicket. There's a fielder out there, so it'll just be a single. Dunkley to 3, 34 for 1.
Yeah, Tammy's been a fantastic player. She's been a rock at that top of the order. She's had a number of opening partners over the last few years. Lauren Winfield-Hill, Danny Wyatt. Oh, she's opening with Emma Lamb, and she just goes about her business, isn't she? She's fantastic at a tempo of an innings. I think that's what I remember when I watch her play. She takes her time but catches up later on.
Tackle then from the pavilion end into Beaumont. He's gone for a paddle and appeal for LBW. The keeper really likes this, as does the bowler. There's going to be a conversation, but my gut is she's got outside the line there.
I don't think you should ask me. I've got...
They're going to review it. So India have sent it upstairs. But I do think Tammy Beaumont got outside the line of off stump. We'll wait for the replay, and the voice of the 3rd umpire, Mike Burns.
We have a review
I think it's a good option, actually, the ramp shot, because there is no fine leg. It's a shot that Tammy plays quite well, but there's still a little bit of sideways movement out there, and that might be what...
It's not a team that looks very convinced, is it?
Tammy looks chilled as well, and I think that's always a sign. Yeah, looks outside the line of off stump, but we have ball tracking to clarify that. But Tammy's just stood in the middle, cross-legged, hand on hip, talking to Sophia Dunkley, and I feel like as a player you know when to worry. She's even walking back to her mark now, and as are the Indian team, the Indian bowlers. So not a great review from India.
No, but you can understand why they've gone for it. I think they need wickets to win this game, don't they? And
just watching Ultra Edge, there's no bat involved, which we can see. Then await ball tracking. But all the players are ready to go. Literally, when I say a batter's got his... Tammy's got her bat on her shoulder. And we're still just staring at Ultra Edge on the big screen. And we can quite clearly see Tammy has missed the ball. As here we go, we see the replay, impact outside off. And we'll be able to get back on with the cricket. England 34 for 1 in reply to 169 all out from India. The breeze, you can see the white cover of the pitch is just blown in distance under the pavilion into sort of a mess now. It was laid flat and now it's sort of all crumpled, so there's a bit of a breeze out there. And Thakur now will continue from that pavilion end into Beaumont, and this time Beaumont! She's tried to play defence, and Tammy Beaumont has to walk back to the pavilion and listen to those Indian fans in the crowd. Beaumont is gone for 8 off 21 and England are 34 for 2.
That was a fantastic delivery. Using the slope, was that in swing, and I think it's just straightened on Tammy Beaumont a little bit as well. Tammy Beaumont looking behind her, she can't believe she's missed that. She thought she had it lined up perfectly, but yet it's beating the outside edge and just clips that off stump. Delight for the Indian bowler.
And India are in a huddle here as well. They're getting their players together, they believe they can win it. And Tammy Beaumont has to walk back to the pavilion on her 100th ODI, but in comes the exciting talent of Alice Capsey.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch Alice Capsey today. She's been playing some fantastic cricket this summer. You know that she's going to play her shots, she's going to be entertaining when she gets out to the crease, and just seeing somebody play with such freedom at such a young age. It's of course the ground where she announced herself last year in the 100. She scored that 50 at 16 years of age, and everybody was talking about Alice Capsey and remember the name, and she hasn't disappointed us this year. The way she has just put those England colours on and carried on with the game that she makes look so easy.
And I feel Alice Capsey goes about her game as well, so positively. I feel like we're going to see her play her shots out here as we always do, despite chasing a low target of 170 to win. But Thakur, a very talented bowler, in and bowls, and that's whipped to short leg, who fires it back in at the stumps. Capsey then tries to volley it away, but that's a good bit of work at short leg. A fielding position we don't often see used in women's cricket as well. 34 for 2.
It's strange to have one in an ODI, isn't it? And I can understand she's there for a little clip off the hips, or I don't know, just to get in the batter's head and annoy them.
That's a position I feel you'd be good at. As Thakur in again, bowls, and this time just waited for it and guided it to a vacant mid-wicket. Capsey's off the mark then with a single. 35 for 2. Right, Georgia, that white cover is annoying me from here. If that's there tomorrow,
oh, no.
A white cover behind the bowler's end.
You're not looking at that, are you?
It keep watch it, Georgia. It keeps flying with the breeze.
Oh dear.
It's getting in my head already. Thakur then from the top of her mark will come into Dunkley. She bowls, and that's whipped to that short leg fielder again. England are just trying to access that very vacant leg side, aren't they? They've got a very straight mid-on, almost stump high. They've got a short leg and a deep mid-wicket. It's a very unique field, and we've seen that from India in this ODI series. But that is the end of the power play. The score 35 for 2 at the same stage. India with 32 for 4.
Yeah, it is that wickets column, isn't it, that's making the difference. I think both teams were quite watchful early on, but India had to be because of the wickets that they were losing. England are just quite content to see off the good bowling. Swami's bowling a really good spell here, as you always expect her to do. She's using the slope to get a bit of sideways movement, nothing to be watchful, but there's plenty of gaps out there, so England are busy. They can keep rotating the strike, keep the score ticking along. And at some point, India are going to have to try and do something different, because the only way that they're going to win this game is to take 10 wickets.
The Mexican wave started again. A very limp way around to the right. But the fans down to our left as we look at the pavilion are really trying to get this started. As Goswami in again bowls, and that's cut away lovely from Capsey, but fielded well at backward point. So there'll be no run. Back to this short leg position. I feel like you did field there in Test cricket.
I did. Oh no, silly point I was.
And was that again to annoy the batters? Or?
I think that was just to be a presence under the lid.
I feel like I do feel like when you described what the character that you needed to be under the lid, you described yourself.
What, annoying? Right then.
Oh, I didn't say anything. You're on my team, so you're allowed to be annoying.
You'd be perfect under there.
Goswami from the nursery end, bounding in and bowls, and in defence from Capsey. Back down the pitch, so slips behind the keeper, just changing their angle to back up. And you hear the crowd applaud as the Mexican waves now got momentum. It's going round.
I'm not sure how it's going to get on when it reaches the pavilion.
It worked last time I was on air. Here we go. It's reached the pavilion and they're engaged. They're there. Up they go.
Just.
I was almost like lifting them up with my hands. There's Goswami in again to Capsey, and that's a play miss outside the off stump. Just gone down the hill, nipped away from right-handed Capsey, 35 for 2.
Yeah, Goswami's just doing what she's done her whole career, isn't she? She's putting the ball on a length and letting the seam, letting the slope do the work. She's so consistent. I remember hearing stories about how she used to train, and she used to put banknotes down on the wicket and try and hit them, and that's how she got to be so consistent.
25 on her back then, bounding in to Capsey bowls. That's pulled very nicely past the very straight mid-on. The ball's racing up the hill. Deepti Sharma's after it. Will she get there? Yes, she does. She does well. But they might run 4 here. They're coming back for 4. That's got to be unusual, that, Phil. Not 4 runs hitting the boundary rope.
And all run 4 with no overthrows. Very, very unusual.
Wow. Ready for those tomorrow, Jordan? The Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy final?
Absolutely not.
Few run 4s. I reckon you got that in the tank.
I think Deepti Sharma did so well then. She was herring after it, but as she's flicked it back, she's flicked it so far, it's almost gone back to the ring. She just had to chase back after it, and that's why the England batters could get back for 4. It's not something that you see very often.
Capsey's on 5 then. She's yet to hit a boundary, but she's technically got a 4. Good shot though from her. Positive intent, as we always see, and she's in again, and that's cut, but only finds cover, so it'll be a dot ball. 43 for 2. Goswami's yet to pick up a wicket. Her final game got a first ball duck. Surely she's got to pick up a wicket on her final game.
Well, the way she's bowling, you'd like to think so. She's keeping it tight, building pressure from this end.
39 for 2 then. The crowd's now mellowed. The Mexican wave stopped. I'm sure we'll see it again as Goswami in, and that's cut away and out. There you go. The commentator's curse has worked, and Goswami has that breakthrough as Capsey times it, but straight to cover, and she's got to go back to the pavilion for 5. England now 39 for 3.
And that might be the worst ball that Jhulan Goswami's bowled this spell. It was short and wide, and as Capsey's eyes have lit up, and she's helped it right on its way straight into the hands of cover. There's Harley and Deal there. Takes a simple catch, and she can't believe what she's done. Goswami stood with her arms aloft, looking to the sky. Just getting that wicket feeling in her last ODI for India.
It's not often as a commentator you get the curse the other way round.
No.
But I'm really happy for her. Obviously from an England point of view, not ideal, but what a career she's had, and to pick up a wicket on her final game for India, pretty special. But the score is 39 for 3 then. That's 11 overs gone. Danny Wyatt comes to the crease. And we have a change in the commentary box. Alex Hartley going to come alongside us. Danny Wyatt's been in good form this series so far, Phil. And we'll have a double change, Henry Moran to join.
Yeah, Danny Wyatt, as you say, one of the highlights of the batting from England in this series. She scored 43 in the opening game and 65 the other night at Canterbury.
Sorry, we were both getting ready there, me and Henry. Me to you. To you. You and me.
Right then, Danny Wyatt comes to the middle, one of those players that was part of the England World Cup squad in 2017 but did not feature in the final. And so she has a rare opportunity to play at Lords. Here comes the start of a new over with England 39 for 3. Too far to say rocking or just slightly wobbling. Wobbling.
Score's pretty similar at this stage. India were 40 for 4.
But then they had that big partnership.
Yeah, that's exactly what England need. They just need a big partnership.
I'm pleased Julian Goswami's got a wicket though.
Yeah, me
Having
too.
got a first bowler with the bat.
A bit of a stinker, really,
It
that.
wasn't fair, wasn't it? Here comes Thakur from the pavilion end and almost gets through. Lunging forward is Sophia Dunkley. And whether that was a drop catch, we'll have to wait and see, because the keeper is standing between our eye line and the batter.
It was an inside edge onto her pad that could have trickled onto the stumps, but just didn't, just missed.
Even behind those sunnies, your eyes are better than mine.
It's quite bright now the sun's out.
Isn't it? Here comes Thakur again. Keeper standing up to the stumps, a deep slip in the form of Goswami. Thakur bowling to Dunkley, who's trying to whip that ball into the leg side, and she's done a pretty successful job of it. The ball whistles to the ropes, and it was just a little too on the pads, and Dunkley was not going to miss out on the opportunity.
Yeah, it was a great shot from Sophia Dunkley, and the ball actually wedged itself in between the boundary sponges, which is quite satisfying. But the ball angling down the leg side, so she just plays a little dinky sweep into that leg side region. The ball races away for 4.
So got eaten by the boundary sponge.
That was satisfying.
It was, wasn't it?
It's a lovely shot as well.
So Dunkley moves to 7, her first boundary. And in comes Thakur to bowl to the England number 3, who's bowled! Dunkley goes, another for Thakur, and England are in trouble here now. 4 down, chasing 170 only. But suddenly find themselves with the wickets tumbling. And it is India who celebrate, and dare I say it, are their shades of 5 years ago. But this time it is England chasing a low total and wobbling.
Well. Sophia Dunkley just looking to defend the ball. It was full, it was straight, and it beats the defences. And you say England, were they rocking? I think they might be. They are struggling here. Thakur has bowled a brilliant delivery there. Just comes back in off the surface, beats the defences. England find themselves 4 down in the 12th over.
Sophia Dunkley had a face of disbelief as that ball went through her defences onto the stumps. I'm afraid you better believe it, because it's just gone right through her. So England 43 for 4. It's worth pointing out India were 42 for 4 at this point. So there is a resemblance, but then there was that big partnership. Dipti Sharma was an experienced head to settle things down. And drinks are being taken, with England requiring a little bit of a rebuilding job here. Danny Wyatt is yet to face a ball. It'll be Amy Jones out next to join her.
Well, 2 batters yet to face a delivery. 2 experienced batters though, both have played a lot of cricket for England over the years. Danny Wyatt has been around for as long as I can remember. Amy Jones, a standing captain. But then you get a wicket here, you're into your Freya Kemps, your Sophie Ecclestons, your all-rounders, and then into the lower order. So India, they'll know if they get a couple more wickets that they're right in this game.
Very much so. And they know that England will be feeling the scars of 2 defeats in 2 as well. And it is the Indian supporters who are absolutely loving life at Lords.
Well, they're actually singing happy birthday out there at the minute.
I know, they're a few weeks late for yours.
I didn't want to celebrate mine, I wanted to keep it on the down low.
Why?
Getting on a bit now.
No, I mean...
30 next time round.
Al, don't you worry about that. Phil's got a big birthday coming up soon.
Apparently, yep. So the rumours have it.
Rumour has it.
Yeah, we're going to all celebrate.
That's 60.
Alex Hartley.
It's brutal.
That is absolutely outrageous. For a man that knows his numbers, you can guarantee it is not. Speaking of knowing their numbers, England now know they need 127, and they've only got 6 wickets remaining. I know I say only, but it is quite a long tail for England.
Yeah, I think they need a partnership. That's what India did so well. Yes, they got themselves 4 down pretty early on, but then they had that partnership of 50. England need exactly that. They need Wyatt and Captain Amy Jones really to stand up for England here. Just get through this tough passage of play, wait for the next bowlers to come on. We're still facing the openers, Goswami and Thakur, so India, they're going to have to make a bowling change within the next couple of overs. And England's just got to ride this wave and get through this passage of play.
Well, there's drinks being taken, and Wyatt and Jones are out in the middle having a little chat. As 5 yards away from them, India's fielders visibly up and about. Let me tell you a little story we've had from Sarah in North London on the email, tms@bbc.co.uk. Sarah says, "Good afternoon, Team TMS. I wanted to share a joyous story of what happened to me outside the Lord's Wellington Place gate before the 100 final recently." That was, September the 3rd? So 3 weeks ago today. As families were filing past in the sunshine, I noticed a gentleman on his own, ambling behind me wearing sunglasses. I immediately knew who he was, but I decided not to cause a fuss, just smile as he crossed the little road to chat to an older Lord Steward. After a brief chat, he skipped across the zebra crossing, unnoticed by anyone else. I was giggling to myself.
That's definitely you.
I went over to the steward and said, "That was who I thought it was, wasn't it?" He smiled and replied, "Yes, I believe so." I asked, "Did he have a Scouse accent?" The steward grinned and confirmed that yes, he did. So only me and the older steward knew we'd just seen Sir Paul McCartney go unnoticed in the crowd outside Lord's. In case there's a steward telling this story and his friends are in disbelief, I can back up our lovely moment. Go well, Sarah in North London.
Oh, how good is that?
How good is that?
There's me thinking it was you going unnoticed walking down the street.
Alex, nobody would notice me. But I like, do you know, I like the detail.
Paul McCartney.
I know, I particularly like the detail of skipping across the zebra crossing, not far from the famous zebra crossing, where Paul McCartney walked barefoot on the cover of Abbey Road.
Just down there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He lives around here, I believe.
Oh, well, there you go.
Macca. Yeah, likes his cricket.
So he managed to come to Lord's and leave without being noticed.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cricket fans, though, they're not on. They were on the hunt for cricketers.
Yeah, I know, it's the thing. If it was a Paul McCartney concert, he might have been noticed. In the same way as if Jimmy Anderson walked around here, you might notice him. Yeah. He loved his cricket. He was trying to convince George Harrison that it should have been While My Guitar Gently Sweeps, but he was having none of it. 43 for 4. Twist and shout was actually twist, that's out.
Oh dear.
That was better than the other one because I didn't know the other one.
Right then, 43 for 4. Here is Amy Jones on strike with Thakur running into bowl. Jones waiting, pushing back towards mid-off. And there is no run.
Thakur with 3 for 20 today to go with her 4 for 57 the other night at Canterbury. Didn't play in the first ODI.
Yeah, I thought it was very strange she didn't actually play that first ODI. Because she's been brilliant for India in T20s. And they obviously missed her, so they brought her in.
So Jones waits. There's a short leg under the helmet. Not that short, maybe 7 or 8 yards away from Jones, who whips the ball into space on the leg side. A shot she plays well. Sometimes causes her downfall, but not on this occasion. All on the ground through mid-wicket. And 2 runs are taken. 45 for 4 at the end of the 12th over. England chasing 170. You're listening to Test Match Special. Final international of the English summer.
That's sad, that, isn't it?
Well, it is a bit. But the good news is, still got a round of championship matches. The Rachel Hey Ho Flint finals tomorrow, and there's also a T20 in Pakistan. So there's bags for us to enjoy.
There we go. It is never ending.
But it's, you know, it's always a moment, isn't it? End of the international summer.
Yeah. on to the next one.
You're wearing a very fetching jacket to celebrate today.
Thank you very much. It's actually had a lot of compliments, this jacket today. It's multicoloured. I don't know, how would you describe it?
It's, well, as somebody said, you looked a little like you might have returned from a music festival and sort of discovered yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of a little bit baggy and...
Bohemian.
That's the word. Yeah.
I'll take that. I've not found myself yet, though. Still searching.
Where are you looking?
The wrong places.
45 for 4 is the score.
Alicante wasn't for me.
And a change in bowling, which could be significant.
Here comes Gaikwad. Bowling to White, who's cutting the ball for 4. Her first ball is dispatched to the boundary in front of the bandstand. And England move to 49 for 4. Why might it be significant, Phil?
Jilan Goswami's finished her opening spell, 1 for 22 from 6. She's still got to bowl 3.1 overs to get to that magical 10,000.
So what's she on now? 9,990.
She needs 30. No, she's 19 more, doesn't she? Yeah. So 81.
White again deep in the crease, again cutting, and again finding 4 runs. Lovely shot from Danny White, who was happy just to ride the bounce and smack it away through the offside.
Very, very similar to the shot before. Short, wide, outside the off stump, cover is inside the ring. And Wyatt, she doesn't miss out on those, thumps the ball into the offside. And with that, we are going to see a bit of a field change. Cover's going to go onto that deep cover boundary.
Got a deep backward square leg, a deep mid-wicket. A silly point, a slip, as well as a backward point. Line square on the offside, this is defended, back to the bowler. David emails and suggests that maybe bat in the USSR might have been a good one for our Paul McCartney's cricketing Beatles hits. Now we're talking. Keep them coming, tms@bbc.co.uk. Gaikwad tosses it up. Oh, balls up! Danny White misses it. Just a little bit of turn, off stump block back. And Rutaj Gaikwad, who was the final wicket to fall here in the World Cup final 5 years ago, that led to desolation, heartbreak for India, is all smiles now. She's bowled Danny White for 8 and England are 53 for 5.
Another England batter just looking to defend the ball. Plays the wrong line, it turns in the pitch, it goes down the slope and it hits the top of off stump. It's a brilliant delivery, a left arm spinner's dream. Great delivery from Gaikwad, and England 53 for 5. They're not chasing many at all, but they find themselves in trouble.
They've lost 5 for 26 in 5 overs.
Well, if we thought they were wobbling and then they're rocking, they're tumbling here at the moment, this England side. Wyatt back up the stairs into the old pavilion, and to the middle comes Sophie Eccleston. And I'm not sure Sophie Eccleston has ever in a 50-over game come out in the 13th over.
Well, no, we had that stat in the first ODI of how many balls has she faced, how long she'd been there for the longest amount of time. Even when England were in trouble in Australia, I don't think it was in the 13th over of an international game. She can bat. She's been very good over the years. She was brilliant in the 100. She's really establishing herself as an all-rounder, but she's going to need something special here today.
She needs to do some blocking.
But also some run scoring. She's not going to win the game just blocking.
No, but I think her natural instinct is to be aggressive. Gaikwad bowling to Eccleston, deep in the crease and defending to that silly point.
She gets nervous batting, does Eccleston. Doesn't really get nervous bowling, but batting, she'll be out there and she'll be physically shaking.
Here comes Gaikwad. Oh, half an appeal for a caught behind as Eccleston looked to cut that ball, but it goes, thankfully for England, past the outside edge. Robin on the email, on the tweets. 13 overs gone, I should say. 53 for 5, chasing 170. Robin says, "Get back," as in the Beatles song. Brackets, in your crease. Kit Kat says, "Yesterday, all my troubles seemed, as in off the seam, so far away.
Nice.
Like that. Nicely done.
That's a good one.
Very good. Norwegian wood was actually meant to be Norwegian willow, says Peter.
Poorest we've had yet. Sorry, Peter.
Well, it's only because you don't know the song.
I've got no idea.
So then, 53 for 5 is the score. 13 overs gone. As we see Thakur at the far end of the ground. Amy Jones, the England captain, has a lot of responsibility here. And there's 3 catchers on the leg side inside the 25-yard circle. As in comes Thakur, bowling to Amy Jones, who goes for a big drive, gets nothing on it. And there is no run. Now, Thakur heads to the pavilion end to begin the approach again. It's worth noting that today's quite a special day for women's cricket in Middlesex. Lord's Cricket Ground during the mid-innings interval of this game. We saw over 50 past and present players of the club presented with ceremonial caps in honour of their playing achievements in List A cricket for Middlesex women, apparently. We see Thakur at the far end. Amy Jones is on strike. Keeper standing up to the stumps. England 53 for 5. The sunshine runs Thakur, bowling to Jones, who's driving. There's a good tumbling stop, and the ball is actually being deflected onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. There is half an appeal, because has Eccleston left her ground? If so, it will be one of the more remarkable dismissals you'll see in world cricket.
Well, this is going to be really interesting to see the replay. Eccleston looks pretty confident. She's walking to the middle, she's having a chat. Whether or not she was backing up, looking for that quick single, we will soon find out. We've already seen a really peculiar dismissal in the way that Smriti Mandana got out earlier playing the short ball, bottom edge onto the stumps. But here we go.
Well, she has got her back foot in her ground and it never leaves her. All fine. Right then, Angus Fraser's here, speaking of Middlesex. Hello, Gus. How are you?
I'm very well, yourself?
Very well. It was quite a special thing, those players out there in the middle.
It was lovely, yeah. I mean, really nice. And the smiles on the women's faces as they came to collect their caps was very humbling, actually. They were loved being out there and loved being recognised.
Yeah, no surprise. Here comes Thakur again. Not out, it says on the big screen. As Jones waits and is pushing that ball defensively into the offside. No run. Now, what's that you've got in your hand?
I've got another cap here for someone who spent 4 years at Middlesex, 2013 to 2016. I think he played 40-odd games, got over 50 wickets.
Did I?
I came from Lancashire too, but I went back up north. I didn't go back up north, sorry. And I last made one of these presentations. I'll hold it here.
Here comes Thakur running in. Amy Jones is waiting and jamming the ball into the ground, but straight to the hands of Harmanpreet Kaur at mid-on. No run there.
I last made one of these presentations to Philip Tufnell, and I presented him with his cap, and it had the wrong year on it. And I didn't know. It was only when he said, "What happened in 1996?" I said, "I don't know. I thought you were cat." He said, "I was capped in 1990, so I completely messed up the cap that we did." But after this ball,
here comes Thakur again. A little hop and a skip at the far end of the ground. She's ready to bowl once more. Past the umpire, right arm over. Jones drives straight to the hands of Dipti Sharma at short extra cover.
But it gives me great pleasure to present Alex with her Middlesex commemorative cap for her services to Middlesex.
Oh, thank you very much.
Played it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, it's a beautiful cap as well, Alex.
Tell you what, that has made my day.
Number 110.
That is class.
There you go.
You're the 110th player to play for Middlesex since we recognised the matches, which was in 1980.
Wow.
It's the first time I've seen A. Hartley in 110 in a cricketing contest. So here comes Thakur
Don't
again.
ruin my moment.
Runs in, Amy Jones on strike. And driving straight to the hands of short mid-on. Now, Alex, describe this hat.
I'm not very good at things like this, you know. I'm not.
Blue velvet, silver trimmed.
Tasselled. Middlesex C-axis, 3 Middlesex C-axis. A. Hartley, 110.
There you go.
There
Alex.
we go.
On the peak.
And that is a really beautiful thing.
That is, and I saw an email about this not so long ago, because I get all the emails still from Middlesex, because I loved it down here. Like, honestly, had the time of my life. And actually, played cricket for England, having made that move to Middlesex, because you know they helped so much, and owe my career to that move in Middlesex. And I saw the email and I looked at it and I said, oh, number 110, that's cool, but didn't actually think I was going to get a cap, so thank you so much.
Pleasure, well done.
Well, there we go.
Fully deserved.
Indeed. Alex Hartley with your Middlesex cap. There we go. What a lovely thing. I can see you're actually quite moved by that. It's lovely. Here comes Gaikwad into bowl, and is that a catch? I think it is. England have lost another. Sophie Eccleston is turning slowly back towards the pavilion, not quite believing what's happened. But Gaikwad strikes again. England 6 down, and India surely heading towards a series clean sweep.
And who was that at slip?
Julan Goswami.
What a moment for India. What a moment for England. Goswami with the safe hands. Eccleston has to go without scoring. It was Gaikwad's delivery with some nice drift. The edge low to Goswami, and she reached down and was never dropping it. England 53 for 6.
I'll tell you what, that is a brilliant catch from Goswami. She's tall, she's 5'10". She has a long way to go down. She's actually got a really wide stance when she stood at slip. It's a brilliant catch. Eccleston goes for a duck. We've seen yet another duck in this game.
Indeed. England real trouble here. 53 for 6, chasing 170. I'm getting out of the way. Alex Hartley, some more from you on what they can do as that Middlesex cap gleams in front of you, and then it'll be Melissa Story.
They need a partnership. We keep saying it, but they need a partnership to England. India, they are on top here. They were 4 down at this stage. They had that 50-run partnership. England needs something similar. India, they've got attacking fields. They've been attacking with the ball, and it's paying off for them.
That's a remarkably statement of a hat, isn't it, Alex? Have you put it on yet?
Honestly, I am totally made up by it. It is incredible.
Stick it on top of the headset. It's lovely. I think you can make that into a bit of a fashion statement. Outside of cricket, well, England in a compromising situation here. It's got good balls, and Kemp pushes it back to her for no run.
They've lost 6 for 26, England now. They were 27 without loss.
Certainly been a bit of a decline for England here. A major decline as Gaikwad bowls outside the off stump, and Kemp looking to give herself some room. Cut that delivery, misses out, and it goes to Yastika behind the stumps. I mean, in my break, I went down and sat just below us in the crowd, and I must say there's probably more Indian supporters here than England supporters. They are so loud. In comes Gaikwad again, and this one's pushed in front of square on the offside. A diving stop from Deepti Sharma means that's kept down to just a single, and the score 54 for 6. Everything Deepti Sharma does gets a big cheer as well. She's definitely a fan favourite.
She is indeed. Now the right-left hand here for England with Freya Kemp and Amy Jones at the crease might actually help them a little bit, because the field needs to change every so often. Every time the batters change, the field needs to change. The bowler has to adjust their lines. But they're going to need these two to stick around. There's still a long way to go in this game.
Gaikwad over the wicket to Jones, who cuts past the short fielder at cover. It goes out to the boundary rider. Takes another single. They have an interesting field here. 2 catches on the offside. It was a cover and an extra cover, as well as protection on the boundary. So they're being attacking as well as almost just trying to pick up more wickets. They know they've got England in a messy situation. 6 wickets down. Gaikwad bowls a flighted delivery, just drilled to Sharma at mid-off for no run, and that completes the 15th over. 55 for 6. England need 115 more from 210 balls.
Yeah, they've got an in-out field, so they're able to be attacking but also defensive at the same time, so they've got those catches in play. But then also the batter gets the ball past the catcher. They have protection in the deep, so it's really clever from Captain Harmanpreet Kaur. We often talk about a captain's knock and what a captain needs to do. Well, Amy Jones, she needs a good score here. And much to the crowd's delight and Phil's delight when it comes to stats, we're going to see Julan Goswami back into the attack. She needs to bowl 3.1 overs more to reach 10,000 deliveries.
Now, this has got me thinking that India know about this statistic, because surely, obviously I know England's 6 wickets down, so bring on one of your openers, get your strike bowler back into that, and it is her final game, but part of me just thinks they believe too that this record can be broken.
Previous game she only bowled 7 overs as well, so here we go.
Well, she's coming in from the pavilion end this time, bowling to Amy Jones. Yastika up to the stumps. Swami bowls and outside the off stump. Jones drags that one to the onside. Doesn't quite commit to the shot. That's a dot ball.
The question I want to ask her, would you rather bowl England out early or bowl your 10,000th delivery?
I think on her final game, she would be allowed to answer selfishly.
Yeah, me too.
I think she's Sri Lanka's mommy. She can answer selfishly whenever she wants. Here she comes again, arms swinging outside the off stump, and Jones slaps that one straight to point. Can't get it past that inner ring. You say Amy Jones needs a big innings here. It's going to take a big 50. With only 115 runs needed, she doesn't need a century, but you'd say maybe she needs a score of around the 70 mark. And Freya Kemp as well at the other end, only 17 years of age. It's a lot of responsibility on her shoulders as well. Fortunately for England, they do bat quite deep as well. Freya Davis, who's in to come in at number 11, is a handy batter. Goswami in and a thick edge down to deep third from Amy Jones, who moves her on to 4. Score 56 for 6. And it's glorious sunshine here at Lord's, which is pointing right into our commentary position. You've rather stylishly got the sunglasses, which is helping. Me and Phil are not so lucky.
Well, I did just come back from Spain, so I had the sunglasses in my bag, which helps.
I was going to ask about your holiday, because you've been sharing a lot of pictures on social media, which I'm very deeply jealous of.
We had a beach wedding.
A beach wedding. Oh. Here comes Goswami again to Kemp, and it's leg stump line worked away to fine leg on the boundary, and a single collected. 57 for 6.
I say it wasn't mine.
I was going to
really wasn't mine.
Introduce us to the husband. Is he here? Is he downstairs? Someone in Lord's Stadium right now is Alex Hartley's husband. Does he know? Do we know?
So it was 2 friends from school decided to get married in Spain. So went over for a few days and it was lovely. It looked beautiful on the beach. Made me think, I want a beach wedding.
You reckon so?
Yeah.
I'd be a bit worried about sand getting in the shoes.
You don't wear shoes on a beach wedding.
You don't wear shoes? Goswami in and on the back foot as Jones inside edges that one into her pads. It's looking tricky out there for the England batters. 57 for 6. I mean, lots of people have been on holiday recently. Producer Charlotte, who's done lots of work with us across the summer. She's in Mallorca. She's let me know by signing off most messages with "from Mallorca" or "listening from Mallorca." And I wasn't sure whether to start adding to the end of my text saying "from Canterbury," "from Bristol," from Chesterley Street, from Lords today.
There we go.
It's not as glamorous. Goswami in, back of a length, pulled in front of square by Jones, away for 4. Bit more of an assertive shot from the England captain. She's looked a bit tentative at the crease, but that one just a sign of what she can do here if the Indian bowlers just stray off their lengths. And score 61 for 6 after 16 overs. Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot there from Amy Jones. India's still got this really attacking field, so you get it through the in-ring? The fielding circle.
In-ring.
In-ring. That's a new one, that, isn't it? You get it through the in-ring.
We like to abbreviate things. Does the younger generation? You always abbreviate through text.
So now the fielding circle is called the in-ring.
In-ring. Slang, isn't it?
Past the in-ring for 4.
They talk about the modernisation of the game. So we've got in-ring, out-ring. Just going to start pointing. I was going to think of an abbreviation for stumps, but let's just call it stump. Get rid of the S, that's the abbreviation.
We're going to see Deepti Sharma come into the attack. A fan favourite, as you were saying 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, she's a popular figure amongst this Indian team, and even more popular when she scores 68 not out in the first innings. And looking at the situation England are in now, that innings deeply important. It's outside the off stump, and Kemp has a slash at that one, misses out, and it goes to Yastika behind the stumps, who cautiously keeps the ball next to the stumps just for a little longer in case Freya Kemp was tempted to just leave her crease and allow her to stump her. Weirdly enough, she didn't. As it's the same delivery, this time Kemp makes contact and gets the ball out to fielder Vastrika on the deep cover boundary. Collects a single, 62 for 6. And as a team in a run chase like this, England need 108 from 202 balls, so the number of balls remaining isn't the issue. Is there a psychological kind of win for the team if they get past that 100 mark, get the runs required under 100?
I think so. If you can get it, 100 off 200 balls, or just less than, you feel better about the situation.
Deep bowls outside the off stump, full, driven square of the wicket to a deep cover point because the boundary.
The runs are on offer, so there we're just seeing one short wide, thumped into the offside for a single. So the runs are on offer. They only need 3 runs and over, and that's been the same throughout. It's just the wickets that keep falling.
Deep bowls a flighted delivery, which is driven firmly by Kemp. Finds the extra cover fielder. And it's a dot ball. And it's very much how Deepti batted when she was out there in the middle. There was no real need to find the boundary too often. She just kept things ticking, and often India picking up 6 and over just from rotating the strike. So that one's outside the off stump and cut past Point. In fact, Point's dive over that one. Good diving stop from Vastrika on the boundary. Means that the ball won't go for 4, but England do pick up 2 runs off the bat of Kemp. She moves on to 5. Scored 65 for 6.
Lovely bit of fielding from Vastrika on that deep cover boundary. She's had to run all the way round to backward point, or where backward point would be on the boundary.
Interesting enough, earlier in this innings, me and Tash were speaking about Shafali Verma. As Deepti bowls, this time in the air and quarter point. Freya Kemp goes. The disappointment evident as she slings her bat over her shoulder. It was a simple catch, the most routine of catches for Point. And it's a wicket for Deepti Sharma in just her first over. England now 7 down, still requiring 105 runs. A tame dismissal there for Freya Kemp, Alex.
Really tame dismissal. It was full wide outside the off stump. It was there to be driven through the covers, but that thick outside edge, the ball just loops to backward point. And I want to remind everybody the importance of this game. Yes, England have lost the series, but points are on offer for the next World Cup cycle. England could have done with putting in a good performance today to get that win, to make sure they had some points on the board. You don't want a team like India to beat you 3-0. They would then take all 6 points. England on the back foot for the rest of the year going forward.
And it was really Deepti Sharma pursuing that tactic which she's done across this series of hanging the ball outside the off stump, taking all the pace off it and just saying, look, you've got to put a lot behind this to get it away for runs. And in the end, as you say, that thick edge to Point, disappointing way to go for Freya Kemp. Alex,
it shouldn't be a wicket-taking delivery, but it was.
Well, it happens to everyone, doesn't it, Alex? You bowl a bit of a rank one and it picks up that much-needed wicket. England 65 for 7. Tash Farrant rejoining us in the commentary box. And, well, quite a lot has changed, Tash, since the last time we were together at the beginning of the innings. England looked to be comfortable when it was Beaumont and Lamb at the crease, but since then, things have just collapsed.
Yeah, absolutely. I just quickly popped off to meet one of my friends and had a quick Diet Coke and come back, and it's not looking good for England. They're already 7 down, and the skipper's still at the crease, but she's running out of batters at the moment. But the likes of Charlie Dean coming in, she can definitely hold herself with the bat.
In comes Gaikwad, and that's worked into the onside by Jones. They'll pick up a single. They'll bring Charlie Dean on strike, who's, I mean, she's a competent batter. She's actually used to batting up the order a bit more in the domestic game when she plays for the Southern Vipers, and certainly when she played for Hampshire. She bats, I think, at number 3. So she'll be able to stick around with Amy Jones here.
Charlie Dean, she can bat time. So I'm surprised maybe when the carnage was going on and it felt a bit frenetic that she hasn't actually come out earlier to build an innings, because she does do that at the regional setup and she bats time as well.
Gaikwad over the wicket, just slapped away to deep cover for a single. Coming around the wicket, actually, apologies.
Yeah, scores of 24 not out and 37 in this ODI series so far for Charlie Dean. So maybe all not lost for England yet.
And she was made the captain of London Spirit this season as well. So England clearly have their sights set on her in terms of handing over some responsibility, getting her in the game. That passes the edge of Jones's bat outside the off stump. Gaikwad bowling a good line and length here. Last delivery just 44 miles per hour. She's taking a lot of pace off the ball. It's proving to be incredibly difficult for England out there. We've heard a lot about these Lord's pitches across the summer. We were told by Ravi Bopara in our 100 coverage that the games at Lord's were the slowest pitches of them all. It was difficult to bat on. Seeing a similar story here as Gaikwad around the wicket. Jones pushes into the covers, finds the fielder of Deepti Sharma. There'll be no run.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gaikwad, she's taking all the pace off and she's bowling those tempting, loopy off breaks. Left arm spin to Amy Jones, the skipper, and be interesting to see how Amy Jones goes about this.
Gaikwad, a flatter delivery, which Jones cuts past the diving point fielder. Should be a boundary as the ball just trickles into the cushions. And much needed for England, as it means the runs required now moves below the 100 mark. 99 needed from 193 balls. Jones moves on to 14. And interesting enough, when Gaikwad does put a bit more pace on it, that last delivery 48, it is that bit easier. You just feel as if India now are just going to try and stifle England with spin.
Yeah, and they'll know that Amy Jones likes the pace on the ball, and so Gaikwad, she keeps taking that pace off, and that one there just a little bit short and wide, and that's what Amy Jones has got to look to do. She's got to build this innings and bat time, but she's also got to pounce on anything that's in her area.
Gaikwad to Jones, who's driving but miscues that one. Straight to extra cover. No run taken. So that completes 18 overs, 71 for 7. And I was just going to say before that wicket of Freya Kemp about the mysterious case of Shafali Verma and her fielding on the boundary. So I was saying to Alex at the start of the innings, we all witnessed it, we all saw her out there on the boundary rope, potentially not the fastest when covering ground, doesn't always pick up the ball, but after the power play, you often find it in the ring. So at the moment, she's currently at a mid-off position. So whether she's a specialist boundary fielder during just the power play, or whether they forget each game that maybe she's not the best boundary fielder, so send her out and then quickly remember to bring her back in and hide her a bit. It's a strange one, because you often see fielders patrol certain areas. Danny Wyatt at point and then moves on to the boundary. Maya Boucher is so good at those extra cover and mid-wicket regions in the T20s, but Shafali Verma is remaining at mid-off. Just having a bit of a change in field here as the captain Harmanpreet moves a bit closer in extra cover into a catching position. Deepti continues, and on the back foot is Dean looking to push that one into the covers. It goes through to Yastika for no run.
India going in for the kill here. They've got a short extra cover, a very short mid-wicket under the lid. I think that's Smriti Mandana, and then a slip. Julan Goswami, she's already poached one today. Great low catch in at slip in her last international game. So they're really trying, if they feel like they get this wicket, they're into the tail here.
Deepti bowls, a bit of turn from that delivery, maybe a bit of bat onto the pad for Dean, looking to work that square. I'm not sure she was expecting that much turn from the surface, and it is interesting, as you mentioned, Mandana under the grill. It's a shortish mid-wicket. She could get a bit closer.
Yeah, get in there, Mandana.
Go on, if you're going to do it, commit to it. Deepti bowls a full delivery, which Dean pushes to Verma at mid-off for no run. Would you ever fancy going onto the helmet? Have you done it?
I'd love it, but I don't know if I'd be very good at it. But Georgia Elwes, who's part of our team today, she's found herself at short leg quite a lot in test matches.
That's exciting. Here comes Deepti again, and in defence is Dean, pushing back to the bowler. I think you don't necessarily, my thinking is you don't always have to be good at it, you just have to show confidence.
You do.
Try and psych out the batter by just strolling up, putting the helmet on, giving them some evils.
Tammy Beaumont, she's one of the best people I've seen in that position.
Deepti bowls a slower flighted delivery, which is driven to short extra cover. Another dot ball here, 71 for 7. Well, we've been joined by James Taylor quite a lot this summer with TMS, who arguably one of the best short leg fielders there's been.
Those catches against South Africa in the test match, remember
I know
them?
exactly which ones you're talking about. As deep tee bowls outside the off stump. Dean gets this one past Manuka Singh Thakur at point and picks up a single to the boundary. 72 for 7. Yes, I would have the confidence to go in close, but I wouldn't have the skill level. So probably for the best I don't. 72 for 7, as I said. 19 overs gone. England require another 98 runs to win. And this dead rubber game, but as Alex Hartley was mentioning, an important game in terms of points. And also, just, I mean, in terms of England's summer, what have your thoughts really been? They're a team in transition, but they do want to end on a bit of a high, because it's not always gone their way. Talk us through it.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, the disappointment. They have obviously started so well against South Africa, and the likes of Izzy Wong, Lauren Bell, all came in, did so well, and then obviously that huge disappointment, obviously losing to India in that semi-final in the Commonwealth. And I know a lot of the girls will still be hurt by that. And then it's just been thick and fast, hasn't it? They did well in the T20s to win that final game to clinch the series, and then the ODIs haven't gone their way. But still lots of positives to take from England. They've obviously bedded in a lot of young talent who've done so well, but as you said, they'll want to finish on a high, and especially playing at Lord's. They haven't played it for 5 years, so they'll want to make sure they try and get over the line here today.
Semlata into the attack, off spin, and that's dragged down first up, pulled away in front of square for 4 by Dean. Bit of a hit-me ball first up, quite slow, and allowed Dean just to hop onto the back foot and get that to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4, 76 for 7.
Yeah, Charlie Dean there, she's so good at picking length, especially against the spinners, and just rocks back onto the back foot there, and a nice strong shot through the cow region. I think if India knew Charlie Dean really well, they'd probably try and get seam on, especially to Amy Jones and Charlie Dean, and I think her strongest suit is against spin, using those laps, using those sweeps.
In comes Lotta again, Fuller, better delivery that time, pushed back to her by Dean for no run. Dean can be quite susceptible to that front pad, just planting that front foot a bit earlier against the seam. In comes Ignata, bowls, and that's an inside or leading edge out to deep, to square leg, I should say. Deep square came in from the boundary to field.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be worth India maybe going back to one of their opening bowlers. I know they've already bowled 7 overs each, but I just do think Goswami or Singh, just bowling that tight line against Charlie Dean.
If Goswami could bowl another 2.1 overs.
I think now's her time.
I would have to agree. Lata in a bit of a wide ball outside the off stump, which Jones drives to the boundary with ease, collects a single. Was interesting enough, Goswami stood at a first slip position, which I think is a position she deserves. You always put your most senior member at first slip, but also because of her pure wingspan. She was stood before the game getting photos in front of the Lord's Pavilion, which, after this delivery from Lata, defending as Dean into the covers for no run, and she was stretching out her arms entirely. It was like a golden eagle.
Angel of the North.
Very much.
Is that what it
so.
is, the Angel of the North?
I think so.
Is. I've had a photo there.
If you weren't sure it was cool, but you have had a photo.
Not just
there.
me, a team photo of the England girls when we won an Ashes series up at Durham. Is that right?
Wow, there we go. I mean, so she's got a lot of depth and reach in that first slip position, which is always helpful for a slip fielder. A few more thoughts on how England are going to go about these two at the crease, getting these remaining 92 runs, Tash, and then it'll be Daniel Williams.
Yeah, good over there from England, getting 6 runs for it, and since Charlie Dean has come in, she's looked pretty confident at the crease, and even just a few overs of just no wickets has just quietened down this crowd, made things seem a little bit more calm in the middle. And these two, they've got plenty of overs to get these runs. They just need to keep batting, pretend it's a net, and just calm things down for England. Just get a bit of a partnership together, and because it's not a lot of runs that they need to get here.
92. And they're 78 for 7.
Well, yeah, the wickets is the issue.
But yes,
not the time.
Absolutely right. You are absolutely right. They have plenty of time. And it's going to be Rajeshwari Gaikwad who's going to come back into the attack. She is 1 wicket short of 100, and if she gets it today, she will draw level with Catherine Fitzpatrick as the fastest woman to 100 ODI wickets. In this, I think, am I right in saying, her 63rd ODI? It feels like that order. So there's a great field in place. She comes in left arm around the wicket. I'll tell you about it shortly, as that's been cut away out towards the sweeper on the offside for a single. We've got a slip in, and we have got a wonderfully tricksy, almost impossible to describe position, which is, a catching cover, not extra cover. So just in front of square, about 2 pitch widths away. Short, slapped away by Charlie Dean. Out again to the sweeper on the deep cover boundary. A couple of singles to start. We have a slip, a backward point, a shortish, well, pretty short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket. Amy Jones, the skipper, on 16. England 80 for 7. 80 for 7. Jones faces up now, goes back into a crease and cuts away off a thick outside edge. It's running down towards the boundary. Fielder in hot pursuit will not quite get there. Dipti Sharma, she ran with the urgent attention of a proto Johnny Bairstow, but she did not quite get to the ball in time, and 4 more to England. And by the comparison, this is exactly what Tash Farrant is talking about. England are now ahead of where India were in terms of runs. They're 84 for 7, India 82 for 4 at this stage, but England, of course, have lost those 3 more wickets. But they do bat pretty deep. Been quite impressed by Charlie Dean and the support for Amy Jones. This is a big innings for Amy Jones, taking over the captaincy in difficult circumstances as Gaikwad's in, pushed to that short catching cover about 2 yards front square.
Yeah, I think Charlie Dean she almost is the perfect person for this situation, because she might not have the best strike rate in the game, but you don't really need that right now. You just need someone to bat time with the captain, just calm the nerves out there in the middle.
Gaikwad in, goes back into a crease, does Jones, and cuts this away through backward point, but the sweeper has a lot of work to do in this over. Swiftly round to her left, and 1 more run to the total, so 7 off the over so far. Gaikwad, she's picked up a couple of wickets, but in the context of the day, she's been relatively expensive. But that wicket-taking threat is the all-important thing. England got off to a good start, chasing just 170 to win. 27 runs that first wicket. As thick edge bounces just in front of a diving Goswami at slip off the bat of Charlie Dean. End of the over, 7 from it. England 85 for 7 from 21. Wickets fell, 7 wickets fell for 38 runs, 6 of them for just 26. And Tash Farrant, well, the bowling has been good. It was a pretty ugly spectacle at times, wasn't it?
Yeah, it just felt a bit frantic out there, just watching from up here. Obviously, I'm not out there, so I don't know how it feels, but obviously with the crowd feeling like an Indian crowd, a lot of support for the Indian team today, and just felt like it was all a bit frantic out there. No one seemed that calm when they came into bat, and almost with these low totals, it can be tricky work sometimes, and that's what it's looking like for the England girls at the moment.
Start of a new over, Hemalatha bowling, and the first ball is too short. There's a big gap between point and extra cover, which Amy Jones finds off the back foot, cutting away. I mean, there were some unfortunate dismissal. Alice Capsey slapping Goswami's worst ball straight to cover. Can happen. She's timed it pretty well.
Too well.
Too well, yeah. Straight to the fielder. Dunkley will be a bit concerned, I think, looking back at that dismissal. It's driven nicely by Dean. The full face of the bat up to mid-off, but really just sort of missing one that just tailed back in a touch. That said, we've seen a bit of that today. I wonder, Tash, as this next ball is defended off the back foot, firm push again up to mid-off, no run. Where the part is just, your angle's a bit different at Lords, slopes and all that.
I haven't batted much at Lords, but do you think it gets into the batters' minds?
Defended by Dean off the back foot, come to a little bit of a tangle, but she's got away with it. I mean, I suppose that nearest equivalent might be Canterbury.
Yeah, I played a lot of Canterbury. Yeah,
That's got a bit of a...
yeah, it's a good slow. I like bowling there at Canterbury from the top end, but yeah, it just makes those straight balls just a little bit more taxing.
Now Dean has nicely glided this next ball off her pads. It was speared into leg stump, and she's picked up a single as she gets it to the right of the rather deep short leg. You may say that's a square leg, but it isn't, I promise you. It's I don't quite know why she's quite as deep as...
No, because it keeps going past us, so she either needs to go back on the ring or come right in.
Short, punched off the back foot again, and that's been the story of this over. Every delivery pretty slow in the mid 40 miles an hour, and as a result Amy Jones is able to find a gap, just rocking onto the back foot, finding the space. One more to the total. 3 off the over, that is all England currently require actually. They need slightly fewer than 3 and over, 82 needed from 28 overs. Jones 23, Dean has 9, the partnership now 23, just starting to develop, and at some point, I don't think just yet, but if the partnership put on another 23, well, Harmanpreet would then have to start thinking about how she's going to break it.
Yeah, absolutely. She's got spin operating from both ends at the moment, and just thinking, would it be worth trying to get one of your main seamers, either Goswami or Singh, back on, just to really put England under the pump? And if they get one of these, then they're definitely into the tail then. So I don't know if it's worth going from spin and seam from each end.
Gaikwad starts a new over, back into a crease goes Jones, and defends into the offside. It's picked up at that short catching cover position. I heard you talking to Melissa about that, and wanting to attack those stumps. I wonder, with sort of 3 overs of each left, this Gaikwad is in. That's down the leg side, and a sweep attempt misses. I think it's missed, but I don't know why it's not a wide. Maybe she got a little bit of glove on that. Perhaps she did. And Anna Harris is seldom wrong, so I think there must have been a little bit of something on that, but there is no run.
Anna Harris rocking 3 pairs of sunnies.
She carries them off very well, doesn't she? Gaikwad in again, goes back into a crease as Jones and pushes that into the offside. Can't beat the fielder at extra cover. There's no run.
It's like in COVID times when you're a fielder, see how many hats you could fit onto your head. Owen Morgan rocked the stacked hat look.
I liked that.
I liked it. I mean, I wouldn't like to field with it, but...
No. Gaikwad in, forward comes Jones, pushed it to the offside. No run. Did you ever read the Asterix books?
No. Sorry.
Did you, Phil?
I was more Tintin.
I love Tintin.
No, I don't know if you can do both.
I think you can.
Okay.
And by the way, it's Tintin.
Wow.
Gaikwad in, driven to short extra cover again, finds the fielder, no run. We're on the verge of a maiden here. The bowling is excruciatingly slow. It's all around the mid-40s, and India are just trying to peg England back a touch here. Oh, you've got a Tintin shirt on. Tintin t-shirt.
A Tintin t-shirt.
Last delivery, dabbed into the space back to the square on the offside. But fielder is there, no run. A maiden over from Rajeshwari Gaikwad. 23 overs bowled, England 88 for 7. I asked because the main protagonists used to duff up the Romans, and they would keep as trophies their helmets, and so they would stack the helmets much the same way as COVID hats were stacked.
I'm enjoying watching Smriti Mandana here because she's almost every over just sort of changing where she stands when she's under the helmet in those short fielding positions. She's not quite sure where to go.
First ball of a new over, defended by Dean on the back foot. Hemalatha still into the attack. Yeah, I don't like this position.
I can't say I'm the biggest fan. I think if you get the helmet on, if you get the pads on, you've got to get in there, don't you?
I think so. Hemalatha in, driven firmly, crisply, but straight to mid-off. Verma does the fielding. Yeah, just so as you understand what we're talking about, Wonder is 2 pitch widths away, and Hemalatha is bowling at 43 miles an hour. Now, I could be very wrong as Dean defends the back foot, but that pad Might not carry there.
Maybe she's there for the massive swipe across the line, off the pad, pops up to Smriti Mandana, who's 5 metres away.
I think she might even be more than that. She's defended from the crease. Back up the wicket off the back foot. No, I think you're probably right. I would go with 6. I reckon I could fit 3 me's lying down between her and the batter.
And 12 Tammy Beaumont.
12 Tammy Beaumont. Yes. Tossed up and pulled this time out towards deep mid-wicket. This will be runs, might be more than one, and brilliantly fielded. Great diving stop out on the boundary. Will keep the scoring to just the 2. That was a really fine effort.
Good work from Gaikwad there. Steaming round the boundary, full-length Superman dive, and saves a couple of runs for her team.
She's not the tallest either. And goes to her correct side, I suppose. Her left-hand side. Emma Arthur in, driven nicely by Dean. Should pick up another run here at least as it goes out through extra cover. And the score trickles along to 91 for 7 after 24 overs. This after England bowled out India for 169. We've had 17 wickets, and all of those wickets you can see on the BBC website and app. We have got in-play clips. We've got highlights on BBC 1, 4, 2, damn, so close. On BBC 2 at 1 o'clock tonight. And of course, the best way to do it is via the iPlayer, because as any fool knows, the future is digital. You can get it whenever you want it then. Don't be hidebound by scheduling. Who wants that? It's a constant perennial refrain of my wife. Why do we have to be somewhere at a specific time, she says, as Gaikwad is in. He's a defender on the front foot. Into the covers, there's no run. And nowadays you don't. You can be wherever you want to be. You can find whatever programme you want to watch at a time that suits you. Is it any wonder the country's going to the dogs? As Gaikwad is in, left arm round. That's played off the back foot, just nudged to backward point, and there's no run. But in all seriousness, there's been some very spectacular cricket today, some very fine catches. Saw an absolute ripper from Charlie Dean at mid-wicket earlier today. Well worth a watch. Gaikwad in, back into a crease again goes Dean, pushes into the offside. This short cover position has moved much straighter. It's a bit easier to describe now. It's like a slightly deep silly mid-off.
I prefer it now because they're trying to get Charlie Dean to play across the ball, and just looking at those last few deliveries, there is a bit of spin on offer.
Gaikwad in, and exactly as Tash Farrant has said, she's tried to play a little dab back with a square. She misses it, goes through to the keeper. It's almost like you've played this game before, Tash Farrant.
I have bowled left arm spin before in a game.
Have you?
Against Surrey, and I took 2 for 20.
Against Surrey, though. Yeah, it's not fair. Dabbed into the onside this time, going right back into her crease, waiting for the ball as Dean, and she finds a gap and gets a single. So, do you manage to turn?
No turn for me.
No turn.
Just
so
left arm darts.
Arm. Yeah,
I've bowled like a seamer, but off a short run. You know that horrible when you know when someone's been a seamer before.
Yeah.
But I'd try it for a game.
Gaikwad in, pushed into the offside, goes up to short extra cover, and there's no run. End of the over, just the one from it. I tell you, the over rate has vastly improved. The first 17 overs took an hour and a half. Yes, I know. That surprised you, didn't it? We started at 2:40.
It's because we had 45 Guard of Honours.
Yes, well, that and quite a few referrals and an awful lot of wickets. The last ball in that over has been clocked at 41.8 miles an hour. Now, we're not reaching quite the levels of Hector Bisht, who at one point in her career, I'm fairly sure, was bowling the ball at a negative speed.
Or Poonam Yadav.
Poonam Yadav. Wow. That was the... If you like the slow food movement, and if you like slow TV, like you get in Norway, you'd love Poonam Yadav. I miss Poonam Yadav. I mean, she's not gone anywhere, but... but I mean, yeah, just generally, she's not playing today. So, now this is an interesting move, Tash Farrant, because Pooja Vastrika, who has been quite expensive in a series that India have dominated, but she gives a bit of pace, and he wanted some pace. And I'm thinking here that Harmanpreet just wants to keep a few overs from Goswami until the fall of the 8th wicket, perhaps. Just some up her sleeve in case, because I suppose England could afford to play out Goswami at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I think here they've gone for Vastrika, just try and get a couple of overs in, try and pick up a bonus wicket, and then she can bring her 2 opening seamers back on. So it'd be good to see a little bit of extra pace here from Vastrika.
She's in to Jones. Oh, it's a Dane rather, who punches off the back foot and misses a ball in the channel that goes straight through to Yastika Bhatia. And there's no run, and suddenly everything looks different. Just that injection of pace, 67 miles an hour, after both batters have been facing balls constantly around 43 miles an hour. That's not an extra yard of pace, that's about 4 yards of pace.
Yeah, for sure. And I think your movements sometimes slow to the pace of the bowling, and then Charlie Dean just looked a bit rushed there by that ball, which was 67 miles an hour.
Here comes Vastrika, right arm over the wicket from the pavilion end, and beautifully played by Dean. She's got this through backward point, it's running away to the boundary for 4. Wow, that is a wonderful shot, all in the timing. She waited for it, watched it right onto her bat, and just placed the ball perfectly. There is a deep backward point, almost wide deep third, and there is a sweeper on the offside as well, just in front of squares. Not a massive distance between the two, maybe 30 odd yards, and she managed to find that gap. She also had to get it past the left hand of backward point inside the boundary. 96 for 7, England. This partnership now worth 31 runs in 8 overs. It's exactly what the doctor ordered for England. And Vastrika was about to come in there. Dean's not ready. Partly because there seems to be a conversation going on between Amy Jones and the umpire at the far end. So that'll tend to be a bit off-putting. Vastrika waits, she's got a slip in place, Dipti Sharma. She's in now, and Dean moves across her stumps and allows a wide ball outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. Not signalled wide, wasn't that wide.
Charlie Dean has got one of the most extravagant leaves. Sometimes she goes a little bit Steve Smith, and she's quite fidgety, Charlie Dean, when she bats. She's quite extravagant with her movements. Quite like seeing a nice leave, though. I think she could have probably played the same shot as she did before, similar ball.
I'll tell you what you don't see enough of. Vastrika in, it's nicely driven, short extra cover, there's no run. It's like the one-handed leave. So you just...
the flap.
You take the top hand off the bat, you raise the left hand if you're right-handed to the sky, you raise your bat in your bottom hand.
It nips back and you get bowled.
Can look very silly, yeah.
It's like the Usain Bolt.
It is a bit. That's what I was imagining.
I'm not sure I'll try that.
Leave. So you just...
the flap.
You take the top hand off the bat, you raise the left hand if you're right-handed to the sky, you raise your bat in your bottom hand.
It nips back and you get bowled.
Can look very silly, yeah.
It's like the Usain Bolt.
It is a bit. That's what I was imagining.
I'm not sure I'll try that one.
Do it in the net, see, because it'll really infuriate bowlers. Vastrika in, worked into the onside. Nice shot by Dean. She's found a gap, and if they'd run the first quickly, they might have got a second, but they didn't. I don't, though, think that is at the forefront of their minds at the moment. England not worried about the run rate. They need almost exactly 3 and over, 73 from 145. But there is an enormous gap on the onside. Only one person saving one at a pretty straight mid-on. And then there's a deep mid-wicket and a long leg. All other fielders on the offside. 4 out on the boundary. Vastrika into Jones. Jones works it into the onside, but she times it a bit too well. It goes out to deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single. We're going to have a double change in the box. England 98 for 7. Jones has 24. Dean has 18. 6 runs came off that last over. England need just 72 runs, but they have just 3 wickets in hand. Where's this game going, Georgia Elwis? And then for the next 20 minutes, it's going to be Emily Windsor.
Well, it's very exciting, isn't it? It's in the balance now. A lovely little partnership forming. Dean and Jones out in the middle, 33 from 54 balls. And India need that breakthrough. They're looking quite comfortable at the crease here. Time is not an issue. Dan said only 3 and over required. So that run rate is never going to be the pressure that they're putting themselves under. It's that wicket column, and India will know that. They'll looking now to take wickets, and with that comes bad bowling. So England looking to capitalise. They need to bat for a little bit longer, calm those nerves, and 72 required.
Deepti Sharma bowling from the nursery end, just 1 for 5 so far from her 2 overs as she bowls, and that's just a guide to third man, but there's a fielder there, so there'll be no run. We're just posing for a picture, Georgia. But I feel like here, Dean and Jones have shown if you build a bit of a partnership, it does get easier out there.
Yeah, absolutely right.
As Sharma comes into Jones and bowls, that's fuller delivery, driven, but only to extra cover. I mean, it doesn't look easy, but it doesn't seem like a wicket's going to fall every ball like we saw earlier in the innings.
Yeah, there were some absolute beauties earlier. And the seam bowlers were bowling, and Gaikwad to get Danny Wyatt out. It's an absolute peach of a delivery.
Sharma into Jones, bowls off the back foot, guided nicely out to the fielder at deep square. They run the first one hard, but they settle for a single. Jones will move to 25, 99 for 7 England.
Yeah, I think now the lacquer's gone off the ball, and 26 overs in, it does look a lot easier. We've not seen any more sideways movement hugely. Vastreka as she's come on, it does look like it's getting a little bit easier out there.
Sharma, right arm off spin, playing this outside the off stump. Bells have been taken. Bhatia looks very interested, and it's going to be sent upstairs. Charlie Dean looks unsure, is what I'd say from her body language. Could she have dragged her foot? We wait the replay.
Well, she's not overbalanced. She's stayed in the same position she was when she played the shot. It's just whether that back foot has dragged, like you said, out of the crease.
Just watch the replay. Just went for a forward defence and missed it. A bit of turn. It looks like her foot has stayed grounded. But we'll wait to see the side on angle. I'm sure we'll have to go through the processes of ultra edge first, just as I say that. Flat line as it passes the bat. So there's no bat involved. And that foot, Georgia just looks on the line.
Oh, is there a spike behind it? Oh dear, this is the angle.
Keeper's taking
back.
it.
She's back. She's back. I'm giving her in.
Dan Norcross poised. He couldn't have get closer to a big screen if he tried. He wanted right on that line. But luckily for Charlie Dean, the Indian fielders are walking back to their fielding position, and he was just down. When I say one frame, when we look at that replay, the other frame before she'd have been out. But importantly for England, Charlie Dean is going to be called a not out. We just wait for it on the big screen. Yes, not out is the answer. And the England fans like that one. 71 needed, then 140 balls to do it. So it's not about time, it's about the wickets in hand. England are 7 wickets down, but Jones and Dean are building a partnership. The Sharma in bowls, driven this time down the ground, but Verma's at mid-off, prevents a single. 99 for 7. And Sharma just tosses the ball from one hand to the other at the top of her mark from this nursery end, and in and bowls in defence again from Dean. That's the end of the over. 27 overs gone. 99 for 7. 71 needed off 138 balls. Where's your money lie, Jordan? Of course, you obviously can't bet on cricket, but at this stage, still with India.
Oh, it's so in the balance, isn't it? I think both teams will feel like they can win it from here, and they're in really good positions to win it from here. So much rests on the shoulders of these two out in the middle to continue this partnership, and you'd think that they'll have to do the majority of the work to score these runs. 1 wicket here, and I think the game is India's. So
I'm going to put a spanner in the works there. Kate Cross. I feel like in a situation like this where you don't have to score aggressively, I actually feel like she's a bit of a mature head, and she's no mug with the bat. I've seen her score runs in regional cricket level. Actually, when we played at Lancashire last year, she was their top scorer, played a really nice innings. But the majority of the work, as you said, Georgia, needs to be done by these two. And on that note, India, rightly so, are bringing Thakur back into the attack. 3 for 22 off her 7 overs so far. Picked up the wickets of Beaumont, Lamb and Capsey. She's been the most threatening, and she'll be coming in to bowl to Jones, and that's played back down the pitch. She's gone to drive it through that offside, but it's come back towards her.
Just a little bit of shape, isn't there, for Renuka Singh Thakur? It's that lovely in-swing movement. I saw her, she's had a fantastic summer as well. She ripped through that Australian batting lineup in the Commonwealth Games. She's been fantastic here today, and she's aided by the slope, and I think that is causing the doubt in Amy Jones's mind.
Again, driven, but up to mid-on for no run. Just targeting the stumps, India, and that's what we've seen all day as well, isn't it, Georgia? The lines that you have to bowl when the stumps are in the game, it's hard for the batters to score, whether it was India or England.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, especially with the slope as well, you need to get yourself as close to the ball as you can when you're batting, and India are doing the right thing. They're keeping the stumps in play, allowing the ball to move sideways.
Thakur in again, and that's driven back down the pitch again to mid-on, same result. Good lines and lengths from Thakur.
It's interesting to see the approach that Amy Jones has taken. The England batters who've come before have had more of a middle and leg to leg stump guard, and we were actually talking about it, weren't we, in the other room, and how Amy Jones has moved herself across to an off stump guard to make sure she's got that off stump line covered, and then play really straight for anything else. And I think she's probably the England player who's played this situation the best so far.
Thakur to Jones, and that's on leg stump line, worked nicely out to the deep square leg boundary, and that applause you can hear is because England's 100's up. Come in the 28th over, 7 wickets down, but Jones and Dean still at the crease. Jones on 26 and Dean on 18. 70 required then off 134 balls now for England. Hear the hustle and bustle. I feel like both Indian fans and England fans both feeling the game as Thakur in defence from Dean. Straight back down the pitch. Nice straight bat. And that's what Dean's done really well, isn't it? She's used her feet forward, back, and she's hit straight down the ground.
Yeah, it's been a really mature innings from her. She played nicely in the game on Wednesday as well, which shows she'll be full of confidence when she comes out to the crease. And I mean, if you look around the field, there's plenty of gaps, there's plenty of balls that you can score off, so you're just keeping out the good ones and then trying to rotate the strike the rest of the time.
Thakur in again, played to mid-wicket for no run. 70 required then off 132 balls. Another good over from Thakur. Thought, Georgie, we're going to come out with the old cliche, and it will be drink, so have a look with the delay. Block the good uns, hit the bad uns. I thought that was coming out then.
Cricket's such an easy game, isn't it, when you sat up here talking about it, but you know, out there, these girls are in the final match of a long summer in front of a good crowd at Lords. There's a lot to play for. There's a lot more to the occasion that can sometimes cloud your judgment as well. So the thing that these two have done really well is keep it simple, and we talk about that a lot in cricket. It's just playing the ball that comes down and taking it each ball at a time. And the girls are just forming a nice partnership. It's 35 now from 66 deliveries, and we talk a lot in one-day cricket about partnerships, don't we? Especially at the Vipers. Charlotte Edwards loves the word partnerships. Get yourself, working with your partner at the other end, and enjoy being out there, because I think that's the main thing with cricket. You want to be enjoying yourself, and it's fun. Like take the whole of the occasion in. Playing at Lords.
Phil, what you got for us?
That kind of negative sort of stat I don't want to mention too early. We don't want to be looking at an England whitewash, but it's possibly on the cards, isn't it? Unless they can get over the line here. As far as whitewashes go that England have suffered in ODI series, they suffered one in 2019 against Australia. They lost 3-0. And then you have to go back. 2001, they lost 3-0 to Australia. 1998, they lost 5-0 to Australia. These are home series, so you have to go back to 1996 for the last whitewash against a team other than Australia at home. They lost 3-0 to New Zealand, yes, 1996.
Well, I think that's really significant, isn't it, that stat? Thank you, Phil. Because it just shows you where the game's been, and Australia have always dominated international women's cricket, but India have played some very good cricket in this series, especially the ODI series, but I just feel like it's the experience of India in this ODI has really shown against England, breeding a very new look, young talent coming through, and as we said earlier, missing Heather Knight and Nat Siver has really been emphasised in this series.
Yeah, it has. I think the rocks of this England batting lineup, who people just play around, they're so experienced, world-class players, and England do miss them.
And one I've missed as well, Catherine Brunt and Anya Shrubsole. Like, obviously Anya Shrubsole's retired. Catherine Brunt just taking a break currently. She retired from Test cricket, but that bowling attack, those two have led this bowling attack for years on end, and it's very new for England, and I feel like those two have been so good that it is a bit of a transition period, isn't it?
It is a transition period, and the youngsters coming through are young and exciting, and we know that they are the future of the women's game, and I think England are looking ahead to that World Cup that's in 3 years' time, and are thinking, right, we're going to start building a side for that. And yeah, you think in that side, Nat Siver and Heather Knight walk back into this England team, but the youngsters that are coming through are exciting, and I think it's a good opportunity for them to understand what is required at international level, the pressures that come with it, and really learn from getting the opportunity, throwing them in at the deep end, really, aren't they? But in T20 cricket, I think they've looked unfazed. I think with a longer format, they've had to learn it's about batting time, and there's more skill involved with that. So, I think it's a really exciting phase for England. I mean, they'll be disappointed, especially if there is a whitewash. I really hope that they get something from this game, because I think they deserve it. I think the youngsters have battled really well, and it has, you're right, been just that experience from this Indian side that has been the difference.
Georgia Owis, that is alongside me, England international. She's going to be playing at Lord's tomorrow alongside me, actually. Southern Vipers versus the Northern Diamonds in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final.
I was going to ask the two of you, what's your plan once this game finishes? How does it work out on the night before a game? In bed at 8?
Cup of tea. Cup of tea and sleep, hopefully. No, the team are on their way up now, the Southern Vipers, so I'm sure after this game we'll meet up with the girls and just probably have a chill and laugh, which is what we usually do, and just settle the nerves. And
pre-match meeting?
We've already had that, but me and George actually were released by Adam Mountford to join virtually via FaceTime. It was a hell of an experience as Deepti Sharma's back into the attack and bowls to Jones, who plays it back down the pitch, and we sort of had to mute ourselves, but then when we wanted to talk, give a wave, but Charlotte Edwards quite often wasn't looking at us, and it must have looked a real picture if anyone saw both of us. But yeah, that's done. Just waiting for the team to be announced as Sharma in bowls, and that's pushed into the offside for no run.
Will that be tonight?
Yeah, we usually find out the night before. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of excited girls in that dressing room. I guess whether you're playing or not, a Lord's final don't come by too often, so I think you've just got to enjoy those experiences and hopefully come away with another trophy as Sharma in bowls, and in defence again by Jones will be no run. How are you feeling for it though, Georgia?
Yeah, really excited. I think being around here today, getting a chance to see how the pitch is playing, I assume we'll be on the same one, has been good. We've been talking through some plans as well, haven't we? But I'm just really excited. It's been a really good season for us. Finish it here is really special.
Sharma in to Jones, driven, but only to the captain at extra cover, so again no run. 100 for 7 England in reply to 169 all out from India. So 70 is required from 128 balls, so plenty of time to do it. And India, Deepti Sharma just making the England batters wait as she approaches now on bowls outside the off stump, but slower delivery, and again can only find core extra cover. Just a little hand signal there from you, Georgia.
Oh, I'm just thinking I might have played a sweep shot to that delivery, because Sharma's varying the pace well. She's bowling quite wide outside that off stump, so it's an option.
Sharma in again, bowls hit high down the ground. First sign of aggression from Amy Jones, but it's plugged in the outfield, and Shafali Verma comes after it, so it'll just be 2. But Jones went after that one from Deepti Sharma. Sheer move to 28. 68 now needed from 126 balls, England.
Yeah, I think Amy Jones thought that shot deserved more, and it did. We've seen the outfield be quite slow today, haven't we? Especially up the slope, which you would expect, but that one running away down the slope, and just didn't quite have the legs on it. So
I feel like when I've played here in the 100, if you hit it along the floor flush, it goes quickly. But it's actually reasonably soft. It's actually like a carpet. It's really nice to dive on it. It's spongy. So when you hit it in the air, it often does slow up and plug a little, which we saw there from Amy Jones going over mid-off. To keep the ball along the floor tomorrow, George, please. Thakor then into her 9th over from that pavilion end. Bowls to Dean, and in defence, back down the pitch. No run. Will there be a conversation? Sorry, Phil.
No, go on.
Here about she's only got 2 overs left. Probably the most dangerous bowler in the attack. Let's see her off.
yeah, I think so. And I think they're going to have to still look to score. I think sometimes when you go into your shell, that's when you sort of start playing your worst. But there'll definitely be one eye on the fact that she has only got the 2 overs left, and not to do anything too rash.
Thakor in bowls, and that's driven nicely by Dean. Come through for a quick single because mid-off has to come round to her left. Sheer move to 19, 103 for 7. Phil?
Yeah, this partnership now the largest for the 8th wicket at Lords in a women's one-day international, beating Brunton Greenway 36 versus New Zealand back in 2010. The previous second highest was the partnership between Gunnar Marsh of 32 for the 8th wicket, which helped England get up that total in the 2017 final.
Currently at 38 then is Thakor in, and in defence from Jones. And we're looking to build on that. These two, Dean and Jones. Dean she bats higher in regional cricket, so she's by no means a number 9, if you like, just hasn't had that opportunity in a very strong England batting lineup. And she's proven throughout this series what she can do with the bat. It's Thakor into Jones, that's pulled away into the leg side, fielder out there takes a great catch. That ball was short and deserved to be punished, but Jones has picked out the fielder on that deep square leg boundary. This is a massive moment in this game. England now 8 wickets down. Jones, the England captain, walking back to the pavilion. She's gone for 28.
Yeah, as soon as she hit that shot, she put her head in her hands. She knew, picked out that one fielder on the leg side boundary. She absolutely nailed that delivery. Straight to Harleen Diol. She cannot believe what she has done. Just as that partnership was starting to be threatening, Amy Jones has thrown it away. An instinctive shot, a fantastic shot of hers, but she needs to be more clinical with where she puts that ball. That one fielder out there is absolutely criminal, and Amy Jones has to go, and India, quite rightly so, feel like they're right back in this game.
Tell you what, that's probably the worst ball we've seen Thakor bowl probably all series, and it's a big wicket for India. And listen to the crowd beneath us, the England fans, less cheery. The Indian fans are right on the edge of their seat, clapping, cheering. But England have a lot to do now. 67 required off 122 balls, but they're 8 wickets down, and Kate Cross comes to the crease.
Well, you bigged her up. Here she is. Can she do it?
I don't want another commentator's curse. Thakor though, on 4 wickets. Has there been many opposition fifers here, Phil? He's gotta get the scurry on, get him searching. It wouldn't be a game without that, Phil, but this will be an interesting stat. We saw Cross finishing with 4 for 26 in the first innings, but it's on for Thakor as she's in to Cross bowls, and that's driven back down the pitch. Will be no run. I feel like Cross will be just as motivated as the Indian batters were to block out her 5-foot. Or the opportunity, but she's been so impressive, hasn't she, Thakor, all series in the Commonwealth as well.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching her bowl. I think she gets some really good movement in, and she uses the crease well. You see her come really wide on the crease here just to increase that angle. You're never really quite sure whether to play or leave the deliveries outside your off stump, and I think she makes it really difficult for the batters.
Thakor into Cross, driven out to the deep square leg cover boundary, for a single. Cross off the mark. 104 for 8, 30 overs gone. And Phil, do you have that magic stat for me?
3 women on the honours board. Someone we've mentioned a lot today, Annie Subsole, that famous game in the final here. Catherine Bunt, 5 for 25 versus South Africa. And the only overseas player, Catherine Fitzpatrick, 5 for 47 against England here at Lord's in 1998.
Can they do it, Georgia Elwes?
Can they? I don't know. I just think it's a lot to ask from here. 66 runs. Didn't seem like too much of an effort when Amy Jones was in and seeing the ball really nicely, but here they need to start to rebuild again. Kate Cross has definitely got it in her, and they need to still be positive, rotate the strike. Charlie Dean's going really nicely. She's got 19 at the other end, full of confidence. But India certainly feel like they're definitely back in this game, and I think the momentum is with them at the moment.
Where are we on Goswami watch in terms of the 10,000 deliveries?
Well, she had an opening spell of 6 overs, and she came back and bowled 1 more, so she's bowled 7. So we need 2.1 more overs.
0.1 overs. Come on, everybody, that's what we want.
But only 2 wickets to get. Time is running out.
104 for 8, 66 needed from 120 balls. That is not an issue in the slightest. The problem is the wickets. 8 down England as Kate Cross defends, pushing back to the bowler. And there is no run.
Well, I just saw Julian Goswami doing some high knees at slip, so maybe that was a sign that she's telling Harmanpreet Kaur, come on, get me back on.
That is terribly exciting. Here comes Gaikwad again, round the wicket, left arm spin, little bit of air, driven by Cross, with the sort of fury of somebody that doesn't feel they should necessarily have to be batting in this situation with just 104 on the board.
I know, you've opened the bowling for your country at Lord's, you take a 4-fer, your team out for 160, and then you're back batting in the 30th over.
Well, I know. Mid on and mid offer up. Cross is looking into the offside though, plays the ball just in front of square out to the excellent hands of Harleen Deal. Now earlier we were discussing how Paul McCartney had been spotted on the day of the 100 final, just strolling past Lord's.
Only just spotted.
And we suggested maybe if he was a massive cricket fan and loads of Beatles songs, he actually would have wanted the titles to be related to cricket. You see where I'm going with this?
I see where you're going.
Right then, here comes Gaikwad. And Cross plays that nicely. Just chopping down it, or Dean I should say. Dot ball there, socked to backward point. Now forgive me if I don't mention yours, because there's been an awful lot of them. Suggestions for Beatles songs, if Paul McCartney got his way, as the big cricket fan that he is. Slapped away out towards deep cover point for a single. England just chipping away at this target, 64 from 115. David Shervington, don't put me down, to the tune of Don't Let Me Down. Nicely done. Dan from Derby, yellow concussion submarine. In comes Gaikwad. This is on the legs of Cross, and she's missed out there. There's no fine leg up. There's no fine leg at all, actually. So anything on that would have whistled to the boundary. Instead, just the wide is given. Jim Maxwell's Silver Hammer, says Jez in Bristol. We're going into some of the niche album tracks here, which I like. Here comes Gaikwad, driven into the offside. There'll be runs there. Could be 4 of them, because when Shafali Verma chases, she tends to look like she's treading water. She's just about got there, has she? Well, it's a good attempt. And I think maybe it will be 4. She's not, I think it's fair to say, the quickest at chasing them out to the boundary.
I think she's just eaten a bit of grass there. She's dived over the boundary rope, and I felt for all many she could have stopped that. She could have dived as it was going past her in the ring, but no, she chose to chase it, and the ball won, and after all that she face planted the floor.
Yeah, unlike it was a valiant effort. Right then, Richard Betts, may I suggest Hard Day's Night Watcher?
Nice.
Yes. When I'm 64 not out, says Leon. Now this is good. You know the song Ticket to Ride?
Yep.
Here we go, Julian's back.
Julian, yes.
Right then, Simon from Leeds says, Ticket to Ride, how about Wicket? Question mark, too wide.
I like that one.
Very good. Right then, Goswami needs to bowl 2.1 further overs, and then we're in business. She will become the first woman in the history of the game to bowl 10,000 ODI deliveries. And I'm sure that is very much what is on Charlie Dean's mind right now.
And probably Julian Goswami's mind too. She'll be thinking, right, I'm going to bowl some wide ones for the first few overs, and then she can go for the stumps in a second over. Just want to make sure this game lasts so that she can bowl her final 13 deliveries and take 2 wickets with her final 2.
Julian Goswami, treasure these moments because she's been one of the greats of the game for 2 decades. And she is bowling now with just 3 overs left, at most, of her international career. Charlie Dean's on 20, England need 59 from 114. There'll be a run there down to Vastraker at deep third in front of the grandstand. England now need 58. Here's another one. The song Taxman could be replaced by VVS Laxman. Here comes Goswami again. Running into bowl, knees pumping. It's familiar action. Cross slaps the ball away. That's a good looking shot out to deep cover. It was a bit aerial, a bit chancy perhaps, but she gets a single. Sarah gets back in touch, the original spotter of McCartney. She said, thank you for reading out my lovely Paul McCartney moment. Just to clarify, he wasn't actually entering Lord's, he was just walking past because he was playing at Wembley that night. It's been a hard day nighter, says Jim Exeter. Oh dear. Live and let by. Honestly.
I often used to see Paul McCartney doing handstands, headstands in the gym here.
Whoa. Here comes Julian Goswami. Charlie Dean is defending. There's no. Can we just row back a second? What?
Yeah. So when I was on the MCC Young Cricketers programme here, we used to train here and go up and use the gym in the top of the indoor school, and quite often Paul McCartney was in there, stood on his head. He loved a headstand.
What was he doing? Just like hanging out?
Yeah, it's his
upside
gym.
down.
Well, it was his gym. Don't know if it still is.
What,
but that might explain why he's walking past Lord's.
Well, he lives near.
Yeah.
So he's just doing a headstand.
Yeah, he loved it.
In comes Goswami, and this almost gets through Charlie Dean's defences. Goswami, in that familiar way, putting her hands on her head in frustration. 113 for 8. England need 57 from 110.
I've got another Beatles story for you.
Go on.
So when we were playing in the 2020 World Cup in Australia, we were in a hotel in Perth, and Brian May was playing.
What, from Queen?
Yeah. Oh, Queen story. Let's get the two mixed up. Whoops.
Here comes Goswami, and Dean is driving. Oh, it's nearly tipped onto the stumps at the non-striker's end. So go on.
Okay, forget that.
No, don't forget it because it's a great story.
And we were in the gym, and we'd actually got Queen on playing. You know, Queen got some banging gym tunes, haven't they? And Brian May walked into the gym, and his bodyguard came up to our strength and conditioning coach and said, can you turn that off, please? Brian May did not want to listen to himself sing while he was doing a gym session.
No.
I know.
Did you reply with, Brian, don't stop me now? Oh, dear. Here comes Goswami, bowling to Charlie Dean, who defends with a high elbow. Oh, well, I'm disappointed. Big cricket fan, Brian, man.
Big cricket fan, but didn't like listening to himself in the gym.
Oh, well, there we go. Right then, George Elwes, a couple of absolute belters there. Paul McCartney standing on his head, Brian May on the treadmill. Alex Hartley, what have you got for us?
Don't know, I wasn't on that England tour, didn't get picked.
You were, because you were with me. We were there.
Were we?
Yes.
Well, I wasn't in the gym.
Fair point.
I was with you commentating.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I wasn't in the gym.
You always, you were, because do you remember, whenever you go away, you have to fill in those diaries saying how much exercise you've done.
And I always fill them out very truthfully.
Good that time you bowled your overs by just tossing me a cricket ball in a park.
Changed my clothes twice. So it looked like I'd been on more than one different day.
Because we filmed it, and Phil, you'll like this. We were. I think we've gone too far to back out of this story now. I'm sorry, Alex. Gaikwad is bowling to Kate Cross, who's forward in defence. Alex needed to get through some overs to keep her, ticking over. And she said, do you mind if we go to the park? I'll bowl some balls at you and we'll film it and send it back to prove it. I asked why she bought 3 changes of clothes.
3 different days.
Gaikwad bowling to Cross, pushed into the offside, and there is a single take, and England need 56 from 107. What I would say though is you surprised me with your diligence. You actually do work quite hard.
Yes.
Or deviousness by taking 3 sets of clothes to try and suggest.
I think that was because
I had my best year this year, look.
Yeah.
So
Hey.
those park bowling sessions.
forward in defence comes Charlie Dean. Look, I'll send you the invoice for the coaching.
I remember bowling to you, and you kept wringing out your hands, and I was thinking, for God's sake, I've got to bowl a bit quicker than just lobbing it up.
It was a very delicate little pause. Worked into the leg side. There won't be a run there. Stopped by Thakur at mid-wicket. You know that thing, though, when you've not... It was because it would have been earlier this year, well out the cricket time, and you've not caught a cricket ball in ages, and you suddenly remember, these are really hard.
They are.
Gaikwad is bowled nicely today. That one isn't so good, but it scoots on through to the gloves of the keeper as Dean looks to cut the ball away towards backward point. 114 for 8 is the score. 56 needed from 103. Can England do it?
I think if these two stay at the crease until the end, then yes. Now, Freddie Davis's batting's come on a lot in the last couple of years.
Gaikwad on the pads of Dean, who could have tried to sweep that, but in the end goes for caution over risk. With England 8 down, they can't really afford any danger. The crowd know the precariousness of England's situation. Lovely light coming through the clouds, that almost celestial beams down over Lords, with the floodlight shining. The red and yellow flag of the MCC high up above the grandstand, the India tricolour and the cross of St George above the pavilion, which is still well occupied. There's a few more layers being pulled on, I fancy, out there in the stands. It's getting a little chillier.
Yeah, I reckon it's getting cold out there. The run rate for England, not a problem. They only need just 3.2 and over, so they can have a few quiet overs here. Just look to build this partnership, which is now 12. They need it to be 112.
Here comes Goswami then. Oh, is that an edge? No. It went through quickly to the gloves of Yastika Bhatia. There's a smile on the face of Charlie Dean. They need 55 from 101. This is the penultimate over before Julian Goswami's 10,000th delivery, which is surely going to happen now.
Surely they know. If I was the India captain, I would let her bowl her 10,000th and then go off with a sore hammy, finish on a nice round number.
Goswami in, driven back towards her by Charlie Dean and stopped in the follow-through by Goswami, who she's been amazingly consistent in pace. She's not really dropped that pace in all the years that she's been bowling.
No, she hasn't. She's always been up and around that 70 mile an hour. I mean, she bowls from great height as well, so the bounce that she gets. We saw on the TV before just the amount of records she's broken and the stats she's created over the years. It's incredible, really.
In comes Goswami. Stalking approach, shoulders rocking. To bowl to Charlie Dean, who plays that ball into the pad. It drops almost between the legs and onto the stumps, so close, but not another wicket.
Alex mentions all those records that Julian Goswami holds and has broken. You do wonder, with the changes in women's cricket, whether players will play enough ODIs now to ever beat or get anywhere near those records.
Well, that's a good point, because the amount of franchise cricket in particular is... Yeah, it is a good point. John emails as well. Thank you for your thoughts, John. Really appreciate it. As here comes Julian Goswami bowling to Dean, who defends a full delivery. That's another dot ball. 115 for 8. 55 needed from 98. This is just building into a fascinating contest, because if England can almost squirm their way towards, 30 to win, then suddenly you start getting to the territory where you think, well, maybe with just 1 wicket in hand, it would be possible.
It's definitely still possible. They only need 55 from 98 balls.
In comes Goswami. Charging to bowl to Dean, who plays that ball from in front of the stumps towards backward point, where Deepti Sharma in the wide-brimmed hat picks up.
Obviously, they still need to look to score. They can't just sit in. They're not playing test match cricket where you're batting out for a draw. They have to win this game. There's championship... Test championship. There isn't test championship points on offer.
Women's championship.
Women's championship points on offer. So England will be fighting till the very end to win this game, to grab those 2 points moving forward.
Here comes Goswami, charging in towards us. Final ball of the over, and Dean will find a run. No, it's a maiden over from Jhulan Goswami, her penultimate one in international cricket. Here's a maiden. She's bowled absolutely on the money, every single delivery. Melissa Story is standing by, and I reckon, Melissa, you're going to get the chance to call Jhulan Goswami's 10,000th delivery, which is a lovely old job. Right then, Alex Hartley, some more from you, and then Melissa.
Well, if I was you, Henry, I'd be jealous about that. I'm glad, or hopefully I'll be on air with Melissa and Phil for it, because it's going to be a huge moment in women's cricket in her career. 10,000 deliveries.
I feel as if it's like me and Henry have gone to do a heist together. Just at the last minute, I've gone and yanked the prize from under his nose and left him, almost pulled the rope up from the drop down from the ceiling. Basically, betrayal, because I'm very excited now. Deepti Sharma, though, will bowl this next over. Floodlights on here at Lord's now. Bowling to Kate Cross. Full delivery, pushed past extra cover, and she calls for her partner through for a single there. You could hear the yeah, and then sent Dean back immediately. So good communication out in the middle.
Yeah, no.
The word maybe is fantastic, but bringing in a maybe can sometimes make things confusing. Deepti Sharma bowls, advancing down the track is Cross, drives firmly, finds extra cover again. Another dot ball. Deepti Sharma's bowling figures looking very tidy so far. Conceded just the 8 runs for 4.2 overs. She's in again, over the wicket, slingy sidearm delivery, which is wider, slapped out to deep cover. And they collect a single, 116 for 8 the score.
You can see what she was trying to do there. The previous ball, Cross used her feet to try and get to the pitch of the ball and knock her down the ground. So this time she's just thinking, is Cross going to move her feet again? If so, I'm going to bowl that wide line delivery faster, but Kate Cross was onto it.
Deepti bowls a straighter turning delivery, which Dean goes back to and just gets her back down on it. Watches that late spin. 54 more runs needed, 92 balls remaining. The Indian fans of the crowd have very much enjoyed this performance so far from their team. As Deepti bowls again, cutting to point as Dean is shy at the non-striker's end stumps, and I think Deepti removing the bails there with her hands before the ball was delivered. Get through for a single, 117 for 8 the score.
You almost feel like it's a lot closer than the scores suggest. England 53 from 91, but you just know that anything can happen in these games of cricket. And I guess India look like they're on top, but these two can bat.
Deepti bowls a straight delivery, which Cross pushes down the ground to long off, and another single added to the total. Another 52 needed now. But it's just one of those things where you say if one opener had just gone on to get a 20, the margins would have been a lot tighter. But England just have that level of caution at the back of their head just because of that wicket column.
Yeah. And these two here, they'll know they want to be there at the end. They'll believe in themselves. They both see themselves as all-rounders. Crossy would be mad at me if I called her a tail-ender ever again in my life, so I can't be doing that. The all-rounder.
Well, she's reached double figures now. She's on 10, so I think that officially constitutes you as at least a bowling all-rounder. Maybe when she gets to 20, she can just be an all-rounder.
Is this the one, Phil?
This is it.
Here we go then.
20 years in the making.
This delivery from Julan Goswami, 10,000th delivery. It's back of a length, pushed into the onside. And there we have it. What a moment. First female player to surpass that landmark. Phil, how do you feel?
Well, do you know what? It's been quite an emotional day around. I saw her first ODI back in India back in 2001. I was there. And to now be here today on her final game 20 years later, I felt a bit emotional all day.
Yeah, so have I.
That felt very special. Here she comes again, over the wicket and bowls Cross, who goes for a big heave across the line, and the smile on Julan Goswami's face says it all. And that, you would think, as England chances gone, the all-rounder Kate Cross dismissed for 10.
10,001 deliveries, and she picks up another wicket of the day. Back of a length, just clips the top of leg stump. Kate Cross looking to play that down the ground, plays the wrong line of the ball. Julan Goswami playing in her last ever game for India here at Lords. We've known she was retiring for a while. She puts her arms in the air, big smile on her face. All the teammates come around her. Harmanpreet Kaur, the first one to give her a hug.
There's plenty of celebrations out there in the middle. You can hear just around us that the celebrations in the crowd are continuing, and you feel as if they're going to continue late into the night. Freya Davis, the final batter for England, marching out to the middle to join Charlie Dean. 52 more runs required, 88 balls left, and you almost, in a way, it'd be quite nice to have Julan Goswami pick up another wicket in this final over. Finish things off.
Happy retirement.
What a way to go. And that was one of those dismissals you love as a bowler, seeing the stumps light up.
And a wicket this ball will mean she will finish on that, I don't know, eternal hat-trick, as it were, wouldn't it?
But then I wouldn't want to retire. If I finished on a hat-trick,
I'd let someone else come in. Can I just bowl one more delivery?
Send out the 12th man. Freya Davis then on strike. She observes the field. Slip in place. Julan Goswami poised at the top of her mark. Here she comes over the wicket. Bowls and defended by Davis to mid-on for no run. We're on the edge of our seats here. Just feel as if the way she's going to sign out is going to be in style. Isn't it such a good thing she's reached this 10th over?
Yeah, it is, and I think it would be written in the stars if she finishes this for India here.
Davis waits as Goswami runs in, bowls a full delivery which is kept out again. Solid in defence is Davis. Just the 2 balls remaining in this over. It feels bad to say that you want an England wicket to fall, but I'm very much waving the Indian flag here, saying, come on, Julan.
Finish it off in style. Freya Davis looks unfazed. She's got a smile on her face. She's just very, very relaxed out there.
Just hear the crowd now chanting Julan. She storms in again once more, bowls a full Yorker which Davis keeps out. The tension here in the middle is unbelievable. You can see the smile on Freya Davis' face. So you say she's unfazed, she's shrugging her shoulders. It's just a normal day for Freya Davis, but at the other end, Julan Goswami is about to deliver her final ball in international cricket. What a servant of the game she has been to her nation. Her final ball in international cricket. Julan Goswami in straight and defended back to her for no run. And every member of the Indian team is running into the middle to embrace her and celebrate this fantastic international career. Debuting in 2002 and signing off here in 2022 at Lords. on what is likely to be another win for India in this series win. What a sign off, Alex Hartley.
What a special moment. What a very, very special moment for Team India. Cricket around the world. She's picked up 255 ODI wickets in her career. Now that is so special. She's bowled 10,000 deliveries plus. World cricket is going to miss Jhulan Goswami for what she's done for cricket over the years. And they haven't won yet, but I'm pretty sure they will.
Pretty sure. She dons her sweater vest and takes her position in first slip, and she's dropped it. Edged to Goswami at slip. She just got the jumper back on. Deepti Sharma's on the ground. She rolled over onto her back, and there's a mixture between a grin and a grimace on the face of Jhulan Goswami. She slaps her hand.
Tell you what, that would have been a brilliant catch to finish the innings.
Deepti in again to Dean, who's advancing down the pitch, driving past extra cover. Will she beat the fielder? Yes. Beats Verma, who was patrolling them, long off boundary. And it brings up another boundary for Dean. She moves on to 27.
In the excitement of Jhulan Goswami's career, let's mention her figures today. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 30.
She bowled so well. Still good enough to be playing international cricket. Just feels like she's too old now, 40 years old. Tell you what, I had a tear in my eye as well.
I was feeling quite emotional and then suddenly almost jumped out my seat as that ball was edged to slip. It's really been a roller coaster of emotions here in this last over and a bit. Deepti making few adjustments to her field. Shafala Verma now on the deep long off boundary as Dean inside edges that one onto the onside. Yastika from behind the stumps swoops around to square leg and picks up a single taken. Dean moves on to 28, 123 for 9.
This stage in the India innings, we had Deepti Sharma with the number 11, Gaikwad. And we were saying, should they have taken the single, should they not? Well, England have done the same here. 3 balls remaining in this over. Should England have taken that single?
The slip still in place. Jhulan Goswami, arms on her hips. Hands on her hips, should say, as Deepti bowls a straight delivery, edged again. Past the slip, along the ground. It's going down towards deep third, and Davis returns for the second, comfortably. 45 more runs required. And we've seen exceptional, Test cricket partnerships before. In the men's Ashes, Headingley Test. Davis 2 at the moment could be crucial for England. Still hope for this English team as Deepti bowls a full over-pitch delivery, another boundary, this time to Davis, who certainly is showing that she's not a number 11. Glorious drive, just lent into that over-pitch delivery. And it brings up 129 for 9 now for England. The score, 41 more runs needed.
Full wide outside the off stump. Freya Davis, what a shot that is to bring up her first boundary of the day. Past extra cover, and it races past Shafali Verma at mid-off for 4.
Of course, just seen as well, Jhulan Goswami finished with a golden duck, but also a wicket maiden. So it really balances out on the scales of performance. Wouldn't say no to that. Deepti to Davis, who's on the back foot, defending a delivery which keeps quite low. She taps her bat firmly into the crease, and that finishes the 37th over. As I said, 41 more runs needed for England, 1 wicket needed for India. And the tributes coming in for Jhulan Goswami across social media. Plenty of people praising her for the contribution she's made to the women's game and to her nation's country. Of course, there's a film coming out soon about her on a well-known streaming service which has a big letter N as its logo.
Natalie Rogers got one about her as well, hasn't she?
When's your one coming out?
Somebody at this commentary desk was asked to be in that film.
They are scouting people, young cricketers around the UK to be in the Julian Goswami film, and our cricket club was asked. And they're shooting a few scenes against Australia.
Did you do it?
I'm not available. Unfortunately, the filming's in Yorkshire, so I couldn't quite get up from the West Country.
Yeah.
But they were.
But who were you asked to play?
Well, there was a few of us, blonde people, considered for Elise Perry. Basically, the entire Australian team's quite difficult because they need about 9 blonde girls who can bowl. So the scouting process for that continuing. Renuka Singh took her into the attack, and that one's straying down the leg side, tickled off the hip, down towards fine leg for 2 runs to the total of Dean. She moves on to 30. 39 more runs needed. I wonder who's playing the part of Alex Hartley.
There will never be an Alex Hartley film unless it's some sort of comedy about my life, probably.
Or somebody might be playing you in the Goswami film.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Who would you like to play you? Took a bowls a slower ball, which has gone a bit wrong. It was a floating full toss outside the wide line and has been called a wide by umpire Martin Saggers, so I'll have to re-bowled again. Who would you like to play you?
Well, you've made yourself unavailable, so I can't pick you.
I'm not sure I could do justice to your bowling.
Honestly, I've got no idea. Who bowls
What about
left arm spin?
Florence Pugh?
Who?
She's an actress. She's in a recent film, Don't Worry Darling. She could maybe get away with playing you. So that one's dropped into the onside by Dean for no run. She's blonde as well, a bit short.
The one out of Pitch Perfect, the funny one.
You want Rebel Wilson to play you?
Yes. Yes.
Who plays in that film the character, and I'm quoting from the film, Fat Amy.
Yes, I want her to play me and I want her to bowl left arm spin.
Well, she's Australian, Rebel Wilson, so I'm sure she probably at some point has played cricket. So we'll have to make a few calls. I'm sure we can get that sorted. To Kurt Bowles, a straight delivery, defended at the crease by Dean, back to the bowler. 38 more runs needed.
And just see shots of the England balcony on the big screen. Not so many smiles out there. There's only 5 of them sat out there.
And compare it to the Indian balcony, where some of the support staff are joining in with the chant of the crowd, clapping their hands above their heads and dancing around. So it's rather a contrast of emotions on those 2 balconies. To Kurt bowls a slower ball, which Dean flicks in front of square, but finds Vernon at mid-wicket. Won't take a run. 132 for 9. 38 more runs needed. There's still a chance for England here. All rests on this partnership between Dean and Davis. And it's been another good innings for Charlie Dean, who's rather putting in a statement for batting a bit further up the order.
Well, she started further up the order and ended up sliding down.
Takir bowls a shorter ball, which is pulled away in the air by Dean out to the deep square. Fielder bounces well short of them in the end, and they get through for a run. 37 more runs needed. I think the situation before, when Dean was batting a bit higher up the wicket, she often found herself coming in later towards the innings, where she only had about 2 or 3 overs to bat and wasn't a bit of a Bosch player. So I think that's why they've moved Eccleston up ahead of her, because she can give her the Bosch. But Dean, I think someone made the case that maybe she should have gone in a bit earlier when England had lost those few early wickets, because she's a stable player.
Yeah, she's shown that today as well, hasn't she? 31 of 68 deliveries.
Takir runs in at an angle into the crease, bowls full, and Davis drives to a wide mid-off for no run. 38 overs gone, 133 for 9. The score, 37 more runs required for England to win. And the crowd are staying in here, eager to see the end of this game. Still could be exciting. There's been quite a few games where these teams have played each other across the years, where the win margin's been 1 or 2 runs, so it could be exciting.
Yeah, Renuka Singh Thakur finishes her bowling. Didn't get on the board, a bit like Kate Cross, 4 wickets to her name, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 29.
As a player, and Kate Cross Thakur might be feeling the same, you'd be gutted. Yes, you've got 4 for, but to get on the honours board at Lords, you'd be a bit deflated by that, I think, because you got so close.
I've got a proposal. As Deep Teak continues from the nursery ground end, it's outside the off stump, cut away in front of square to Diol on the boundary, Harleen Diol. They run through for a single, 36 more needed. I would like an almost board at Lords. Maybe round the back behind the bins. Just everyone who made fourther or maybe a score in the 90s, they get to go there.
95 and above.
Yes, that sounds about right. As Deepty bowled, pushed off the back foot by Davis for no run. There's just I feel still there needs to be something.
It's quite a good idea, that, actually.
The almosts.
The almosts.
But yeah, it's got to be in quite an undesirable location. It can't be as flashy as the pavilion. In comes Deepty again, defending off the back foot as Davis. Another ball which keeps a bit low. Not sure where you'd put it, really. Maybe underneath the media centre.
The toilets?
The toilets.
The almosts.
Deep in, working this one to the onside as Davies was targeting that square leg region where there's no fielder inside the ring, but gets it a bit more in front of square. The toilets, you know how you see those adverts on the back of toilet doors? Maybe it should be printed on the back of every toilet so people have things to read. In comes Deep T again, and that one's hit past Dean at the non-strikers end. She had to swerve out the way, but mid-on's up in the ring, and so Davis won't get a single. So somewhere after this game there'll be 2 cubicles. Somewhere there'll be a Kate Cross cubicle with her figures, and somewhere will be a Veronica Singh Thakur cubicle with 4 for 29 on it.
Yeah, nice, I like it.
Yeah. I think we'll propose our idea to the MCC. I'm sure it gets signed off immediately. Deep bowls a Yorker delivery, which Davis can only spoon back to her for no run. 39 overs gone. England still need another 36 runs from 66 balls. Can they still do this, Alex Hartley? And after your conclusions, it will be Daniel Norcross.
Well, it's going to be tough for England. They only need 36 from 66, as you just said. But Freya Davis, number 11 in this batting lineup. So, as a number 11, I mean, she's a lot better than I am at batting, but it's tough in these situations. All you have to do is block the ball and try and last as long as possible. Let Charlie Dean do the bulk of the work.
I've liked her shots, though.
Yeah, she's
been
really
rather, dare I say it, rather regal in her shot making.
There's been a few elegant cover drives, hasn't there?
Very elegant, yes. She started with a very elegant on drive, there was an elegant cover drive. I've been impressed, but the damage was done at 65 for 7, surely. A partnership of 38 for the 8th wicket, 15 for the 9th, 16 for the 10th shows what might have been, but surely they can't get over the line, can they? Dean on strike. Gaikwad back into the attack, and it's cut away forcefully out towards the sweeper on the offside. One more to the total. 35 needed to win. Plenty of balls remaining. Freya Davis back on strike as the clouds gather. And Rajeshwari Gaikwad will be talking a lot about fifers today and fourfers, and Julian Goswami, she's still on the hunt for this 100th wicket. Freya Davis faces up and she goes back into a crease and cuts nicely, added to the offside. That gap still there. Then picks up another single, 34 needed. And of course, don't forget that Goswami and Thakur have both bowled out. So Gaikwad and Sharma, Dipti Sharma, are going to be bowling. They've got 5 overs left between them, including this one. Dean waits and cuts again, single again, same place again, too short from Gaikwad, and every time batter's able to get back on the back foot and find that gap. 33 needed from 63.
Not sure why the Straker's only bowled 1 over. Yes, she went for 6 and the run rate, is only 3s, but a bit of added pace into the
I was going to ask
attack.
that. Here's Gaikwad in once more to Freya Davis, who defends off the back foot. There's no run. They've picked up 3 off this over. They need pretty much 3 off the over. And they can't afford a mistake. Just the 1 wicket in hand. Gaikwad in. It's defended by Davis into the onside. She goes back into her crease, just pushes it out short mid-wicket. I tell you, the crowd will erupt when India win. They erupted a few singles earlier on today, so winning the game, you can only imagine. Gaikwad, last ball of the over, is beating Freya Davis on the outside edge. Bales whipped off, but Davis hadn't moved her back foot. Beaten on the outside edge, so end of the over, 3 from it. England 137 for 9, 10 overs remain, 33 left for England to get 1 wicket left for India. So did you well up when Goswami firstly took her final wicket, and then when that was it, when she bowled her final ball?
Yeah, I did actually. I did, yeah. Very special moment in women's cricket. A legend of the game is retiring.
Absolutely. Well, there was a bit of welling up going on next door as well.
Was there?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have been one of them.
Well, I try to retain a cold, harsh impartiality, Alex, as well you know, unless I'm commentating on the Surrey live stream. I welled up then, but I was allowed to.
They win something recently.
Yeah, they were confirmed as county champions. Hemalatha is back into the attack, replacing Dipti Sharma. First ball tossed up, driven firmly down the ground. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and it will get to the boundary for 4. It's slowed down slightly. Long on moved across to her left, but couldn't get there. This is interesting. So Charlie Dean, first ball from Hemalatha, has just decided to come down the wicket. She's whacked the 4 that England need off the over. Is this the method, Alex, to go after it, try and get as quickly as possible, because there might be a ball with your name on it?
I think that's a brilliant shot from Charlie Dean. It definitely puts less pressure on her now for the rest of the over. 29 needed from 59.
Yep, target under 30, Dean to 38. She waits, goes back into a crease, cuts well out towards the sweeper on the deep cover boundary, goes to 39. Phil Long.
For the 3rd innings in a row, Charlie Dean improves her best ODI score. She came to this series with a best of 21. She made 24 not out in the first game at Hove, 37 at Canterbury, and she's on 39 here at Lord's.
It's pretty impressive, isn't it, from a number 9. Hemalatha in now to Freya Davis, who goes back into a crease and dinks the ball down to deep backward square. Gets Dean back on strike, gets a single. 6 runs off the over, 27 needed from 57.
You don't want to be missing that. Freya Davis goes back in a crease, plays across the line of the ball, luckily gets something on it, but had she missed it, that would have been out.
It was at 40 miles an hour, that ball. Dean waits and just pushes into the offside, goes right back into a crease again. You know, Hemalatha's bowling quite full, and yet both Davis and Dean have decided, if they're not charging down the wicket, which Dean did off the first ball, and look how straight Long on is. You can't see it at home, of course, because you're on the radio, but it's very, very straight. Long on, down the wicket comes Dean, pushes to mid-off inside the circle, but only just inside the circle, and they come through for a single. Harmanpreet does the fielding, 26 needed from 55, Dean to 40.
Well.
Can it?
I don't know. Surely.
Freya Davis, last ball of the over, is driving elegantly, regally through the covers for a single. 8 runs off the over, 25 needed from 54 balls. England 145 for 9, Davis to 9, Dean to 40, and well, this game is confounding me at every turn.
It is, isn't it? It's one of those where England will believe they can win, they only need 25. India, it's almost like they've gone from searching for wickets to now just waiting for it to happen. Where actually, I would try and maybe bring Vastrika into the attack, and a bit of added pace. Can you bowl? Gayakwad's got 1 left, I reckon you probably bowl her out.
Well, I think that is exactly what they're doing here. Gayakwad's going to bowl her last over. And the first ball is driven firmly by Davis up to mid-off. A lovely looking shot again. Ball's coming out in the middle of her bat very nicely today. But there's no run. Now, if you are in this 10th wicket partnership, you say to yourselves, we've put on 27, we need another 25. We've done it once, we can do it again. Gaikwad into Davis, who pushes the ball into the offside. It's a full ball, she's stabbed down on it, and she's found the gap between point and extra cover. She gets a single, gets off strike. 24 needed from 52.
Love a low scoring thriller.
I do.
We all had bets earlier. when this would be done.
Yeah, I was well off, 34.3.
You were way off. I said 38, you went, oh, that's boring.
I did. Back into a crease goes Dean and clips the ball into the onside and will get another single. The problem that India have got here is they've got absolutely no run rate pressure at all. They've got to get the wicket. If they don't get the 10th wicket, England will win this game. And they bowled out. Well, there's 3 more balls of Gaikwad, and then as Davis defends into the onside, no run, then the 3 bowlers who've taken 8 of the 9 wickets will have bowled out. And that will surely be what the batters are saying to each other.
Yeah, they'll be communicating on what's to come, who's going to see out the innings, and Deepti Sharma can come back into the attack.
Next delivery is defended off the front foot very sagely by Davis, back up the wicket. There's only 1 more ball to face from Gaikwad. Deepti Sharma does have 3 overs left, but there are 8 overs to be bowled, so other bowlers will have to be used. Gaikwad's last ball. Davis drives back to the bowler, I think on the bounce. I think it's a bump ball. So that's the end of Gaikwad. 2 for 38. She's not going to equal Catherine Fitzpatrick's record. She got very close, 99 wickets. But she's not going to equal her today. And England at 147 for 9 need 23 runs from 48 balls, plenty of time. Dean has 41, Davis has 10. And who's going to bowl the next over? Will it be Hemalatha? Will it be Vastrika? Will it be Sharma? You'll have to wait and see.
I think it's going to be Hemalatha.
Hemalatha.
Emma who?
Yes. So the field, there's a slip in place, backward point extra, mid-off, mid-wicket, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on. First ball of the over is driven crisply to Harmanpreet at mid-off. There's no run, and there is a deep extra cover. So there's space on the leg side, plenty of space on the leg side, find a single, relatively square of the wicket. There's a mid-wicket in place, or there's that gap in the offside. Down the wicket comes Dean, and she gets it up and over mid-off, and down to the boundary for 4. The target is under 20. The England 150 comes up, and this game, this slow, sizzling match is bubbling up to a very exciting conclusion. Dean moves to 45. 19 more needed to win.
It's a great shot from Charlie Dean. It was outside the off stump, and she's gone up and over mid-off. For a second, thought that Harmanpreet Kaur might be in with a chance of catching it, but it's gone 5 or 6 foot over her head. And she talks to her bowler and says, what are we trying to do? What are our plans?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, the first plan is get rid of slip. Julian Goswami goes back to the edge of the circle on the line of sort of third slip. It's a short third. Dean drives back past the bowler and will get a single. There's some interesting field placings here, sort of betwixt and between. Now Goswami will come back to slip for Freya Davis, but they've seen the danger, and it's Charlie Dean. She's gone to 46. And Freya Davis, all she needs to do is stay with Dean, and she's shown great sagacity so far. She doesn't need to get a run. She can just block these 3 balls, and indeed she does. She blocks the first rather tentatively, going back into her crease, but she gets bat on it.
I think India can create more pressure against Charlie Dean.
Hemalatha into Davis. Davis cuts into the offside, but doesn't beat the field. There's 1 ball left in this over to go. All she needs to do is survive. How do you want to put this pressure on Charlie Dean?
That's a good question. I think I would still have 4 out,
right,
but I would have my extra and my mid-wicket a bit closer.
Full, driven, tossed up, but Davis just drives it to short extra cover. End of the over. 7 overs to go, 18 runs needed, 1 wicket in hand. Charlie Dean on strike on 46, Davis on 10. This 10th wicket partnership is now put on 34. Alex, explain yourself.
So I think I would have my ring fielders in a little bit closer to stop the easy single, but you still want to save the boundary. So Charlie Dean's found the boundary a couple of times going over mid-off because it's one of her strengths, or it has been today. So keep mid-off back, but put your extra cover closer, but also a bit straighter and a bit tighter. So she really has to punch the ball hard up the ground to try and rotate the strike rather than being able to tap the ball and get off strike and being able to rotate.
I like that plan. Let's see if they do it. Dipti Sharma's coming back into the attack with 7 overs remaining from the pavilion end. So let's take a look at this field. I'm not sure it's the field that you want yet, Alex Hartley. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, a more conventional mid-wicket, and a wide long on. Deep extra, because Dipti Sharma's bowling and because 18 are needed, you can pretty much go and put the kettle on here, because there's going to be a lengthy conflab between Dipti and Harmanpreet. And what are the two umpires talking about here? They're pointing. What are they trying to work out how many overs each person's bowled? What's Phil Long? What's happening
They
here?
were pointing at the smaller scoreboard, weren't they? That one square to us.
Well, the scoreboards here have been known this year to be wrong, because when we played here in the 100, we faced 101 deliveries.
Did you?
Yep.
Get in.
Winner. We still lost. Yeah.
Oh well, Welsh
Never
Fire,
mind.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that just comes with the territory.
Let me quickly tell you, Charlie Dean's broken her own record as the highest score by number 9 for England in an ODI. The 37 she made the day was the highest, breaking Laura Marsh's record. She's 46 not out here.
She is. My word, she'd love a half century, but more than anything else, she would love to get her side over the line, because that looked impossible at 65 for 7, it looked unlikely at 103 for 8, and it looked, as well, a pipe dream at 118 for 9, but with stout support from Freya Davis, who has batted very well for her 10 from 27. Charlie Dean now faces up to Dipti Sharma, and she dabs the ball into the onside. They've run the first, that'll be all they'll get. Dean moves to 47. England needs 17 from 41.
So that's that mid-wicket giving Charlie Dean the single. Yes, you want to bowl at the number 11.
But now, though, Alex, do you want to bowl at the number 11? And Julian Goswami is pointing this out. She's saying, do you really want deep backward square? Do you really want deep mid-wicket?
Extra cover needs to be closer.
Dipti's in, and it's dabbed into the onside again. This time, though, too straight, goes to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
If I was India, definitely have a slip.
Yep. Well, there's a lot of chattage, and it's as I say, it's a Dipti Sharma over, so I've seen one of these last 12 minutes before.
Here we go.
Right, so our deep backward square is coming up at last. There's no point in that fielder. 4 in the ring on the offside, 3 in the ring on the leg side, so only... Well, where's the other boundary rider? 2, 3, 4, no, sorry, 5 and 3. There's only one boundary rider at deep square leg. Freya Davis clips the ball into the onside. There might have been a single there, but the fielder had just been brought up from deep backward square, was quick to the ball. I think, is that our sub? She was very quick earlier. Quick across the turf. I love exciting games. 17 needed from 39. Dipti Sharma. Oh, Dipti Sharma's done a mankad.
Oh, she has. She's mankaded her.
Now then, is that how you want to win a game of cricket? That's entirely up to you. Harmanpreet Kaur is speaking to her, so she's gone through the crease. Well, I mean, I'm afraid we might be about to have some pretty terrible controversy here. Dipti Sharma has run in, and then she's stopped, and Charlie Dean has kept walking, and then she's whipped the bails off. She's done a mankad, and you're perfectly entitled to do this. It's perfectly within the laws of the game. Now, what they will check for here is, in part, to see if she had...
India are all high-fiving.
Well, they are. Well, in that case, there's every chance, I think, that the game is about to come to a conclusion in this manner. And it's a manner that causes great controversy. There are those that think it's an absolutely outrageous slight. Now, we see she comes into bowl, and she's stopped, and she's flipped the bails off, just as Charlie Dean has kept walking. Charlie Dean was watching her, and actually her bat was on the ground just as Dipti was into her bowling action. And this will be given as out. And that is the end of the match. India have won. Charlie Dean is absolutely incandescent. She's thrown her bat and her gloves on the ground. And I can tell you what will happen now is that there will be a dreadful feeling between these two sides.
Charlie Dean's got tears in her eyes.
I'm afraid the laws of cricket have not been broken. India have won the match by 16 runs. They're perfectly within their rights to do that. And Charlie Dean can't believe that they have. But Dipti Sharma, well, we've seen her not bowl a ball many, many times before. And on this occasion, she was at the point, she was loading up. And as she was loading up, Charlie Dean's bat was behind the crease. But then she assumed that Dipti was going to go through with the ball, and she kept walking 2 paces. Dipti had decided she was not going to do that. She turned round and she's whipped the bails off now. Charlie Dean went up to the Indian side and she has shaken hands. She's now been taken off by Freya Davis. She is utterly distraught. I can understand why she's distraught, because she's batted brilliantly today. She's made 47 runs and has got her side on the brink of an incredible comeback win, but this will feel tremendously sour. I can't tell you what ill feeling this is going to create between the two sides, and it's happened, and it's within the laws of cricket, and the Indians are entitled to do that and to appeal, and the umpires have to give it out. And so India have won by 16 runs on a day when we would have normally been celebrating Julian Goswami's 204th and final one-day international. She is being lifted on to the shoulders of her players, but I don't really think that the England team are going to be feeling particularly magnanimous at this point. The simple raw facts of the match are that India have won by 16 runs. And I'm absolutely flabbergasted that I've seen it happen. And I want to preface this by saying that, I'll repeat, this is totally within the laws of cricket. You are perfectly entitled to do this. And people will argue about whether Charlie Dean was trying to steal a run there. If you watch that in slow motion, she wasn't, but she did leave her crease. She was very careful to keep her bat behind the crease. And it was the point at which she thought that Dipti had loaded up that she left the crease, and off came the bails as Dipti Sharma, clearly quite deliberately, because as she loaded up, she would have seen that Charlie Dean was in her crease. So she's not telling her that you're trying to steal a run. What she's saying is, you've got a bit too close to us for our comfort, and we need to win the match. Alex Hartley, I've done an awful lot of talking there. I want to know what you think about this, because it's marvellously controversial. It divides the cricket watching public.
I'm glad you spoke for 5 minutes, because I don't really know how I feel about it, because I don't think it's in the spirit of the game. We talk about the spirit of the game all the time, and I can't believe it's happened, but I can believe it's happened, and I can believe it's Dipti Sharma that's done it, because she threatens to do it time and time again. You know, she always threatens to run people out in that way. You know, and as a team, you talk about it. You know, she's going to do it. One day she'll do it. England have got a lot closer than India would have expected, and she's actually done it. So in that regard, I'm not surprised. I just don't think that's how you should finish an international game, to be completely honest. I think it's going to be memorable for Goswami, that's for sure. England are going to be absolutely seething, because not only have they lost this series 3-0, but they've now missed out on the opportunity of getting those points for the next World Cup cycle as well.
Georgia Elvis has joined me, and let's be really clear about this. The laws are the same, whether it's the last wicket to fall, or the first wicket to fall, or the fifth wicket to fall. And the laws are also the same whether you're playing the match at Hove in front of 2,000 people, or you're playing it at Lords in front of 15,000 people. And they're the same whether or not Julian Goswami's playing a last match or not. But you put all those things together, and that is an extraordinary way for today's spectacle to end.
Has that not just left the sourest taste in the mouth of this international summer? Like, I'm dumbfounded. I really am. I cannot believe that the Indian team felt like that was the only way they were going to get a wicket. For me, she's not trying to gain any sort of advantage when Dipti Sharma's in her bowling action at the crease. Charlie Dean is still in the crease, and you know, she's not been halfway down the wicket at any point during her innings. She's not been trying to gain an unfair advantage, and I just think that is such a sad way to end this series. And yes, it's within the laws of the game, but for me, it's not in the spirit of the game, and I'm really sad that she's felt the need to do it.
I also feel Does she not feel like she can get a wicket in any other way? Does she feel like that's the only way that India can win this game? Because I don't. I was waiting for India to win this game. I was waiting for England to make a mistake, Freya Davis, Charlie Dean to make that mistake, and India win this game, and they win it outright. And everyone would have been really happy for India. Goswami's last game, she's been an amazing player around the world. You know, she's done so much for women's cricket. And now everyone's just a bit like, oh, well, now what?
Can I, well, I partly have to, but can I just play devil's advocate for a moment? We all know the laws of cricket, and we know that if you're out of your crease, you can be run out. And there will be people who will say, perfectly justifiably, well, you've got to make sure you're in. And if it's Dipti Sharma, especially Dipti Sharma, because she stops so many times, and let's face it, England weren't on the lookout for quick singles here. They needed 17 from 44 balls. And she quite deliberately had her back behind the line, and she was looking down, and I think what she saw was Dipti Sharma's feet go up in the air, and that was her cue to move. But maybe she needed to keep looking at Dipti Sharma.
Well, she just watched her run her out, didn't she? She just watched her take the stumps.
You can't as a non-striker. That is not what you're thinking about. You're looking at the batter who's facing the ball, and you're thinking, where am I going to get? If it goes in that gap or that gap, we're running. That is what you're not thinking. It's so instinctive. When the bowler gets into their delivery stride, it's just the natural movement that you have to prepare to run. She is not thinking that she's not getting an unfair advantage. It's ridiculous.
Well, look, we're going to talk about this for a little bit longer. Let me just describe the scene at the moment. The England fans that are left are booing, and the Indian fans that are here don't seem particularly to mind the manner in which they have won. They are standing and applauding their heroes because they've won the match. At Lord's, they've beaten England by 16 runs. When I saw the England players shaking hands with the Indian players, the usual go in for the hug. I saw Sophie Eccleston, and there's usual you shake the hand, you go in for the hug. Well, the Indian players went in for the hug, and Sophie Eccleston was having none of it. She just went, did a contractually obliged handshake, and walked down the line. And I hate to sound pompous about things like spirit of cricket, because it's a curious and nebulous thing. But you put everything into the mix, and what you just saw then was, I think, as Alex Hartley says, disappointed that Dipti Sharma thought that was the only way she could get the wicket. And actually, the nature of it, I didn't feel that Charlie Dean was actually trying to steal a run. I think she thought that the bowler was into a delivery action, into a bowling action.
Yeah.
But that's not what the third umpire has to rule on. Third umpire has to rule on whether she was out of her ground. I mean, she does to a degree. Is the ball still dead? But the decision there is that the ball's live. So the third umpire can do nothing about it. So if that exists within the laws of cricket, then you can do that.
Yeah, and that's where the debate, we'll have this debate time and time and time again, every time it happens, because we've seen it happen in the IPL, we've seen it, I think that's the first time we've ever seen it in international cricket. It's definitely the first time I've ever seen it.
It happened once in an under-19 World Cup.
Yes, it did.
When the West Indies did it to win a match in quite similar circumstances. This is a high-profile women's international at Lord's, the first one between these two teams for 5 years.
I just feel
it's the World Cup final.
It's allowed, you know. It's the rules. It's allowed. Dipti Sharma will say it's the rules. I'm allowed to do that. Everyone else is going to say, well, that's just left a bit of a sour taste on what's been a really exciting summer and a really exciting 3-match series, 3 ODIs against these two teams.
Yeah, and I think you've summed it up perfectly well. It's a really sour taste. It's disappointing, and for me, Harmanpreet Kaur's got to look at her side and think, do we want to be winning games of cricket like that? Can she not retract that appeal?
She can, yes.
I thought they were going to. So when Dipti Sharma went over to Harmanpreet Kaur, I thought they were having that discussion about, shall we retract it? And then they high-fived each other, and Harman had a smile on her face.
It's baffling, isn't it, that that's the way that they've chosen to end. And I think for me as well, the shame is it's now outshining what should have been Julan Goswami's big send-off, big song and dance about her international career, and she's doing the lap of honour. But for everybody else in the ground, I think they're just stunned at the way that it's finished.
Right, so I'm going to take you through the tale of today, but it feels like everything that's happened before that last non-ball is almost irrelevant because we're going to be talking about what is known as a mankad. It's a bit unfair on dear old Vinu Mankad, but it is a mankad when Dipti Sharma won the game for her side in extraordinary circumstances. I will talk you through the tale of today. India were put into bat by England. They got off to a very ropey start. They were 29 for 4 as Kate Cross got the first 4 batters out. Verma, Bhatia, Harmanpreet and Harleen Deol, none of them getting beyond 4 runs, and there was a fine partnership between Smriti Mandle, who made 50. Dipti Sharma went on to make 68 not out. That helped to resurrect the innings somewhat, but at the back end of the innings it all fell apart again. 5 ducks in that innings, 4 for 26 from Cross and 2 wickets for Eccleston, 2 for Kemp. And needing 170, you thought it would be a cakewalk for England. Well, it wasn't. They lost early wickets themselves. Renuka Singh, or Thakur, as we know her here, took 4 for 29. Julian Goswami, in her last match, her 204th and final ODI, picked up 2 for 30. She bowled her 10,000th ball. We thought that was what we were going to be talking about, and England collapsed to 65 for 7. But then a really thrilling end looked to be in prospect as partnerships between first Jones and Dean, then Dean and Kate Cross, and finally a really scintillating one of 35 for the 10th wicket that looked like was going to take us to an absolutely magnificent finale in this, the last international match of the English summer. We were all excited in the box, and now well, most of us are seething, incandescent with rage, and you've got one side that absolutely detests the other, and the other one that doesn't realise that they do or even care, which that's going to be part of the fallout of this. There will be plenty of interviews done, there will be plenty of opinions held, but it is what it is. It's the laws of cricket, and Dipti Sharma has chosen to win a game of cricket like that for her team, and her captain has allowed her to do that.